Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yao Mean of Revolution, the overthrow of Zelensky. This is a Game of Thrones. Before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform. Yeah. Well, we know Zelensky days was over. The Nazis is finished. Trump done stabbed him in the back. Let's get into the content.
Revolution in Ukraine this afternoon as Ukraine's government appears close to collapse. Some are calling this a second Maidan coup. Of course, the first Maidan coup was created by the CIA, installed a Western-backed puppet government there. Thousands of protesters taking to the streets this weekend to protest Ukrainian dictator Zelensky's latest power grab. Of course, he's already canceled elections. So why now? Look at all of these people that want him out of there. But of course, the mainstream media in America will never show you this. Like, really? Like thousands of people? That's like the same thing. They'll never show you the thousands of people protesting Netanyahu in Israel, of course, because it goes against their narrative. Why now? Well, Zelensky was moving to destroy the independence of Ukraine's two key anti-corruption institutions. So they have two institutions who try to root out corruption. Basically, Zelensky wanted to get rid of it. Yeah, you heard me right. Like, we're going to close down the institutions that prevent corruption in our country. So Ukraine is the most corrupt government in all of Europe, as you guys know. And these two anti-corruption institutions were the only thing keeping some kind of corruption out of the country. And Zelensky wanted it gone. So this morning, he signed this into law against the protesters in his streets.
How good do you think this anti-corruption body was? Like,
well, I mean, look, they are the most corrupt country in all of Europe.
Right.
So not good.
Correct.
But at least it was something, right?
Couldn't you just let them keep doing a shit job?
I don't know. Well, he has a reason for it, which we'll get to in a second. So Zelensky speaks out about this, and he says, so he signed this bill into law.
The Americans and Europe have seized those two bodies. Matter of fact, they made Ukraine start those two organizations to allegedly go after corruption. Well, those organizations been going after corruption around Zelensky, moving up to the big guy. He can't allow that.
The new law gives the country's top prosecutor, who's a close ally of Zelensky, control over the two most powerful anti-corruption institutions in the country. So now, oh, really? You're going to look at Zelensky's corruption? Of course not, because it's his like closest friend is now running these things. Mm-hmm. Of course, critics say it's a major blow to Ukraine's fight against corruption, a huge step backwards for democracy. This country is not a democracy. It's run by a dictator. That means the prosecutor general, who is appointed by the president, can now totally control, can totally delay, or even shut down investigations led by these agencies. We don't like it. We don't like that you're looking into where all of the money went, where these arms deals came from, and who did you sell American weapons to. We can shut it down. We don't even have to look at it.
The equivalent of President Trump, to his credit, during his first administration, allowed the Mueller investigation to go forward. Now, he did many times say he wanted to shut it down, but he never did. He let it run his course. Now, what would have happened if he had shut down the Mueller investigation? It would have been full-on uproar. This is how we rightfully would have felt had he done this. So that's the equivalency right now, is we don't like any kind of investigation into power. Nope, shut down.
Well, now Zelensky, to his credit, is blaming all of the reason that he's voting on this. He's blaming it, of course, who do you think? On Russia. So it's Russia's fault that he had to vote for this anti-corruption move. Watch.
Ще одне. Говорив з керівником НАБУ.
So if you're listening on the podcast, he says one more thing. I had to speak to the head of the SBU, prosecutor of the administration offenses, Prosecutor General Ruslaном
Кравченком,
head of the security service of Ukrainian Vasil Malyok. Various challenges. We discussed all of this. The anti-corruption infrastructure will work only without Russian influences. Everything needs to be cleaned up from this, and there should be no more justice. Of course, NABU and SAPO will work, and it's important
Генеральний прокурор
that the prosecutor general is
налаштований
determined to
на те,
ensure
що
that the
в
inevitability
Україні
of punishment.
реально забезпечить.
What's so crazy is Zelensky saying this. Is why I know Zelensky done. But every power-hungry dictator does this. He done lost his mind. He got too much power. He got too much money. He think he bigger than Putin and everybody else in the world. Any other president or leader, he think he the biggest. That's a fact. And he militarily willing to challenge any of these people. Now, he's blaming Russia. He got to de-Russify these agencies. Those agencies have been seized once again by the Americans and the Europeans. It's the Americans and the Europeans who have been turning up the corruption pressure on Zelensky, and Zelensky is trying to stop them and blame it, saying he's trying to go after the Russians, but they know he's trying to stop them. He won't total power in Ukraine.
Is actually ensured in Ukraine. Okay, enough of that guy. So yeah, it's Russia. It's Russia's fault. That's why he had to take control.
So your anti-corruption agency, when it investigated corruption, couldn't tell the difference between Russian interference and real corruption? It just wasn't sure?
No, just didn't.
You can't be you. So I guess they couldn't have been that good, Clayton.
No, they
apparently
they
not.
They obviously arrested the Russian agents, right? I mean, there's evidence of that, because if they found them there and knew they were there,
yeah. So if there's Russian agents working in your anti-corruption, I mean, okay. So, but now, don't worry though, corruption will be nipped in the bud, because now Zelensky has taken control of this. He's put his best friend in charge, and they've rooted out Russian corruption. This is not sitting well in Washington. News outlets across America, including Wall Street Journal and the Financial Times in Europe, say this is a huge mistake. Watching the protests, Marjorie Taylor Greene got a good throw, said basically throw the bum out. Huge protests erupt in Kiev against Ukrainian President Zelensky, as he, as a dictator, refuses to make peace deal and end the war. Good for the Ukrainian people. Throw him out of office, and America must stop funding and sending weapons. Hallelujah to that. Meanwhile, sanctions. We got sanctions now. The dipshits in the EU have announced its most significant sanctions yet, again, against Russia, as well as against countries that continue to do business with Moscow, all in an effort to damage the Russian economy, something that hasn't worked in the past. But now it's going to work.
And it won't work again. India pissed. India say the hell with the EU. China say the hell with them. Brazil. So all of Russia's biggest trading partners saying the hell with the European Union and the U.S. They'll never stop doing business with Russia. See, this is the problem. All of them can militarily see Russia can defeat NATO and the U.S. So they're not scared no more. They're going to ride with bricks. They're not militarily scared of the U.S. because the big dog Russia is proven you don't got to be scared of. You just got to defeat them.
It keeps damaging European economy,
right,
but they're just going to keep doing it. You know, they hate you if you are a citizen of the EU. So they're willing to take your money, send it into this war, stop any real trade with Russia, and continue to devalue the euro. Sure.
So the new sanctions include lowering the price cap on Russian crude oil, ensuring it remains 15% below the international market trade. That's the plan. Additionally, according to the Wall Street Journal, the EU plans to target companies from other countries that help export Russian crude oil below, and using this sort of shadow fleet of vessels, because they were able to basically put all this crude oil on ships and send it right to India and kind of go all around these sanctions. It didn't stop them one bit. This, of course, will do nothing to end the war, as you know. Instead, it will mainly hurt the European nations, imposing them, particularly Germany, whose manufacturing industry depends heavily on cheap energy from Russia. As we've seen before, and we've said before, continuing to support the corrupt government of Ukraine is fueling protests across Europe. Huge protests in Poland over the past few days against Ukrainian immigrants there, stopping the immigration flow into that country. It's giving rise to political parties like the AfD in Germany. They're saying enough of this. They're gaining ground, particularly around the Ukraine war, and all of this insanity. So we will continue to watch.
You've seen a French politician 2 days ago demanding, they're not going to show it on the news, demanding that the Ukrainians stop kidnapping, beating, and killing people, dragging them onto the battlefield. See, they all know it's over, and they're trying to clean their plate now and pretend like they don't like people getting drug off to war, and they don't like corruption. They've been behind this the whole time. But now everybody's starting to speak out about what Ukraine is doing. And now everybody knows Zelensky is a dictator. This was his next move. No, I'm going to investigate corruption. I'm the one who going to say gets investigated and who don't get investigated. That is a dictator.
what's happening in Ukraine. And we're going to speak with John Kiriakou, CIA whistleblower, in just a few minutes on this story.
All right. Well, President Obama says that the accusations against him are nonsense and that Russia, I don't mean it.
Another CIA-backed coup in Ukraine, a repeat of the Maidan coup back in 2014 that was led by the CIA to install a puppet Western government in Ukraine. Over the past few days, protests have been erupting across the city in Kiev and multiple cities around Ukraine against Zelensky, pushing for him to step down. Of course, we've seen protests around these goon armies going around, the conscription armies grabbing young men off the street, throwing them into the vans and taking them to the front lines to be killed. John Kiriakou is a former CIA whistleblower. He knows all about CIA-backed coups. He's been blowing the whistle on the CIA for a long time. And, of course, the Obama administration went after him for telling the truth. John, great to see you again. Welcome back to the show.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he's
muted.
Oh, John. Oh,
Unhit.
Yeah, John, can you unmute?
Sorry, thank you. Sorry about that.
There you go. Take two.
Gotcha.
I was just saying, thanks for having me. And how great is Thomas Massey? We need 435 people in the House of Representatives just like him.
Agreed.
100%.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Go grow one in your home state, guys.
Seriously. I mean, they don't make them
That's right.
like that. There's like very few. There's just like a
No.
handful. I can count on one hand.
He's a special member.
True
Yeah, he's
enough.
special.
True enough. Well, great to see you. I'm sorry we had the muting issue a second ago, but so John, take this. What are we seeing in Ukraine right now? I mean, on the surface, when we see images of protests in the street, immediately I have to wonder what the hell's happening here. Who's behind it? Who's funding it? But this is Zelensky we're talking about, one of the great rats of the world right now. So when I smell a rat, I'm probably smelling Zelensky.
Yeah.
But is there something more nefarious at play here based on your CIA experience?
Well, you know, a year ago, I would have said, oh, probably not. This is probably something that's happening organically. But a year later, I would have to say that if I were to bet money, I would bet money that something is afoot at the CIA. And here's why. It seems to me that the CIA has well proven that we just simply cannot trust it, right? There really is a deep state. We've had this conversation already. The deep state is not just real, but it is nefarious. It does things knowing that it doesn't have to answer to anybody, especially to the American people. And if the deep state doesn't trust Donald Trump and Donald Trump's commitment to continuing this war, then how much of a leap of logic is it to conclude that the CIA is trying to do as much as it can on its own before Donald Trump wrecks things for them? And so I would have to say, yeah, if I were to bet money, I would say that the CIA probably has something to do with what we're seeing unfolding in Ukraine right now. The war's not going well. The CIA doesn't think it can trust Donald Trump because he made this commitment to the American people during the campaign that he was going to end this war. And it's not in the CIA's interest to end this war.
So
at the heart of it, yeah.
Right. And so the CIA then would be working underneath the president without his knowledge in this scenario. Undermining the president, whereas it is my belief that the CIA-backed coup in 2014 was with the full knowledge of the Obama White House. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Agree and agree. Yes. Yes. The CIA chooses the presidents that it wants to do business with.
Okay.
I think I said this on the show before, that one of the things that the CIA really loves is when a newly elected president does not have intelligence or foreign policy experience, because then they can mold that president into the kind of president that they want. That's what they did with Barack Obama. Remember, Barack Obama's sum total of experience was 2 years in the Senate. That was it. So the day after the election, when the president-elect is authorized to receive a PDB briefing, a president's daily briefing, and they go in there and they say, Mr. President-elect, wait until you see the cool things that we're doing all around the world. Normally, they've hooked him. They couldn't hook Donald Trump.
That's the fake nonsense that they be saying about Barack Obama. Barack Obama grandfather's in the CIA. His mama worked for the CIA. His stepfather was a big time ally of the CIA in Indonesia. You know what I'm saying? Barack Obama is a product of the CIA. So to say that he had no understanding of all that, and this man should know better. He worked for him.
Trump. Donald Trump doesn't care about the cool things that they're doing in the world because Donald Trump's experience has been that the CIA essentially tried to launch a coup against him after the 2016 election. And so if they can't trust Donald Trump in Ukraine, then they go it alone and try to get whatever it is that they want done to be done before Donald Trump can do something about it.
But Trump is lagging on his promise to end the war in Ukraine. There's this week peace talks between Russia and Ukraine, and the United States is not even a party to it. So is it possible? Is there any plausible scenario, this may be far afield, that
stick some
our general, maybe the head in the world, in such a hurry to end this?
might
There, we all.
Oh, hello.
Hey, sorry, I don't know what happened there. We all
That
just
was
froze.
probably us.
Are we back, Philip and David?
Yes,
We're
yes, we're
live?
back.
We're still
Yeah,
live.
we're not
Oh,
live.
okay.
Thanks.
So I'll
not live?
count you in.
Okay.
Well, we're on standby, so we're
Okay.
coming in off standby.
Okay.
Okay. President Trump is not a fan of Zelensky, and the peace negotiations are not going well, and the United States have stepped back from it while still providing weapons to only one side. Is it possible that the CIA might replace Zelensky at the behest of the Trump administration?
Oh, yeah, that's always a possibility. Yes. My guess is that it wouldn't be so crude as it would have been, let's say, in 1963 with the president of South Vietnam, where we just put a bullet in his head and chose somebody else to be the president of South Vietnam. No, I think in this day and age, the station chief and the ambassador together would go to Zelensky and say, it's time for you to go. Pack your things. You're moving to London or Dubai or wherever it is he wants to go. I think that's how it would happen. And I think, frankly, the only reason that hasn't happened yet is that there's been some unexpected or unanticipated pushback from Vladimir Putin. We were all under the impression that Putin supported Trump's call for an end to the war, and that what we would end up seeing was Donald Trump making a couple of semi-belligerent statements and forcing the two sides to the negotiating table, and that there would be some territorial loss for the Ukrainians, as we've all predicted, and then everybody would go on to live happily ever after. But when Donald Trump proposed exactly that, there was pushback from Putin, and it surprised everybody. And I'm wondering now that Putin has access to, let's say, North Korean troops, or Chinese volunteers or others, Iranians we've even heard, that maybe he's not in such a hurry to end this thing anyway. He made a statement a couple of weeks ago saying that that the Russians have a claim to all of Crimea. Okay, so let's talk about that across the table from one another. It doesn't really have to be settled on the battlefield. So we'll wait and see.
Do you think that, well, first of all, how corrupt is Zelensky? And second question, who do you think they'll replace him with? I mean, it seems like his days have been numbered for like a year, 2 years now.
Yeah.
Is it Zelensky? Are they going to stick somebody in arguably just as bad? What do you think is going to happen here?
Well, see, this is the problem with Ukraine. First of all, this isn't John saying it. This is the United Nations saying it, that Ukraine is one of the most corrupt countries in the world, and it is by far the most corrupt country in Europe. So, yeah, corruption is endemic. Nothing can be done about it in the short term. Even a war of national survival did not stop Ukrainians from pilfering the war effort and stealing money and weapons and selling them on the black market and enriching themselves. The smart money is probably Zelensky. We could even say, that there is some black horse military leader, a 3 or 4 star general, maybe the head of the intelligence service, that the CIA is wanting to work with at a higher level. But Zelensky is probably where the smart money is right now.
I feel badly watching those images of these anti-corruption protests, because these people really have no power whatsoever. I mean, the people who pull the strings in their government are not visible, and they can't even vote themselves out of war because Zelensky continues to put himself into power. So what could possibly come of this? Like, look at it looks to me, anytime you see a protest, right? Protests are usually well-intentioned, if misinformed. What could they possibly accomplish?
Nothing, frankly. And you said something in the intro that I think was very important. Anybody participating in a demonstration in Ukraine right now is in real danger of being snatched up off the street with no notice and sent to the front to fight the Russians. That is an untenable policy. Untenable. Yeah. And so the Ukrainians are going to have to sue for peace at some point. The Americans, the Poles, the French even can't keep supplying Ukraine with weapons and systems and ammunition forever. We've tried that before. We've had 20 and 15-year wars. We don't win them. And eventually the population moves on. And I think we're already seeing that in Ukraine. The population is moving on. It's time to end this thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see what happens next. I think he's in the death spiral now, but that's when people do really dangerous. That's when people are really dangerous, when their backs are up against the wall. We'll see if these peace talks render anything. John Kiriakou, always great to see you. Check out many of his great books, of course, on Amazon. You can check out The Convenient Terrorist, 2 whistleblower stories of torture, terror, secret wars, and CIA lies, among your other works as well. John, great to see you. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Such a pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Thanks. I appreciate it, John. All right. Coming up, we're
I want to start off with my man, Andrei Telizhenko. Andrei was nice enough to join me this morning, and I deeply appreciate you joining me this morning. I'm going to do a monologue at 7:30, but I wanted to get you in first. Andrei Telizhenko is a Ukrainian whistleblower and former diplomat. How you doing, my man? You doing okay?
Good morning, Jamal. I'm doing perfectly fine. Thank you for having me on. It was good of
No,
you connected to each other and find the time together to get this thing done because it's an important thing to do. You want to discuss today. So
yes, it is. So I am making an argument, and I will make the argument in more detail at 7:30. But I get the sense that the United States is tired of playing with its toys, or its toy, and is now trying to flush Zelensky down the toilet. This is taking place over Ukraine. Now, these protests have started, weirdly enough, as a result of Zelensky going after two organizations. What is it? NABU and SAPO. Effectively, these are
yeah,
supposed to be corruption organizations. I think it's NABU. Is it NABU or NABO? Let
Nabu,
me look.
South
Okay,
Africa.
good. NABU. These are corruption organizations, and I'm putting in quotes. Let's be honest, they were mostly run by the U.S. Embassy or by Europeans. They weren't necessarily under Ukrainian control.
Directly
And
by the FBI and Department of Justice, if you can
exactly.
more complete.
Thank you. That's more accurate. That's more specific. And they effectively came after the coup in 2014 when Yanukovych was overthrown in Ukraine. This was supposed to be the gateway to joining the European Union. And as I point out, these were not under the control of Ukraine itself. Now, Zelensky, as it is being put, started to get investigated, him and his circle of people, by these organizations, in which case Zelensky moved rapidly to get a bill which he signed into law to put these organizations under his office. I think they call it Office of the Protector General or Inspector General, but basically they're under Zelensky's office. And all of a sudden, people flipped out. People flipped out. Now, I don't know how many people even know these organizations exist. I have a hard time believing that a country that is corrupt, as Ukraine is under this government, all of a sudden freak out and come out. They're trashing Zelensky, they're trashing Yermak. Give me your take on this. What are your thoughts? I mean, you're a Ukrainian, you point out the corruption, especially between the Biden administration and Ukraine, especially with the money that is going to Ukraine. And now people are losing their minds, supposedly, because I'm very skeptical that this started organically, even though there may be a lot of people who ended up there organically after the AstroTurf. Give me your thoughts on this.
Not only I was part of the whistleblower, but I was advisor to the prosecutor general of Ukraine, knowing the inside what's happening with Nabu and how it was formed. It was formed on my eyes, basically ramped and through the Ukrainian throat to have these organizations formed. But at that time, that was the idea. We will not give you a tranche of money if you don't form Nabu and Sapo for Ukraine. So that was the result. George Kent and Ambassador Pyatt, they were getting involved in that, and Vice President Biden. They fully took control of these organizations and used them for their own purposes, directly to coordinate with the Department of Justice and the FBI, and to work against Ukraine, the country itself. Basically, they were not sovereign organizations. They're working not for Ukraine. They're working for Washington, D.C., the deep state, etc. And I believe today the result is that Yermak Zelensky thought while Trump is fighting the deep state, he can use this opportunity to go against and destroy any opposition, because these organizations within the government were opposition to Zelensky. They were supporting Poroshenko, Klitschko, that crowd. And Zelensky thought, why not remove them and use this opportunity? The pluses should override the minuses in this situation. So I think somebody gave them a bad idea of this. Somebody said, oh, the West is going to close their eyes on this. They'll continue, etc., etc. Just do it, and you'll benefit from this. You'll stay in power longer. That's what Zelensky did, to stay in power longer. These organizations not only were responsible for investigating Zelensky's surrounding, but also they were feeding information to the opposition, and basically opposition within the government bodies, which had the little own armies, not only with government officials but also like SWAT teams, etc., which were very well financed by the outside. That's one thing. This is about Naboo, Sapo, just in the short term. About these protests, we had 3 years of basically the dictatorship, terrorism by Zelensky. The borders are closed. People are dying on the border, being blown up on mines, shot by the border officers, drowned in lakes because they cannot cross those river lakes, mountain lakes, and rivers. Nothing happened. You have the busification, the throwing of people like dogs to the front lines. Your loved ones, fathers, sons, and brothers are caught on the street, like basically as like dogs, and thrown to the bus and then sent to the front lines. Nothing happened. Today, you have this Naboo anti-corruption body, which Ukraine is the most corrupt country, and you have a protest going against the anti-corruption bodies. By who? Klitschko is there. Everybody who's on that protest, I saw the photos, are all those pro-Soros activists. I'm against those anti-corruption bodies. I am for that they should be destroyed, but I'm also against Zelensky because Zelensky basically destroyed my country, Ukraine. And at the same time, I'm for any protest that will overthrow Zelensky. They are spiders. These political parties from within Ukraine, they're going to destroy each other from within. Let them do that. And I'm for that. But the protests today, as I said, throughout the 3 years of dictatorship, illegal presidency, killing of people, throwing people to the front lines against their own will, nobody came out on the street. Even if some of the mothers of the dead soldiers who came out on the street, they were ramped up fast within 5 to 20 minutes. They didn't have a chance to stand on the street. Here, you have a well-organized protest. It's a shakeup from the West. The West is shaking Ukraine. This might not lead directly to the Zelensky's destruction today or tomorrow, but this in Ukraine happens 1 or 2, 3 big protests, and then you have the fourth one, which goes the coup, hits it hard, and that's how it works. It goes by the book, but this is a different situation in Ukraine today because so is Zelensky, so are these other political figures within Ukraine are well coordinated from outside, and we will see who wins. Today, basically, Soros and pro deep state Washington figures are on streets against Zelensky, and Zelensky is basically backed up by London, sitting in his office today. So this is what the reality is.
Yeah, I was fascinated by this because there were a few things. You get Seymour Hersh coming out with an article saying it's the end of Zelensky. You get coordinated other articles that came out going after Zelensky. And then you get Zelensky trying to solidify his power base in Ukraine, in Kiev. And then you get him raiding offices, like dozens of offices of Naboo and Sapo were effectively raided. And Zelensky was using the argument that Russia had infiltrated these corruption offices, and he had to go after the corruption offices in order to stop Russia's influence in these organizations. And it's like, hey, but it's super coincidental that they started investigating you and you started going after the organizations after they started investigating you and the people around you. And then, as I point out of the blue, as you made the point of saying, all of these people were dying, all of these people were getting thrown to the fronts. You had press gangs going after people left and right. Nothing. Quiet as a church mouse. At the moment Zelensky goes after Western, let's say, power brokers, protests spring up out of nowhere. Now, what's interesting to me is the coordinated articles that were all also coming out. I mean, for God's sake, you got article after article coming out going after Zelensky at the exact same time that the protests started to take place. So you get this one, editorial, Zelensky just betrayed Ukraine's democracy. You get another one, we know how to stand up for our rights, Ukrainian protest law threatening anti-corruption institution. You get this one from Politico. Meaning there are so many of these articles that have come out. Oh, I guess you couldn't see that one. You get this one from Politico. Anger bills as Ukraine Zelensky law targeting corruption watchdog. I don't know if I showed this one last time. We know how to stand up for our rights. Ukrainians protest laws threatening anti-corruption institution. I mean, you get another one saying Zelensky has betrayed Ukraine. You get various actors out of Ukraine going after Zelensky. It's rather amazing. And it seems super coincidental that all of it is happening at the exact same time. I want to show you a clip from Scott Ritter. I don't often say Ritter is right, but I want to get your take on whether you think Ritter is right here. This is him on Galloway. Listen to what he says. Because, by the way, I agree with you. I think this is the beginning of the end. I think this is them agitating, and the catch becomes how far does this agitation go?
Or he can die. Zelensky's on his way out. And again, I don't mean to be too harsh here, but he can either leave the old-fashioned way, which is on an airplane with a suitcase full of money going to one of the many mansions that he's bought with American taxpayer funds over the course of the past decade, or he can die on a cold slab, shirtless, with a bullet hole in his head. That's just the way it's going to be.
Give me your take on that. Is that the way you think this plays out?
Yes, I believe, but I think it's more leaning right now to the second part. I think he might die without not even getting out of Ukraine. He knows too much. People like that, that's why he's staying in power. He understands somewhere deep inside him that if he leaves Ukraine, like you have different cases around the globe that people don't like that don't live too long. Berezovsky, for example, hung himself in the bath, and now he doesn't even have a gravestone 12 years later after he killed himself. So a billionaire from Russia, Berezovsky, a billionaire from Russia who was against Russia, supported by the West, trying to do the coup in Ukraine in 2004, trying to do a coup in Russia, blah, blah, blah. That guy, the oligarch from Russia who basically, not Russia killed him, but the West killed him. He knew too much. The same thing with Zelensky. He might go and live there for a while, but he doesn't have a standing chance to live until he's basically 100 years old, is dying in his deathbed with grandchildren around him. No. So he has a bigger chance getting shot leaving Ukraine because nobody will let him leave with that kind of money on his hands.
Wait, real quick, I'm sorry to interrupt. You say he knows too much. What do you mean he knows too much?
The war started. How the war started, and how he agreed to start this war against the Russian Federation. How he basically was bought off by the MI6 to lure Ukraine into this war against the Russian Federation, knowing that they're not going to win on a battlefield, a nuclear nation like the Russian Federation. That's the reality. They were preparing for this war, and we talked about this on your show a couple of times, 2 years before the war even started. I was talking to people in the U.S. Embassy in Kiev. I was talking to former military officials who would come to Ukraine, meeting with the radicals in restaurants around Kiev. And they were preparing for something that will happen in Russia after some event. And this was 2 years before this. So they knew, Zelensky knew what he was up to. Zelensky sold off to Ukraine, and Scott Ritter also talked about this, how Zelensky sold out to the MI6. And I talked about this even before that. So this is what the reality is. He knows too much, so they will not let him out. And Zelensky understands, Yermak understands it. So that's where they're trying to engage into building a structure that the West will not be able to topple them. They believe having the power they have right now, having all the oligarchs in place, having the whole system working for them, but they don't understand the reality is that they are there because of the West, because of the Western support. As soon as the Western support leaves Ukraine, if it ever does, if the West will say the Naboo are more important than the war, etc., even though I don't believe so, but this, they will not do it directly this way. They will try to manage it in a couple of protests and then hit Zelensky hard for him to leave at the end of the year. But if they do stop the financing, Ukraine will topple within a month because there's no payments to the government officials because you have no salaries. Everything's going from the outside. There's no economy in Ukraine. Ukraine is done. As a country doesn't exist. It exists only on paper. But if you take away every financial support from the outside of Ukraine, it's going to die really fast. So this data, Zelensky does not he believes in his own lies that he is powerful and much more powerful than Putin at the same time. So this is how bad the situation is, how deep Ukraine is in trouble. and the Ukrainians are, because they let themselves into. They didn't believe that this. They believed the propaganda of the outside of Ukraine. Now they're facing the consequences. What will happen to Ukraine? I think the military will take over at one point. They will not let the politicians to take power, and I don't know if it's going to be Zelensky or somebody else, but it will also not last long because the military doesn't have the capability of micromanaging and managing the situation of a country for too far. Ukraine is not, it's a dictatorship as a terrorist state, it's a fallen state, but the military doesn't do a good job overriding a country. So, like Ukraine. So we'll see what's going to happen. But Zelensky's days are outnumbered, and then they are going far, far, far from what he expected to stay in power.
You say you think the military may even take over at a certain point. You mean like if the casualties get too high, their inability to stop the Russians that they've made?
Yes, I think they will not let the politicians. There's a game being played out in Ukraine, a couple of cards. As I said, there's a military intelligence who are against Zelensky. They're ready to back up people like from the Poroshenko side, but at the same time, they're not ready to back up Poroshenko himself. Yeah. That's on one point. So they believe that they will. What they want to do is they want to continue this war. They believe they understand they cannot win it, but they need to understand that they died for this country. They were put into this situation. They were given power, not just regular soldiers. I'm saying the management of the military. There's cases within the military intelligence that were coordinated from the Baltic states in Western Ukraine, like the Khmelnytsky, Ternopil military intelligence offices that are ready to go into Kiev any day. They were ready a year ago to do that. So they're waiting for their time. So something is happening. So it's being coordinated not only from within Ukraine, but from the outside. Again, Ukraine not being a sovereign state, every movement of protests or every coordinated move against the government is basically worked out, not from within Ukraine, but from forces outside of Ukraine, like the Baltic states, which are being used today by the deep state or London to go against the government or Washington. So this is what has happened in Ukraine. No stability at all.
If not Zelensky, who? That's the part that confuses me. Like, let's say for the moment that Donald Trump gives 50 days. He knows he can't get anything out of Putin. And his thought is, okay, I need to push Zelensky. Zelensky is not going to be pushed. He's probably terrified for his life if he tries to stop the war. British, Europeans are backing him. And so the US puts pressure on him through protests with this notion of having a Maidan 2.0. He knows it. And so he decides, okay, I'm going to try to solidify power. And one of the ways he does it is going after these organizations, since these organizations that you point out are controlled by United States elements. The US at that point uses this as a pretext for this level of pressure that is being applied to him. If they want to get rid of him in order to, let's say, have somebody more malleable, who would they use for that? I don't know who they would use in the coup government that would be more malleable to Trump's wants.
Trump wants nobody within Ukraine. And the reality is, Zelensky, yes, he's trying maybe to maneuver this, as I said, the same power, but also he'll be pressured to stop the war on the front lines where it is today. But we're forgetting about the factor, and everybody is always, mostly in the West, about Russia. Russia's moving forward. Russia doesn't need to stop on where it is right now. Russia asked to stop months before it started moving forward. Nobody agreed to that. When the Istanbul, the first meetings happened, that was a possibility. Then it started moving too fast. It could have been stopped in 2022 also, but nobody did anything then. Today, Russia's moving actually pretty fast and pretty forward. They're taking over almost around 25 square kilometers per day, from 25 square kilometers per day, and within the month of June, they took over 580 square kilometers of territory. And this is pretty fast compared to how the strategy is, not to just basically, not as Israel comes into Gaza, start the shit out of everything, and then moves it forward, and then that's how. No, they're tactically moving forward, trying to keep whatever's in there as much as possible because they understand who's going to rebuild it. They will, because that's going to be their brand. It's going to be their new territories. What how they're doing in the DNR republics. and the new territories that were freed by Russia. So this is the reality that we have to understand. What Trump wants, what the situation is, what the reality is, you have to agree with Russia what they want. If you agree with Russia, and that there is a possibility, and there still is, for Trump to do that, to change the government, and bring in a neutral figure, somebody who can come in from to be the Speaker of the Parliament, because that's the only legitimate body Ukraine has today, that will sign the peace deals with the Russian Federation, then reboot the system and basically go after any Nazism within the system, within Ukraine, go against people, like stop going against people who are Russian or the Russian church, and start doing that, bring the law back to order, and start going for elections within a 6 to 8 month process, having real opposition involved, not just Poroshenko, Klitschko, and all the crowd, Timoshenko, who are controlled by the West. I said Klitschko is a German citizen. Poroshenko basically works for the CIA, the deep state, the Washington. He's not the loyalist to Trump team, to Trump world. So does Klitschko. They hate Trump. And anybody else with the political elites that are still in Ukraine, that are still viable in Ukraine, they're there because they're protected by the deep state or the MI6 or the CIA, who are working against the president, Donald Trump.
Yeah.
So you need real opposition, who there is, which is outside of Ukraine, to be on the ballots, and that's the first, a peaceful step for Ukraine to be left in a process where you bring in a neutral person to the Speaker of the Parliament, one of the members of Parliament today. He comes in for as they did after the coup with Turchinov. The West already used this situation, but it needs to be today agreed upon with Moscow how it's going to work out, because that's the only way out of this. You cannot leave Moscow out of these negotiations and these talks and do a coup against Zelensky and then say, oh, this is the new reality. There's Poroshenko is going to continue the war because people supported him. If you want to do that, the U.S. is going to lose more and more. Ukraine is going to be lost, and Ukraine is going to be all freed by Russia. And it's going to be not just an independent state, because we're talking about the future of Ukraine, most of it, not just the regions that were freed by the Russian forces, but Kiev and parts of even Western Ukraine. It can be still an independent state. In Odessa, it can still be an independent state, but working closely with Russia and Minsk and China and also the EU, no problem. But it can be an independent state, but it's going to be loyal to Moscow rather than Washington. But if this continues, Ukraine will be then, not as an independent state, but as a part of a region, a couple of regions, part of Moscow, or part of Russia directly, and not being independent at all, because that's the Russian forces will take over and free all those regions by force, which nobody wants to do. And that's what the Washington is pushing for.
Last question. Do you see that the Rada agreed to the Naboo and Sapo law? So if they're agreeing to the law, and just to be clear, Ukraine is not wrong in this case. I mean, these organizations that are external to Ukraine, that are effectively controlling, or at the very least influences the politics of Ukraine. So I'm not making the argument that they're wrong. But the fact that so much pressure is being applied to Ukraine from Europe, the US, internally, and the parliament, the Rada, still said, yes, we agree with the law. Does that mean that there is anybody in the Rada that could take over, that will be a neutral figure?
There's more neutral figures than others within the Rada. Like I said, we're talking about Timoshenko as an option. She could basically be one of those neutral figures that can, in her basically last years of political cycle, she can save the country by being that neutral figure that would lead Ukraine to elections.
Yeah,
I'm not saying that she can be she will be, or I support her as the new leader of Ukraine. No, she can be the neutral figure from within both sides, Russia and Washington, as leading. That's an option as a strong figure that could take this situation in hands and lead Ukraine to elections, and then have real elections with opposition, with people with open borders, that people can come back to Ukraine, not be get all the prisoners freed, etc., etc. All that situation, basically turn the page of what happened under the Zelensky dictatorship and start a new page for Ukraine. That's an option. She came out and did not support Naboo and Sapo on the situation because that's the reality is a lot of people in Ukraine do not support those organizations. I do not support them. They were. I knew the head of NABU, Artem Sitnik, who was in Washington in the meeting with the Russia hoax when it all started. I was there and I saw how these heads of the prosecutors, the special anti-corruption prosecutor Holodnitsky, the head of NABU, Artem Sitnik, were like dogs in front of a cookie in front of the National Security Council in the White House, saying, "Yes, we will do whatever you tell us to do." Basically, the Department of Justice were ramming words into their mouth while they were talking and negotiating with the National Security Council. The FBI was telling them what to say right during the conversation, during the meeting. So this is what it was: a very unsovereign body, which basically led Ukraine to lose its sovereignty, and the corruption from outside of Ukraine led Ukraine to war today. Because what happened is corruption led by Biden and everybody else reared Ukraine to be more and more corrupt. So I supported the destruction of NABU. I do not support what Zelensky is doing because he's doing it for himself, not for the country. That's a different situation. So whatever Timoshenko said today while the vote, that's what a lot of people do come out and talk about. They do not support these organizations. But at the same time, as I said, the parliament is very loyal to Zelensky. The parliament is afraid because there's tap wires and files by the Zelensky government on everybody within the Ukrainian parliament today that can be used against them. Some of them parliamentarians I know who were in opposition before, they were captured at the beginning of the conflict and they were tortured. Some of them by the security service of Ukraine, and that's how they became loyal to the regime. So there's a lot of cases, but as soon as it starts crumbling, half of the Rada will run away. I will tell you. A lot of people, a lot of those pro-Soros guys within the Rada, within the Zelensky team, they will run away from Ukraine. The ones who will stay, and so this already, Ukraine went through this in 2014. It can be played by the book if you want to do it the most easy way in the situation to save a country. If the West, because the West right now can save Ukraine from total destruction or from the total annihilation, and then we'll easier for us to rebuild it. But if they will go the path to totally destroy Ukraine just to make Moscow pay for this, because it's going to be under Russian territory anyway, and somebody will have to rebuild it, and just to make Moscow pay for this war and waste more money, and they don't care about the people. We know that they don't care about the people, but that's going to be the face of the West totally. We will have in the future. Ukraine will never have really good relationship with anybody in the West if they do this.
Andre, thank you for this. Really great breakdown. Really, I mean, fantastic. Andrei Telizhenko, he is a Ukrainian whistleblower, former diplomat. Cut this piece because I want to give what I think is a breakdown of what is occurring right now and what is taking place. And I hit Mark up this morning because I wanted to even see if Mark could join me. But I had to bounce ideas off of him just to get his own take on what was taking place. And I think our ideas were in somewhat of alignment, even though I don't know if the totality of my point of view is in Mark's. It's just what I bounced off of him. There's several things that are taking place right now. One, Russiagate. And I'll just start off Russiagate. Donald Trump, at every opportunity, is trying to bring up Russiagate. Tulsi Gabbard has released a huge amount of documentation. Tulsi Gabbard is saying she's going to release more documentation. And they have implicated Obama in the whole Russiagate thing, effectively saying, look, this was nonsense. It doesn't exist. Obama used this as a political weapon. Obama, Hillary Clinton, Brennan, etc., as a way to go after me and damage me. And to be fair, they did. tried to do this. Listen to what they were saying at the time when they were talking about Russiagate. They conflated a hack with hacking the election in order to get Donald Trump in office, which by definition is trying to imply that Donald Trump didn't win on his own steam. He won because the Russians pushed him over the finish line.
Russia hacking the election to elect Trump is the end of our democracy. Votes were definitely affected. Russia hacked the election to tilt it to Mr. Trump.
The Russians definitively hacked the election.
Russia did hack the election. No doubt. The Russians hacked the election.
Yes, Russia hacked the election.
Now, again, all of these organizations were repeating this over and over and over again. And in saying this, they're effectively saying Donald Trump was pulled over the finish line by Vladimir Putin, and that Russia instigated, intruded into American politics in order to get a president elected, which means by definition, a president is illegitimate. A country that we consider to be an enemy going all the way back to the Cold War, if not further, got a president in office against the person who was supposed to be elected, which was Hillary Clinton. And they repeated it over and over and over again. They repeated it all throughout Donald Trump's election, even trying to get him to pass sanctions against Russia, which would have, by definition, would have been Trump admitting that he didn't get elected on his own steam. Russiagate was a big deal. And I kept telling you, going back for years, Russiagate was a hoax. They didn't have this evidence that they were saying. All of this stuff was come out by Steele dossier, or for that matter, which was stovepiped into the FBI, which was a document from a political opposition figure. And then they went with the notion that Russia hacked Hillary Clinton emails. Again, when Tulsi Gabbard released information, what you were seeing in that information was that they didn't have explicit evidence that it was true. Armitage wrote a fantastic piece on this where he went through the documentation that Tulsi Gabbard released about what the intelligence services knew, and what they knew was not much. But they used that to go after Donald Trump. So when Donald Trump comes out and tries to kill two birds with one stone, I know you guys want to talk about Epstein, but I want to talk about Russiagate. Okay, yeah, he's deflecting in this. He's trying to get rid of the Epstein thing in lieu of, hey, we should be talking about Russiagate. We should be talking about Russiagate. But it's not a coincidence that the attacks on Russiagate are coming at the exact same time that there are attacks on Zelensky. So if you are trying to come up with a deal, let's say that you want to end the war. Let's say you want to end the war. Donald Trump, two things. A, he doesn't want to look weak. And B, he doesn't want to look like he's being knuckled under for Vladimir Putin. Two objectives. In those two objectives, if you're trying to make any kind of deal, both of those issues become a problem, especially when you have this idea of Russiagate looming over your head, that you are somehow working with Putin and you're somehow a tool of Russia, a Manchurian candidate that Russia has deployed upon the United States, like Lenin was deployed by the Germans into Russia. That is a problem, especially if you, Donald Trump, you have a full-blown ego, and that is not the way you want to be characterized. It presents another problem if you're trying to negotiate, and that is hanging over your head. So Donald Trump says, I'm giving a 50-day ultimatum. Okay. But Trump knows that that ultimatum is going to be ignored by the Russians. They don't care. They are going to continue to pursue their own military objectives. Donald Trump also knows that his proxy is the one that he has some level of control over, meaning Zelensky, and for that matter, the Ukrainian government. You get a first shot fired. Seymour Hersh comes out with an article that effectively is saying that the Trump administration is trying to get rid of Zelensky, right here. First shot. Bam. You got other articles coming out at the exact same time, effectively coming out with the same thing. Zelensky is an authoritarian, Zelensky has betrayed Ukraine, etc. And initially it's like, okay, well, Hersh probably talked to somebody in the White House and they probably floated that idea. All right. Zelensky goes to solidify his power base. So Yermak reshuffles the administration. And on top of reshuffling the administration, apparently the investigations from NABU and SAPO, offices that are effectively controlled by the United States and that are not controlled by Ukraine, start looking into Ukrainian affairs around Zelensky and the people who are circling around Zelensky. All right. When this takes place, the Rada immediately puts out a law. For one, Zelensky raided those offices. I think it was like dozens. and came up with the idea that the Russians have infiltrated NABU and SAPO, and so now we have to do something about these organizations. Okay. A law immediately comes up, and Zelensky signs that law almost immediately, taking place over the course of a few hours. Out of the blue, you also get protests that just spring up out of nowhere. Protests usually take a little bit of time to organize, but these took no time to organize. They're holding flags, they're holding signs, they're effectively trashing Yermak, they're trashing Zelensky. They're taking place all over Ukraine. Now, I would tell you, CIA, MI6, NGOs, all of these things were still in Ukraine. None of these things have never left Ukraine. And so I would wager to you that many of these people are paid very well. They're paid very well. And I don't think it's a coincidence that A, you get an attack on Russiagate by Tulsi Gabbard DNI, and B, you also get protests going after Zelensky immediately after Seymour Hersh puts out his article. On top of the protests, in a coordinated attack on Zelensky, you get articles like this. Zelensky just betrayed Ukraine's democracy and everyone fighting for it. Here's another one. We know how to stand up for our rights. Ukrainian protest law threatening anti-corruption institutions. Here's another one. Anger builds in Ukraine as Zelensky signs law targeting corruption watchdog. Here's another one. This one is from The Economist. Yes, I accept. Outrage in Ukraine as government attacks anti-corruption watchdogs. And by virtue of you having protests, you immediately get articles boosting, amplifying the protests. There might be 1,000 people out there, it doesn't matter. The fact that a protest exists is enough to get media headlines talking about the fact that there's a protest, meaning there's opposition. People are angry, people are upset. Zelensky is trying to become an authoritarian, which is a bit funny considering that the government was, for all intents and purposes, under the thumb of the United States and even its European backers in 2014 when the coup took place. Now, the other interesting part of this is obviously Zelensky is backed by MI6. Many of the Europeans want to see him stay in office. But if Donald Trump wants to try to get some kind of deal, and again, postulate two things. Trump doesn't want to look weak, and it doesn't want to seem like he's knuckling under to the Russians. Okay, you go after the Russiagate thing, A. B, you give an ultimatum, which you kick the can down the road. C, you start going after Zelensky himself if you believe that Zelensky is the impediment to getting anything done with the Russians, because you know that you have no power over the Russians. Let's go to the Russians for a moment. Vladimir Putin puts out what he wants. No expansion of NATO. The regions, the 5 regions are ours. That is off the table from here on out. No continuing to build up the military in Ukraine. He has wants. Let's assume for the moment that his wants, like every wants, and when you begin negotiations, are maximalists. Let's assume they're maximalists. Personally, I think they're reasonable. If you want a ceasefire, then the idea that you're going to continue to give them weapons is nonsense. The idea that you're going to put troops in Ukraine is nonsense. The idea that you're going to continue to give intel, etc., nonsense. All of that stuff is off the table. But let's assume for the moment that they're maximalist demands. And within the context of the core demands that Putin actually has, that he actually believes he can get accomplished, that there's leeway, there's wiggle room, whatever that wiggle room is. But you can't get anything done with somebody like Zelensky, with even in the context of the wiggle room and those core demands. And let's say Trump believes that and knows that and have decided that the issue here is Zelensky. And within the context of those 50 days, something needs to take place to get him out of office or to damage him politically, where you can try to scoot him and move him out of office. And so from Trump's point of view, at 50 days, I believe there's a deal to be had with the Russians, because that's what he wants, a deal, but he doesn't want to look weak in the context of that deal. And if Zelensky is screaming and crying, oh my God, the United States is capitulating, then that makes you look within the context of that deal. And you know he's not going to agree to it anyway. He could protest. And they start on an issue that is bizarre. Ukraine is one of the most corrupt countries in the context of any country that ever existed. The public has to know that Ukraine is one of the most corrupt countries. There was talk about paying off press gangs in order to prevent those press gangs from taking you, meaning if you pay them off, then they will leave you alone. Or if you pay them a certain amount, they will get the body of your family member. When I say this government is radically corrupt, it's radically corrupt. It was understood that Zelensky and many of the people around him were pocketing money and shoving that money off to buy houses or cars or whatever else. Are you telling me that the public didn't know that until today? I don't buy that premise. Are you telling me that the public, who is agitated and pissed off and have been fighting press gangs, was not agitated until today, where they would come out chanting, "Fuck Yermak"? Are you telling me that all of this started only today? I don't buy it. I don't buy it. Here's another one. They're saying we're not idiots. That's pretty astonishing, right? That's pretty astonishing. Add to it this, where people are very unhappy about the press gangs. They started fighting the press gangs, and you get a situation like this. This is a guy who they're trying to throw into a van. Bam, knock him out. One punch. This is not just today. That has been taking place all throughout Ukraine. Ukrainians have been given money and resources and information to blow up those press gang centers in order to prevent the press gangs from being able to go after people in the locations. You can't tell me that the ire and anger just started today over two organizations that I'm even unclear on how much the Ukrainians even know about. I'm very unclear. So, okay, we're at the last part. So, if you are Donald Trump, you want to make a deal. You want to look tough in the context of that deal. You believe there's a deal to be had. How do you get that? And would you come up with the idea of a color revolution 2.0 to get rid of the person who you think is standing in the way of the deal that you want to make? You want to look good. You want to look strong. You want to say, I'm the deal maker. I'm the guy that was able to get a deal. Zelensky right now is being forced to go back into negotiations. I believe this is going to take place Wednesday. He doesn't want to go to those negotiations, but he's forced to go to those negotiations. Why? Petros is about to fall. Russians have invaded. Ukrainians don't have the ability to push them back. And not just not have the ability to push them back, they have a severe manpower shortage that is making that much more difficult. Petros has been part of a battlefield that has been taking place for a while now, and the fact that it falls is a massive deal that is not minor. Chasiv Yar, again, it's about to fall. These are areas that have been focal points of fights that have been going on for months that Ukraine no longer has the military capability of doing anything in order to hold. To make it even worse, Patriots. How are you going to get them Patriot missile systems? Okay, well, Germany is supposedly giving them some. When is Germany going to give it? Who knows? Russia just blew up 2 Patriot batteries, meaning the entire system. Just blew up 2, just damaged 1. Russia's just hit a mercenary camp where apparently 100 mercenaries, if not more, have been either killed, wounded, or at the very least, massively damaged. Russia's been firing 500 to 700 drones every day, with moments where they would sit back and watch and say, what is the battlefield assessment of damage? When the guy that works for Trump, Kellogg, went over to Ukraine, and they said, well, Kellogg is a missile defense shield all on its own. And Kellogg visited one plant after the next, after the next. The moment that Kellogg left, Russia blew up those plants, meaning they were able to discern where Kellogg was, where those plants were, and they blew those plants up. When they're launching 500 drones a night, Kim Jong missiles, what do you do for that? Let's say you had batteries. Can you really knock down 500 drones? Meaning Russia is producing so many that they're able to use that many per night. And not just in, they're using it on battlefield situations and everything else, not just in very specific targets. I'm saying that it is becoming clearer and clearer that the capability of Ukraine on the battlefield has been diminishing. And even if you give them weapons, who are going to carry those weapons? And this belief that you're going to have a drone fight as a way of dealing with your manpower shortage does not seem to be substantial. You're failing in your task. The US knows it. I would imagine on some level, Ukraine knows it. So what do? You're forced to go and negotiate. Now, Ukraine is trying to limit the level of negotiations to exchanging of people, exchanging of bodies, and maybe having a meeting with Putin. Russia does not care about those things. Well, maybe they do, but not significantly. What they care about are their core objectives that they've been talking about for the last 3 years. No NATO expansion, not getting intelligence, limitations on Ukrainian military, limitations, or at the very least, approval of having other countries come in, no military from the standpoint of Europe or NATO on Ukrainian soil, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They have been open and willing to negotiate on those terms. As you get weaker on the battlefield, your resilience in saying no diminishes. If Trump wants to make a deal, this may be the way he's trying to do it. Now, I don't know if the American president can accept a deal from the Russians on the terms that the Russians are setting. I don't know. I don't know if the terms that Putin has given are maximalist or if there's room within those that we have core objectives that we want to accomplish and we're willing to give away certain other items in order to accomplish those core objectives. Maybe Trump and Putin have talked about what those core objectives are. Maybe Donald Trump thinks that he can get rid of Zelensky and you have somebody more pliable, that they'll be willing to accept it. All of those things are question marks. The point that I'm making here, it is very super weird that these protests spring up in the way that they sprung up. Zelensky is Europe's guy. They don't want Zelensky to go anywhere. Trump, on the other hand, may. And considering that the US Embassy controls a lot of the stuff, is it a coincidence that Seymour Hersh comes out with his article? Is it a coincidence that all of a sudden all of these other articles come out going after Zelensky, especially considering that many of the publications, if you look at what USAID was doing in Ukraine, going all the way back to 2001, USAID was training journalists. I think 90% of the media was being supported and paid for by USAID, meaning that the media organizations were effectively underfunded by the US government. Is it a coincidence? Is it a coincidence? I think it is very weird. I think it's very strange. And of course, as I point out, when you ask Donald Trump anything about it, Trump would say, well, we should be talking about Russiagate. And part of the reason he wants to talk about Russiagate is put a knife in the idea that he's working with the Russians, something that you would need to do if you're trying to make a deal with those same Russians. I don't think people realize how much Russiagate poisoned the well of having any kind of deal or agreement with the Russians. One last point. Donald Trump said this, I believe this was today. Listen to what he's saying here and think of who this is targeted at as he is saying.
Spend every gave away $350 billion worth of equipment or cash. Worse than equipment, cash. So we want to find out about that someday, I guess, right? But they were supposed to buy their own equipment, but I have a feeling they didn't spend every dollar on the equipment. But they are.
He is implying that money that the United States gave to Zelensky and to the Ukrainian government was taken in part by cash and is used and funneled somewhere, meaning Donald Trump is amplifying this attack that is taking place on Zelensky right now, because if you're a Ukrainian and you know that Nabo and Sapo were investigating Zelensky and his inner circle, and Zelensky and his inner circle raids the buildings, detains, I think, 2 or 3 people associated with the organizations, and claim that they were infiltrated by the Russians, which is the reason why you were doing it. No one is going to believe that. What they're going to believe is that you raided the organizations because those organizations were investigating you, and that they were investigating you because there was something to investigate, and you raided them because you knew there was something to investigate because you were stealing money. Trump just amplified that line of attack against Zelensky and the Ukrainian government. If his objective was to keep Zelensky in office, is this really the language that you use when you are making statements like this? Is it random? Is it a coincidence? I don't think It is. I think that Scott Ritter, oddly enough, broken clock on this one is right. That they have made the choice that we can't push Putin, we can't move Putin. We want to get a deal. There is a deal to be had. We can't get the deal with Zelensky in office. We need to get rid of Zelensky. And this is Color Revolution, Maidan 2.0, with the objective of doing so. Now, I could be wrong on all of this. I could be talking squarely out of my ass. So take it into consideration. What I am trying to formulate is a model that matches real world phenomena in regards to what I think the players who are in this want and what we're seeing transpire on the ground as it propagates. Let's see how long these protests go. Let's see how long these protests last. Let's see if they intensify. Let's see if more people get involved over the course of the next several days. Let's see what Trump says and how he handles what is taking place. To be very clear, though, Zelensky is not wrong for doing this. It's not wrong. It's self-serving. Yes, it's completely self-serving. But the United States doesn't have a foreign body in the United States, short of maybe the Federal Reserve. But we don't have a foreign entity from, let's say, the Europeans or somewhere else that is looking into matters of corruption. We consider ourselves a sovereign state. And as we consider ourselves a sovereign state, any state that considers itself sovereign would bristle at the notion that a foreign entity would have some kind of clout in your political affairs. Also, it doesn't seem like they're doing that good of a job considering how radically corrupt Ukraine is as a country. So for Ukraine to say, we're taking our sovereignty and we're getting rid of this organization, or at the very least, we're subordinating this organization under my leadership, that's not insane. It is self-serving. And I don't doubt one iota that there's something that the organization could find if indeed the organization was looking for some level of corruption coming out of the Zelensky regime. It's just when you're doing this, and this is after you've taken dictatorial powers by eliminating political opposition, throwing other political opposition in jail, and on top of throwing other political opposition in jail, effectively declaring martial law and declaring yourself effectively a king who's going to stay in office for as long as there's martial law, because, #reasons. The United States, when we were having our civil war under Abraham Lincoln, we had elections because you never know if the public actually wants to do something different. And it is believed that Zelensky's approval rating at this point is about, as popular as head lice, and that he would lose any election that effectively came up. So the pressure that is being applied to this government at this point, as Andre pointed out, is most likely, at the very least in its inception, external. Will there be other people who join in these protests to make it more legit? And the answer is probably yes. We'll see. Again,
that power. Oftentimes, the puppet at some point gets a little big for their britches, shall we say, starts to believe, as the old joke goes, if you play a Doberman on a TV show long enough, if you're a Chihuahua and you play a Doberman on a TV show long enough, you'll think you're a Doberman, but you ain't. You're just a Chihuahua. And at some point, you'll get a reminder that you ain't a Doberman. And so what we're looking at is Volodymyr Zelensky, who recently made a move that led me to believe that he is very concerned about his position. So what happened? Let's put it all together. Let's put the evidence together and see what we find and see where the evidence takes us. Number one, Vladimir Zelensky apparently has raided these so-called anti-corruption bureaus, SABO, NABU. These are acronyms, right? As an example of how absurd they are. NABU is the National Anti-Corruption Bureau. It was put together by Jim Comey when the United States overthrew the government of Ukraine in 2014. Within a year or so, the FBI. Now, remember, I'm a person who's worked with the FBI, who has said the FBI is not a law enforcement agency. It is an intelligence operation. It is the Gestapo, shall we say. It is the secret police of the United States that does everything from assassinations to illegal wiretaps, hacking, everything that needs to be done that a Gestapo style secret police organization would do. And it is, in fact, the secret police. It is a secret organization. And the reason I say that the FBI is secret is because it tells us that it has one mission, but its mission is far different. It tells us it is a law enforcement agency, and it's here to stop terrorism, and it's here to stop kidnappings, bank robberies, things that are federal crimes, right? Transporting crimes that transport things across state boundaries, things like that. But the fact of the matter is, does it do a little bit of that? Sure, but that's not its mission. Its mission is an internal mechanism that the empire uses to repress dissent and keep an eye on things. However, in 2015, interestingly enough, it was expanded to Ukraine, and they opened the National Anti-Corruption Bureau in Ukraine. The FBI, an intelligence agent, a so-called law enforcement agency for here, opened NABU, the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine. Now, what did that really tell us? We can learn something from that. And this is all important stuff to understand where we are now. And that is that what that told us was that the powers at that time viewed Ukraine as effectively the 51st state. They viewed it as part of the United States. They had their internal security agency, their internal secret police in Ukraine. They viewed it as an extension of the United States because it was, in fact, an extension of the United States. It was, in fact, ruled by the United States. Joe Biden attended the cabinet meetings for the people who were supposedly in charge. The United States had to approve anything. They put U.S. citizens in charge of the finances of Ukraine. Ukraine was completely, wholly, and absolutely run by the United States, and all salaries paid by the United States up to this day, including NABU and SABO. So what happens? These National Anti-Corruption Bureau organizations, NABU and SABO, which are fakes, which are just U.S. puppet organizations, suddenly said, we're going to investigate some of the close people around Zelensky for corruption. Now, that in and of itself isn't just the evidence we need to say there's neocon actions afoot, that there's actions afoot to unseat Zelensky. But let's put everything together. Donald Trump signs off on his 50-day thing, right? As I've said, his 50 days in 50 days we need a deal or else. Well, at this point, Trump has kind of backed himself into a corner. But as I have said time and again, Donald Trump can't be backed into a corner. Because Donald Trump will simply say 50 days. I didn't say 50. What are you talking about? I don't know anything about a 50 days. The Epstein list doesn't exist. Oh, did I call him Zelensky a dictator? I never said that. Trump will deny something that he said 5 seconds ago. So those neocons who think they have cornered Donald Trump in the 50-day thing are deluding themselves. They don't understand Trump. But let me continue. There's still a window of 50 days here that Donald Trump has created. Within that 50 days, I don't think they'll be successful, but I think Donald Trump intends to do everything he can to get a deal. So what did we get? We get the 50 days. So you think to yourself, okay, let's see what happens over those 50 days. I'll put this. Let's start with this. Oh, what's his name? The guy, Seymour Hersh. Seymour Hersh puts out an article, and I talked about it on this channel. And in that article, he says Zelensky's done. Trump wants him gone. He wants him out. And I'm thinking, 50 days. And within a couple days, we hear from Hirsch, who now is a mouthpiece for the intelligence agencies, right? So he does that, but then he goes on with a lot of horse crap in there. Yes, the Russians have lost 2 million people, 2 million soldiers. The Russians have lost 2 million soldiers. And, they might as well say 2 billion soldiers. The Russians have lost all their soldiers. They don't even have any soldiers left. And they're out. Oh, by the way, aren't they out of missiles too and drones? And they're using washing machines, chips for their missiles and stuff like that. I mean, you might as well went with that. But it was full of crap. But within that article, the operative, I would say, element of information was Zelensky's gone. Trump wants him gone. He's going to be gone. And he even in there said, hey, there's 2 ways Zelensky can go. He can go voluntarily, and he used this term, feet first. In other words, as Scott Ritter said, cold face down on the pavement. You know what I'm saying? They can do it the old-fashioned way. So bottom line is, out comes Seymour Hersh. Now, he is a guy that has connections to Intel. And my suspicion with all the crap in Seymour Hersh's article was simply this. The intelligence said, look, we're going to give you this article. We're going to give you this information. But you got to throw some crazy and insane propaganda in there too, or we're not going to give it to you. And he said, all right, give me the crazy, insane propaganda. I'll throw that in there too. So, oh yes, we're going to get rid of Zelensky, and the Russians lost 200,000 million, billion, 1,000, 100 million soldiers just last week, and they've completely lost. Everything's been a flop. The Russians are on the run. So then why do we get rid of Zelensky if he's winning the war? You read the second part of this article and you say, they're going to get rid of Zelensky, but the Russians have lost millions of soldiers, and that makes sense. But it does if you understand he's being a mouthpiece for the intelligence agency, so he has to butter their bread a little bit by giving them some propaganda room. Okay, start there. So we got Trump saying 50 days. He's got a window. He wants a deal, which I doubt he gets. We've got Seymour Hersh coming out saying, hey, Zelensky's right. Then we have Zelensky, who apparently, has a finger in the wind to see which way things are blowing. And he's like, holy crap, they're starting to investigate me and my inner circle. That's a bad sign. So what he does is he gets a law immediately passed in the Rada, which is their parliament, their Congress, whatever you want to call it. He gets a law passed. And the law says NABU and SABO, which are the anti-corruption bureaus, are now completely under him, that he controls them, which means now he's going to stop those investigations against him and his inner circle, because let's face it, they're stealing money by the billions. We all know it. Everybody knows it. In fact, there was an article a few years back where where Biden literally sent the head of the CIA over, and basically he says, hey, you're stealing more than your fair share. Cut it out. And that was like pretty much in the article. It was pretty clear in the article that they were saying, Zelensky, you're stealing more than your fair share. So cut it back a little bit. You're stealing 500 million. Couldn't you just steal 200 million? Come on. It's just American money. What do we care? You're a puppet. You're giving us what we want. We're willing to share the wealth. But you got to do what you're told. And don't get too greedy. Anyway, so there we have it. Zelensky tries to shut it down. And something interesting has happened. Something very interesting has happened. And that is protests in the streets all over Kiev. All over Ukraine, right? Thousands, according to them, thousands of people. And their protests, and some of them are, very closely aligned with people in the U.S. deep state. But they are out there protesting, and they're saying this is authoritarianism. Zelensky is an authoritarian, and you're going to love this. And there's corruption in Ukraine. Dare I say, there's corruption in Ukraine. They just figured that out. They've been living in Ukraine their whole lives, and they finally figured out there's corruption in Ukraine. Whoa, what do you think? There's prostitution at the chicken ranch, although I have no independent knowledge of prostitution at the chicken ranch, right? Yes, there's corruption in Ukraine. The people there have suddenly figured out, and they've taken to the streets, but something even bigger has happened. Watch this. We're gonna do this together. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go. I got faith. I'm gonna go to Google. One of the things I like to do, I like to go to Google and I like to search, because Google is nothing but a CIA operation. It is an intelligence operation. It's a regime change operation. It is nothing but a tool of the US empire, which means if you want to read what the US empire wants, if you want to know what they want to tell you, the message they want to tell you, what they're trying to push, go to Google and start searching, and you will get a CIA intelligence government search right there. So all you got to do is go to Google and search. Now, you ain't going to get legitimate information. You're going to get the propaganda that they want you to see today. So what happens? Here's the first thing I would think. Generally, anything that happens in Ukraine is in a positive light towards Zelensky. He's great. He's wonderful. He's Churchill. He's Abe Lincoln. He's George Washington. He's our guy. He's doing a wonderful job. Anything that opposes him is gone. You're not going to see it. Zelensky's a bad guy. You ain't saying that if you do a Google search. So let's take a look at Garland's Google search. Now, I didn't search protests for protests in Kiev or anything. I just searched the word Zelensky, nothing else. Let's see what the US government, what the US operatives and intelligence, what the US neocon regime change wants me to see through their Google tool, through their Google intelligence operation, when I search the word Zelensky. What do they want me to see? Let's look together. Bam. Look at this. What is the Google? What do they want me to see? Kiev protests in Ukraine as Zelensky signs bill targeting anti-corruption bodies. Zelensky faces criticism in Ukraine over effort to rein in corruption agencies. Zelensky faces major protests. Every article is about the protests. Look at that. Veto the law on July 2. Ukrainians gathered to protest against the law. Post on X. Here's the post on X. The vote to undermine Ukraine's most consequential anti-corruption reforms cast. So that's all they're talking about. The Economist, outrage in Ukraine as the government attacks anti-corruption watchdogs. Protest in Ukraine as Zelensky clamps down. Protests break out against Zelensky. Protests flare in Ukraine. Let's see what the Washington Post says. After government curbs corruption, Zelensky faces criticism. Everyone. Zelensky's government takes aim at Ukraine's corruption fighters. Protests break out as Ukraine defangs anti-corruption agency. Zelensky signs law destroying independence of Ukraine's key anti-corruption bodies, right? Every single one of those articles, every article, my dear and fluffy friends, is the same. And all I searched was the word Zelensky. Had you searched the word Zelensky 6 months ago, you'd have saw a picture of an angel. Our dear beloved angel, Volodymyr Zelensky, the wonderful guy, is doing God's work. We truly love Zelensky. Oh, what a wonderful and fantastic human being he is. That's what you would have saw. Now it's that some bitch is a crooked rascal. People are protesting everywhere. In other words, Zelensky is done. He's finished. The only question, as Seymour Hersh said, is how does he go out? Does he walk out? Or will there be a chalk line drawn on the sidewalk somewhere in Kiev? Let me say this. Maybe I'm wrong, but I suspect the latter. And a lot of people take the same position. And I've been taking it for a long time, because for a long time I've been saying, if you know this, watching this channel, you know I've been saying, Kiev, Ukraine can't win. And eventually, at some point, this thing's going to go down. And when it does, here's the problem. And when it does, there's nothing worse than the guy who knows too much. You don't want to be that guy or girl. You don't want to be that person who knows. The one who Bojo came to him and said, hey, shut down that those negotiations in Istanbul with Russia. Who met with Biden. He met with Blinken. I've been told that he knew 2 years before the war started that the war was going to start it, that he was told do this, do that. They were preparing for the war to start. They were having meetings on what they were going to do after they started the war, and then there was a overthrow of the government in Russia, and then Putin fell, how they were going to deal with that they were having meetings about this thing. This was not some Russia invasion. This was a planned regime change operation. The regime change operation in Ukraine was supposed to lead to a regime change operation in Russia. Simple as that. That was the game. And Vladimir Zelensky, I'm sure, was given all kinds of promises. In fact, one of the things that I understand that he was promised was that if he would get rid of the agreement that the Ukrainians had signed with the Russians in Istanbul 1 month after the war started, that he wouldn't have any worries, that he would be supported as long as necessary to the bitter end. He would be supported on and on and on from the NATO and the West. Don't worry, we got your back. Now, he believed him like a dummy will. I mean, they overthrew the government of your country. They're overthrowing the government of countries. They're liars and cheaters and thieves. And meanwhile, they were lying to everybody about what they were doing. They were lying about their conversations with you. And you really think that they were going to tell you the truth? You met with them, Volodymyr Zelensky, and you came up with plans and plots and machinations to go after Russia. And then as you met with these neocons, they then went out to the press. They went out to the American people. They went out to the European, the Brits, the Germans, etc. They then went out and lied all about it. They lied. And you watched them. And you knew that you had met with them and that they had talked with you about things. And you knew that they were now going out lying. And you thought they were telling you the truth. They were liars. They were always liars. And you are an expendable asset. And now you are an idiot. You're a fool. You're a traitor to your country. You're a traitor to the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian culture and everything that's Ukrainian. To your family. You're a disgrace to your community. And you will receive what traitors receive. They can't, if they leave you in Ukraine, when this is all said and done, somebody's going to pop you. You're done. They leave you in Ukraine, so you got to leave. But if you leave, you come back. There's a very bad danger. There's a problem, Vladimir Zelensky. What happens if you decide to talk? What happens if you decide, you know what? I've been betrayed. I'm going to tell the truth what I know about Nord Stream. They came to me and told me they were going to blow Nord Stream. These are the kinds of things I will guarantee you that Volodymyr Zelensky knows. That Volodymyr Zelensky could come out and say, yeah, when Nord Stream was blown, they told me, look, we got it all rigged up and we're ready to blow it. We'll let you know when it goes. And then when it was blown, they came to him and said, look, we blew Nord Stream, screw the Russians and the Germans too, but we're going to blame it on Ukraine. So there's an extra 50 million in it for you. Okay, just keep your mouth shut. We're blaming on Ukrainians. Tell the guys around you, hey man, you're all getting rich. You're getting lots of millions of dollars. Some of you literally billions. So take a little bit of heat for Nord Stream, and we're all good. And you're getting paid well. Everybody's eating here. Let's let this thing go. I will guarantee you that those are the types of conversations that were had with Blinkens and Bidens and the various people in the Biden administration. They did all kind of dirt, and they said, just keep your mouth shut. That they were behind, the CIA was involved in assassination attempts on Putin and this and that. The CIA, the government, that they talked to MI6 and Keir Starmer, and then he was saying, oh yeah, we should go into Russia and try this and try to kill and do that. If he knows, think about it. He probably knows a lot of the tactics that they used. Yeah, here's what we do. We put them in a ship and we take them in here and then we drop them off here. We got operatives here, and here in these cities and that cities. And the operatives then take the drones off and do this in Russia. And then we've got an undercover group in Russia that does that. You think he don't know that kind of stuff? You best believe he does. Can you have him walking around, potentially talking, potentially sharing that stuff with the media, writing a book, who knows what? I don't think you can. If you're the CIA, I don't think you can. I think all you can do is say, it's what it is. Like the Joe Pesci and whatever it was it Hoffa? When he basically implied something had to happen to somebody, you know what I'm saying? And he said, it's what it is. And they looked at him. It's what it is. It's what it is. So I guarantee you, Trump, at hours sitting around, we got a problem here with the Zelensky guy. Yeah, he's busting my chops here. Tulsi, peace, guys. He's a mookie. He's busting my chops. Yeah. Right? He gave him the Godfather stuff. This guy's a mook. He's busting my chops. Yeah. He's busting my chops. Oh, yeah, Pete, yeah. This guy's Zelensky guy. Yeah, he's busting my chops. Yeah. You know the conversation. The Godfather brings him in. Not saying that Trump's in charge of everything, but for the purposes of this, it wouldn't surprise me if he gave the go-ahead. Oh, well, President Trump, what do you think we should do with Zelensky? It's what it is. And they looked at each other. It's what it is. This guy's he's a Zelensky guy. He's busting my chops. This guy's a mook. It's what it is, President Trump. It's what it is. And off they go. Well, you know the game. We know the operation. What are we going to do, gang? Get Seymour Hersh on the phone. Leak something to him. But make sure that one of the things that is in his article, that there is a potential. Don't say we're going to do it, but just make sure that Seymour Hersh's article reflects the potential that Zelensky could meet an untimely demise. Just make sure that's in there. Alrighty, get Seymour Hersh on the phone. Let him know. Write an article, add some propaganda, and put in there the potential that Zelensky could, shall we say, exit this mortal plane. Zelensky's done. What next? What do we do? Call the State Department. Why? Plan X. Oh, Plan X. You mean Color Revolution protest? You know what Plan X is, idiot. I said Plan X. Oh, okay. Color Revolution. Yeah, Plan X is. Well, let me check the manual. Plan Y, Plan Z. Oh my God, you're right. It's Color Revolution protest. Pallets of bricks or no pallets of bricks? No pallets of bricks. Okay. All righty, there we go. How about pride flags? We're going with pride flags? Nah, let's ixnay with the I'd pray ags play. No pride flags. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to do pallets of bricks. Get the signs printed up. Now, I tell you what, it would look a little suspicious if we printed the signs. People are starting to get onto that. They're starting to say, man, you guys came up with some really nice signs. They look like they were designed at CIA headquarters. So tell the guys over at CIA headquarters, don't design the flags for this color protest. Say, look, let's get some ink pens and some maybe, paint or whatever, magic markers, whiteboards, whatever. We'll let the people draw them themselves and make sure that they are in Ukrainian. For God's sake, people are getting hip to us. Every time we do a color protest, people are like, why are the signs in English? Because we're painting the signs and we're making them ourselves. Let's not do it this time. Can we, you idiots, get these signs in Ukrainian this time in the right language? Yes, sir. We got a protest. No pallets of bricks, no pallets of bricks, no pallets of bricks. I said, no pallets of bricks, okay? And we want the signs in Ukrainian. Anything else? Nah, that's it, I think. How many people, protesters? I don't know. You're paying them. Look at your budget. What is your protest budget? You're paying the protesters. It's your budget. You figure it out. Can't you do anything? I'm sitting here. I'm trying to talk to an assassin to get him to Kiev to figure out how we're going to do Zelensky. I got to do my job here. Can you possibly get a protest together with the signs in the right language and figure out your budget as to how many protesters you can afford? Yes, sir. Done. One protest coming. How soon do you want us to start? Tomorrow, you idiot. We ain't got a lot of time. We got 50 days. And by my count, we're down to 47 and a half. Get the hell this protest going. Call Google. We don't have to call Google. We got a hotline to Google. Pick up the hotline and tell Google the protests start tomorrow at 8 a.m. And they know. Just tell them it's plan. No, don't tell them anything. Just tell them Kiev Plan X. They know the line. They already know what to print. Kiev Plan X. I want you to write the article about Zelensky, anti-corruption. He's destroying independence. Write that article, fax it out. I want to go to MSNBC, CNN, Fox, all of them. Make sure the social media companies all know anything to do with protests and anything to do with Zelensky and corruption. They're to elevate it to the top level, and that's what everybody's going to see. Okay, great. So we got Plan X. Yes, we got Plan X. And what about Zelensky? I'm working on finding an assassin. Now, one of my options is that a Russian missile could hit him, right? So perhaps we could get somebody, one of our double agents could send coordinates to the Russians and say, hey, there's a drone strike missile factory at 4th and Elm, which will just happen to give you the location. We'll make sure Zelensky is there at that time. We'll tell him, yes, Zelensky, we're having a meeting at 4th and Elm. When you get to 4th and Elm, get out of the car and you'll see an X on the sidewalk. Stand in the middle of the X. That's where the meeting's going to be. And Zelensky gets out, stands on the middle of the X, and he sees the car he was in speeding off, people running in all directions, screaming, hands in the air. Oh, everybody's running away. He's like, why the hell am I standing on an X? And people are running in all directions, and the air raid sirens are going off. I think foul play may be afoot. So they just give the Russians the coordinates, tell them it's a drone factory. In comes a hypersonic Kinzhal missile at Mach 11, 8, 9, no matter. And Zelensky is a poop stain on the sidewalk at the corner of 4th and Elm. I think that's what we're looking at. I think the Russians are going to kill him. Maybe he'll die in a drone attack. Yes, it was valid. He was standing outside and he saw a drone coming and he threw his body in front of the drone as like a heroic leader would do to protect everyone else. And he was blown to smithereens. When in reality, they're just going to take him to the back of the room, some piano wire around and say, see ya. Wouldn't want to be it. Well, where's the body? Well, he was completely disintegrated by a hypersonic missile. Come on, he was hit. A drone and a hypersonic missile at exactly the same time. Did we mention a 3000 FAD 3000 bomb? Yeah, one of those two. Everything hit at the exact spot he was at the exact same time. Nothing exists. There's nothing there but a crater where Zelensky was going to be. And in fact, we're going to name it the Zelensky crater in memorial of Vladimir Zelensky. God rest his soul. Have a nice day. Oh, oddly enough, we already have a volunteer here to take over. We already have some person that's here. And so tell me, new prime minister, quote, president of Ukraine, what would you like to do? I would like to do a deal with the Russians as soon as possible. Deal with Russians. That's what I shall do as soon as possible. People will be like, we're pushing on this person's skin and it appears to be some kind of a synthetic material, perhaps silicone. Hey, wait a minute. Is this an AI dummy? Nah. No. And it looks just like Zelensky, except it has no emotions and it just goes, want to do deal. And somebody keeps yanking a string. Must do deal with Russians. Istanbul, too. Must do deal with Russians. My name is Vladimir Zelensky. Smoke comes out of the ears. That's what they're going to do. They're going to come up with a silicone AI puppet. It'll probably be made in China. And it's going to be able to say two things. Must sign deal with Russians. Now, will they get a deal with Russians? I can't see how they can, because I cannot see how they could ever accept the deal on Russian terms. But they're going to try. But in order to try, Vladimir Zelensky has made a Faustian deal. You might have heard that, a deal with the devil. And when you make a deal with the devil, every time, not occasionally, not sometimes, he's going to come for your soul. Every book I've ever read, every story that's ever been told, every movie that's ever been made, the Wishmaster, right? Look at that. That was like the devil going around making deals with people. I'll grant whatever wish you want, and he grant a wish, but of course, in return, he gets your soul. What would you like? What is your wildest dream? And the person would say, oh, I want something. And he'd give them what they wanted in the worst possible way, or he'd kill somebody, do something pretty horrible. He was in prison. He's doing all kind of terrible things. He was always smiling with that devilish grin. But in the end, they always got it. Made a deal with the devil. Vladimir Zelensky has made a deal with the devil, and now the devil is coming for his eternal soul. And his name is Donald Trump, and his name is Pete Hegseth, and his name is on and on and on. Radcliffe. It's time for Zelensky to go. Zelensky, you know too much. There ain't no way out of this. And color protests, come on, that's how this thing started. This is the way it started. Maidan, and now we've got as Jamal Thomas says, Maidan 2.0. Yeah. Been a good run, Zelensky. You had a good run. I wonder where the Zelensky Memorial, monument will be put up. It won't be in Kiev, that's for sure. The sad thing is, after all of that, they'll destroy his legacy. He'll go down as a horrible guy. They'll blame. Look, first of all, they got to have somebody to blame. It will all be blamed on Zelensky. Every bit of it. It was all his fault. The dead guy always gets the blame. Goodbye, Zelensky. We barely knew ye. By the way, I want to thank everybody for tuning into this channel. If you can, follow me on Rockfin and Telegram and Rumble and all that kind of stuff. If you can afford it, patreon.com, become a Patreon member. There's also PayPal. You can donate on PayPal. And of course, Buy Me a Coffee is an easy one. Just go to buymeacoffee.com/GarlandNH. I don't know what the hell the H is about, but they stuck it on there. And then you can just buy Garland a coffee. How much? $5. How many? And you can even do monthly, just like Patreon if you want. Of course, there's Cash App, and of course, Substack. Follow me there. Guess what? I got a P.O. box. So if you want to send me a letter, if you want to send me a card, if you want to send me a book, a magazine, or make a donation, P.O. Box 32, it's right there. Thanks a lot, everybody. The most important thing you can do is share this on all your social media platforms. I'm out.
Broken out in cities across Ukraine, not Russia, but Ukraine. And there is continuing dissatisfaction among the population. And as we're going to see in a minute, even among the parliamentarians, some of whom are even in President Zelensky's own party. And we're going to unpack a lot of this today with somebody we hadn't had on the show for a while, but glad to have him back. And that is former British diplomat Ian Proud, who's brings a wealth of knowledge to this situation because he used to serve in the British embassy in Moscow. So understands a lot about how that diplomatic interaction goes. Certainly understands the European side. So Ian, really glad to have you on the show today.
Great to see you again, Danny. Glad to be back.
Well, listen, let me just kind of ask you right off the top. I mean, what did you make about these protests? Because I got to imagine that when Zelensky signed this law on getting rid of some of the protections against corruption, which we'll get to in a minute. But I mean, this has Maidan, vibes to it. Now it's really early, so I don't want to overplay it. But I mean, what do you think of these images we're seeing here?
Well, it does hark back to 2013 and the start of the Maidan movement. And actually, that was driven in large part by young people who aspired to a European future, who wanted to tackle endemic corruption that had remained in place in Ukraine since the gaining of independence from the Soviet Union in August of 1991. So that desire for a corruption-free Ukraine is very real, but there's a very clear sense that that hasn't been delivered upon over the past 10 to 11 years. And of course, wars held it back. And now people think, well, actually, Zelensky may be just as corrupt as all the presidents that came before him.
And of course, since this war began, I mean, you know, he's Churchill in a T-shirt. He's the, you know, being feted in the capitals and parliaments all over the Western world, and you know, this great applause every time he goes to a European Union membership. Just as recently as I think less than a week ago, a standing ovation, etc. It seems to me, and I'd like your view on this, that perhaps Zelensky may have gotten the idea that he's bulletproof and can literally do anything he wants, and so that may have led him to this very public disbanding of the NABU.
I think that's absolutely right, Danny. He's high on the adulation, as you say, that he receives in European capitals in particular, and he feels increasingly bulletproof. He's sanctioned oppositionists, you know, within Ukraine. He feels he has a free hand to keep prosecuting the war against Russia, that the West will continue to give him the weapons and the money that he needs. There's nobody to contest him, and I think he's overreached.
And, you know, I mean, we can even go back a little bit further than that to I guess, February, the end of February of this year, when he had that, you know, really famous blow up with Trump in the Oval Office. Now, at the time, I thought, man, he's done here, because Trump was already kind of on the edge a little bit with him, and that, you know, he overplayed his hand. And you don't embarrass President Trump in the Oval Office, get into an argument with the Vice President of the United States, get ushered out of the building, don't even get to have lunch. And then all of a sudden, Zelensky never changed his position. He just kind of kept moving forward. He went from there to 10 Downing, actually, I think right after that, and was greeted very warmly by your prime minister. But then it seemed to be Trump who came back to Zelensky's side rather than the other way around. Do you think that played a role in where Zelensky's at?
Well, absolutely. The main response to Zelensky's bust up with Trump and Vance in the Oval Office was that actually the European leaders circled the wagons against horrible, nasty Donald Trump, and gave even more support to Zelensky, and have spent all the time since that particular period back in February trying to persuade Trump that actually Zelensky's a good guy after all, and maybe we should continue to give him the weapons and the money that he asked for. And of course, now, quite frankly, people are looking up and saying, well, actually, have we made a big mistake here?
Are people in Europe starting to ask that question?
Well, I think some people have been asking it for some time. There has been, not that often, but occasional media coverage of the fact that corruption is still a massive problem in Ukraine since the war has started. There are alternative voices who've been speaking out against corruption for some time, and including some people within Ukraine itself. So, I mean, I think that has never gone away. But I think for the vast majority of people fed state propaganda, certainly in the UK, but also across European mainstream media, they'll be looking up and saying, hold on a minute, I thought you told us that this guy was a great savior, like Aragorn from the Lord of the Rings, but suddenly it turns out that he's more like Gollum.
I love that show, by the way.
Me too.
But let me ask though. I mean, do they really care? And I'm talking about just as a leadership group within Europe, because it's not like they don't know. I mean, you remember earlier this year, there was the famous admission by Zelensky that, hey, you know, I don't know where $100 billion went of all the money y'all have given us. I don't know where it went. And so that should have, you know, sounded big time alarms. It got a news cycle blip of about 24 hours, then disappeared. But everybody in power certainly understands that there's lots of black holes. If they don't know where they are, they know they exist. So there's nothing new here, but it seems like they've been willing to just keep going. And is it that maybe they calculate that, well, yeah, it's a sieve, a lot of it's going away, but some of it's getting used for what we want, which is harming Russia?
It's exactly that, Danny. And this actually traces again back to 2013, 2014. We understood fully well that some of the new leaders coming into Ukraine were corrupt as well, arguably as corrupt as Viktor Yanukovych, but they were our bitches, not Putin's bitches. And so we had to kind of gloss over that fact and focus on the positive, which was the big battle against Russia itself. So people will have been aware of the corruption that has existed within the Ukrainian state, certainly within the British government, if my experience is anything to go by. But they've parked that, put a positive spin on it, kept bigging up Zelensky as our great savior, and focused on the main enemy, which people are convinced is Vladimir Putin.
And what about the people, whether in Great Britain or in other Western countries that you may have observed? It seems like, and I'm just speaking for myself as an American taxpayer, where a lot of our money's been going. I'm like, hey, I'm not cool with this money going into. I mean, I don't personally know who's actually getting the money. I just know the black holes are there. It's getting sucked out. I'm not cool with our money going there, especially when there's needs here at our home. Is anything like that happening among the people level in Europe?
I think it's been starting to happen in Germany for a while, the rise of the Alternative for Deutschland political party. I think it's certainly been happening in France. It's been happening in places like Hungary, Romania, and other kind of Central European states. And just now it is starting to happen in the United Kingdom, as we realize that the government doesn't have enough money. It's overspent again over the past period, more than it spent last year by £6 billion. That's a lot by the circumstances of our budget. And people say, well, actually, we want British money to be spent on British people, not forever wars. And I think actually this story about Zelensky and undermining the independence of the corruption organs in Ukraine will just make British people look up and say, hold on a minute, why are we giving all this money to Ukraine and it's being shuffled off into people's Swiss bank accounts?
And this is probably a bridge too far for us to connect the dots kind of thing. But I mean, I think you look at the world before, say, January 2014, when there was protests going on in Kiev, but there hadn't been any bloodshed yet, and nobody in the West, outside of those who really care about what's going on in Eastern European politics, paid any attention at all. It certainly didn't trigger anybody in the mainstream in the United States. And at that time, Europe was comfortably spending anywhere from like 1-point-something% of GDP on NATO, like Germany, and a handful of others were at 2%, but most were not, and no one seemed to really care. Now, all of a sudden, they're being asked to spend 5% of GDP across the board because of everything that's happened here. So instead of all of these things making us more safe, it's just taking more money out of everybody's pockets. And is there any concern among the elite that the people may start to grumble about that?
Well, there's no sign yet that the government wants to change course, but I think it may be forced to change course as political parties like Reform start to gather up and gobble up even more ground from the leading Labour Party and the mainstream Conservative Party too. So I think they will have to confront this very challenging issue. The UK would have to spend another £89 billion a year by 2035 if we meet this 5% of GDP spending target. We can't afford that. We had big protests about cutting £5 billion from the welfare budget to take disability benefits off of British people. We couldn't even make that cut. There's no way, there's no route to us finding another £89 billion a year, without impoverishing people further, particularly as now we're already expecting increases in taxes anyway.
Can't imagine that would be very popular at the next election to try and defend that policy. But whatever has already existed, and if any, there's been growing dissatisfaction because of the creeping escalation and how much money is being required out of the pockets of citizens all over the European Union or the Western world, really. Is now then here comes Zelensky. I think you're really stirring it up. I can't imagine this is making all these people in the West who were keen on keeping this gravy train going against Russia. This is going to cause some problems out. Let's start off. Here is Zelensky actually announcing this new policy curtailing the anti-corruption capabilities.
The main task of Ukrainian diplomacy is to promote everything that protects Ukrainian life in Ukraine first and foremost, and everything that hurts Russia for this war. And each of you must be specific in your own results for the sake of our people, for the sake of Ukraine. This is not pathos, it is true. I believe that this is the main goal. The first is weapons. Of course, we will not publicly discuss the details in each area now, but each of you knows what is in your countries, what are the opportunities for cooperation between joint productions. We now have a truly global cooperation, the largest ever built for Ukraine. But this does not mean that we can stop expanding the activity. We should always look for a new format.
That actually wasn't the soundbite I was thinking of. There's one where he announced that they're curtailing all of these organizations, the NABU, I forget what it stands for, but
we will hold a moratorium, a ban on checking businesses, and about what we have discussed with the government officials. We will hold a moratorium, a ban on checking businesses, and, in general, any interference of law enforcement agencies controlling various state structures into business activities. Of course, in addition to very risky shadow sectors, such as the sphere of alcohol and tobacco products, so that there are no new gray schemes. There is also a clear list of legislative changes, specific measures at the level of the government, to really change the positive conditions for business in our country during the moratorium.
I thought it was interesting that he wants to hold out alcohol and tobacco so that there's no gray zones or whatever, but not for the military weapons and the money where it's just hand over fist going into odd places. But so I think that getting back to our original comment that Zelensky may have kind of thought that he could just call the shots and people are just going to fall in line because he's a hero and he said it. He put it in a claim and the words that, well, this is to actually streamline our ability to do business, to make our war effort more efficient. And if he thought people were going to buy that, I think he's grossly mistaken. And he's now coming to realize it. And Gary was showing all those scenes just overnight of all kinds of protests going on. I don't think that he had any idea that was coming on. That's also existed into the parliament. Now, you might expect, and this is the next person here, Artem, I can't remember his last name offhand. He's an opposition parliamentarian, but he had some pretty darn harsh comments about Zelensky actually a couple of days before this.
Russian leaders could come to any terms with Zelensky because Zelensky is not a legitimate president. He is not a representative of an authority figure in Ukraine, a representative of the people of Ukraine. He's just a person who seized power in Ukraine, simply a terrorist. So until this thing is not resolved in Ukraine, we cannot speak about any tangible results of the negotiations.
Now, my understanding is that Artem Metchuk there is a minor opposition parliamentarian. But that is really strong language. You would you've heard that come out of Russian mouths a lot, that he's an illegitimate president, et cetera. How is that going over, do you think, inside of Ukraine?
Well, I don't think he's inside of Ukraine when he said it, because if he I suspect he might find himself quickly in prison. I was following on Telegram another Ukrainian MP that similarly criticized Zelensky, and he got arrested. So, I mean, I think the space for people to oppose Zelensky has been clamped down. You saw back in February, previous President Poroshenko was sanctioned, had all his assets frozen, wasn't allowed to appear on Ukrainian state media. The same thing happened to Alexei Arestovich, Zelensky's former advisor from the start of the war, and so on. Same thing happened to him on the 1st of May. So, I mean, I think Zelensky is actively shutting down anybody who opposes him in the state. And if we're not worried about that, we should be, particularly in light of news over the past day.
And okay, it's one thing if it's an opposition guy, especially from he's outside the country, and they can just dismiss him as, oh, he's just a Putin stooge, and he's part of the problem, et cetera. It's a different thing when it's from your own party, as this parliamentarian is from earlier today.
It's great to have a lawmaker from the president's party. It's also great to have a lawmaker who publicly opposes the law that the president signed yesterday. Since a lot of our readers are tuning into the situation only recently and didn't follow the saga which actually took place only 24 hours, right? Can you please briefly describe why are you against this law?
Sadly, the bill that has been adopted yesterday, signed into law yesterday, published yesterday, and for now, today, it is already a effective bill. It destroys procedural independence of NABU and SAPO. According to this bill, it is Prosecutor General who receives an opportunity to intervene into cases, to tell NABU and SAPO what to do into cases, to reassign cases to different prosecutors. And basically, if I may be very straightforward, after adoption of this bill, Special Anti-Corruption Prosecutor's Office and the head of this office is basically a fake institution without any powers.
Okay, that's a pretty significant condemnation there. They're basically powerless. And Ukraine was already, before this war even started, the most corrupt country in Europe. And now then you've taken what, limited guardrails there were off. Interesting, toward the end of that conversation there, the interviewer who was from the Kiev Independent point blank asked her, are we still a democracy? Especially in light of a lot of things you just mentioned there about clamping down on dissident folks, seizing assets of people who don't say what they're supposed to in public media. She, being part of the Zelensky's party, tried to put a gun in face, and she says, oh yeah, of course we still are. I mean, these protests are evidence of it. You don't see us going and clamping down on them. Now we'll see if those things continue on and if anything happens after that. But let me ask you that question. Is Ukraine a democracy?
Well, increasingly, it isn't a democracy. Of course, Zelensky isn't elected, but then the provision for that is allowed for in Ukrainian constitution under martial law. Of course, that's an argument to bring the war to an end and hold presidential elections, of course. But there has been a clamping down on political dissent within Ukraine. Political oppositionists have been directly targeted. There's no real independent media in Ukraine anymore. And corruption is at a grand state level, very much driven, some would argue, from the top. There was an interview with the Guardian newspaper, British newspaper, back in 2023, early 2023, with another anti-corruption commission called the National Agency of Preventing Corruption in Ukraine. And at that time, they were alleging that a lot of the corruption in Ukraine centers around the office of the president himself. I think this is a really, really big deal right now, for Zelensky, and him doubling down and actually sort of putting more pressure on dissent is going to cause big problems for him, I think, going forward, because politicians ultimately follow the will of the people, largely for self-preservation purposes, to keep their jobs, in elected office. And the more these, public protests grow, if they grow, then politicians will increasingly come out, as this brave MP has done so.
And what we're seeing, that obviously is kind of growing even within Ukraine, and we'll see where these protests go. If this was just a one-off, and then the law doesn't change, and they just shrug their shoulders and say, "Well, we tried," or if it continues on, because this could obviously escalate within Ukraine, but it also has ramifications outside of Ukraine. There has been a concerted effort, certainly by Zelensky, but also among many in Europe, to fast track European Union membership for Ukraine. Everybody's not on board that. One of the key ones is Hungary. Now, Hungary is opposed to it, not just because of the corruption, but because of some things that are happening inside of Ukraine on Hungarian ethnic citizens. And the foreign minister came out and again talked about why he is opposed to EU membership for Ukraine.
The president of Zelensky sees Hungary, the Hungarian nation, including the Hungarians living in the Carpathian Mountains, as extremely hostile. He sees Hungary, the Hungarian people, as an obvious enemy. This has become clear to everyone over the past few years, because for many years now they have been taking away and suppressing the rights of the Hungarians in the Carpathian Mountains. These legal provisions have led to the lighting of the church, to the death of a Hungarian. Because he does not want to go to war, he does not want to take part in a senseless slaughter. From this point of view, this threat by the president of Zelensky only reinforces the fact that he is seen as an enemy. I would like to make it clear that no matter how much the president of Zelensky threatens, Hungary does not support Ukraine's joining the European Union. No matter how much he threatens, no matter how much he tries to threaten Brussels.
That's a pretty strong statement there, a pair of statements, actually. He says that he claims, anyway, that that Ukraine sees Hungary as an enemy and therefore some of their people. But then he also says, yeah, and I think that he's an enemy too. What do you make of that?
Well, there's been an incredibly hostile relationship between Ukraine and Hungary, since really the start of the year when Viktor Orban was talking out against, this senseless war from the very beginning. He was the first and only one to do so at the time. And of course, the ethno-nationalism, the kind of clamping down on the use of Russian language also applies to other languages. And that includes Hungarian languages used by the minorities in the Carpathian Mountains. So while the kind of clamping down on cultural rights and freedoms of Russian speakers has gained a lot of spotlight, this is also very relevant to Hungary, too. And I think the Hungarians feel that this issue has never really been addressed, that Zelensky doesn't care anyway, because he's pushing this kind of Ukrainian sort of ultra-nationalist ethnocentric agenda here, and Hungarians are being marginalized because of that. So I think, in addition to that, you have the energy question where, Ukraine shut off the pipeline through to Europe. High energy prices are being forced on Hungary. The European Commission is forcing them to stop using sort of Russian gas. They've now started building a pipeline into Serbia to get around that. I actually saw Sujato up close and personal in Budapest about 2 or 3 weeks ago at an event I went to, actually with Professor John Mearsheimer, who was there too. Very nice to meet him in person. But they're very, very clear on this. I mean, this war is costing Hungary a lot of money, and it's disadvantaging Hungarian people, in Ukraine, and they don't want any part of it. They want the war to end, and actually, they're really not that keen on the costs involved of bringing Ukraine into the EU.
Now, Hungary, as you mentioned, Viktor Orban has been against this war from the outset and has been pretty outspoken about it. But do you see any kind of a willingness among others in the European Union? Obviously, Slovakia is one, but are there others that may be saying, they kind of got a point? And when stuff like this happens, is that going to potentially move others in Europe away from granting EU membership?
Well, it certainly will. But I think the big deal break on EU membership in any case, Danny, is money. I think the biggest blocker of EU membership will actually be Poland, believe it or not, because Poland is a massive net beneficiary of EU subsidies. It gets more EU subsidies than any other European Union country, and would lose all of those billion. I think about 6 billion net a year. It would lose those and end up paying into the EU pot, basically giving all their 6 billion and more euros a year directly to Ukraine, benefiting Ukrainian farmers at the expense of Polish farmers. Believe you me, setting aside the whole cultural, ethnic issues and the issues around corruption, which will also be convenient blockers for states like Hungary, Poland will block it anyway on financial grounds. And, the French war too, I don't know how familiar you are with how belligerent French farmers are when they feel their subsidies are being attacked. But believe you me, they will be a major blocker too. So, and I think the vote to membership is going to be a very long and hard one for Ukraine at this stage. This latest revelation, I fear, pushes it further down the track to 10 years and well beyond that, I suspect.
Now I know with NATO, it's a unity. Everybody has to vote against it or any new member, or they don't come in. Is there a similar provision in the EU, or does it have to just be some kind of majority?
Yeah, there is. Although don't underestimate von der Leyen's propensity to maybe change the rules to suit her. But there are lots of different stages to the membership process, different chapters like on agriculture and all the justice and all and that sort of thing. At every stage, every single member state has to agree that the aspirant country has met all of the requirements and can block it at any stage along the way. So it's much more complicated than NATO when it's a yes or no. Hungary and Poland and France can block it for years and years and years just at each of the stages along the way. It's kind of
let's look at the fundamentals here. What is the purpose of the European Union? I mean, I think that's important, because if it's just to, hey, let's get as many people as we can against Russia, that's one set of criteria. But if it's actually we want the economic stability of every member nation and the whole group at large to improve, then it seems like you would only want to invite somebody in who's going to provide some sort of net positive. Doesn't seem like Ukraine would meet that threshold ever.
Well, the Ukrainian people are great, well-educated, bright, enthusiastic, and would be a good fit. But the problem is the cost. Ukraine is just so much poorer, than the rest of the EU. Now, the EU was really set up as an economic, social, and cultural community in the aftermath of World War II to allow people to get better political relationships through economics, trade, just cultural collaboration, and that sort of thing. And it's kind of left that and become far too political and focused on containing Russia to its detriment, actually. But the problem for Ukraine, in fact, is that actually one of the three most wealthy countries in the EU has left, and that's us, the United Kingdom. And the whole kind of EU settlement is based on the rich countries subsidizing the poorer countries. Well, the EU has fewer rich countries now, and Ukraine is by a country mile the poorest country in Europe. So the costs of bringing Ukraine in are just, frankly, just too high, and that leaves Ukraine facing a sort of second-class citizen membership, like cattle class, in some really bad airline, but even worse, sat by the toilets. And whether Ukrainian people feel that meets their aspirations, having lost upwards of 500,000 people in a preventable war against Russia. I mean, it's going to be a massive challenge, both for Ukraine, but also actually for the mainstream political movements in Europe itself.
Well, and as you mentioned, that Poland is maybe a bigger stick in the mud than many people in the United States anyway recognize. I wonder if you could address just real quickly the balancing act that Poland has to do, because in some regards they're Ukraine's biggest cheerleader and biggest advocate, et cetera. But then when you start talking about farmers and agricultural products, it gets a little more dicey. So how do they manage that to keep their population happy, but also keep the facade of European unity supporting Ukraine?
Well, they've been very pro, Ukraine fighting Russia, because obviously dating back to World War II, Poland has a very kind of complex relationship with Russia. But right at the start of the war, Polish farmers came out in protest against cheap Ukrainian grain flooding into their country after the war, broke out. So they've actually kind of blocked moves. In fact, the European Commission took away Ukrainian preferential agricultural rights actually during the course of the war, believe it or not, partly on the back of Polish protests and protests from other countries like France. So, Sikorski has been saying, let's keep fighting Russia, but actually let's not have cheap Ukrainian grain. And that's how they've been doing it. And by the way, the Poles have also been saying, well, let's force these migrant young Ukrainian men back to Ukraine rather than letting them take Polish kind of welfare benefits as well. So Poland has had a bizarre, frankly, unhelpful and quite ugly, I have to say, positioning on this war.
Yeah, and that's just something that's going to be hard to navigate. Again, it just sort of speaks to the lack of actual unity among all the European because of the different economic as well as military aspects that are going into this. But if I showed a while ago that Hungary claims that Ukraine sees them as an enemy, that they see Zelensky as an enemy, somebody else sees an enemy here, and that's Sergei Lavrov against the entire European Union. He argues in a recent interview here that this Russophobia is poisoning the water for any kind of settlement.
Europe has become furious. I cannot think of another word to describe it. They are displaying global arrogance towards the Russian Federation. In every possible way, they are inciting their people, indoctrinating them with Goebbels-esque propaganda that Russia is an eternal enemy and an existential threat. They are telling their people that Russia is about to attack Europe and that they should forget about social problems, economic failures, and deindustrialization in Germany and other European countries. They are telling their people to throw all their forces, all means and taxes exclusively into militarization of Europe.
Yeah, we certainly see a lot of that militarization of Europe. But of course, many in Europe will say, well, that's just because you guys are coming after us and you're attacking everything. And if you get through with Ukraine, you're going to start rolling west. So we damn well better be ready. What do you say to those two very divergent views?
Well, it's taken Russia 18 months to advance about 40 miles in Donetsk. And it's, about another 900 miles to the Polish border. So you can do the maths. And actually, military affairs far better than I do. I've been hearing for over a decade that Russian tanks are going to roll into Latvia, Vilnius, Tallinn, Warsaw. There's never been any evidence or indication that was ever remotely likely. And for a long time, I was desperate not to believe that the UK, having been in the UK diplomatic service, as you know, Her Majesty's at the time diplomatic service, desperate to believe that we weren't Russophobic, we just had bad foreign policy. I now increasingly am sadly forced to, confront the possibility that in fact we are just, irrationally Russophobic. And actually, what we really need to do is to have a big grand reset of relations with Russia and with Ukraine, so that all parties can coexist, focus on the economic, social, and cultural collaboration. Sadly, I see no prospect for that anytime soon.
Well, and to Russia's perspective, it's not completely without justification that he claims that everybody in the West is Russophobic and coming against them. We had, I'm sure you saw here just a few days ago, you had an American General Donahue who came out and said, hey, man, we can take Kaliningrad down faster than ever. And in the article, he pointed out that Kaliningrad is approximately 47 miles wide and surrounded by NATO on all sides. NATO and the U.S. Army now have the capability to, quote, take that down from the ground in a time frame that is unheard of and faster than we've ever been able to do. Now, that was certain to get some reaction from the Russian side. And before I show you what Sergei Lavrov in that same interview said about that claim, what is your understanding from having served in the British embassy in Moscow? How important and how emotional of an issue is Kaliningrad to Russia?
Well, firstly, in Kaliningrad, they have nuclear capable Iskander missiles. So good luck with that.
There's that.
But
Didn't
no,
know that.
it has historical. I mean, it's a Baltic Fleet base, a big military presence there, of course. But it has historical significance to them, going back to the end of the Second World War. It's frankly debatable whether it's ever formed part of the previous, Russian Empire, but it's kind of modern history kind of context. It resonates with the Russians on the back of, the Second World War and their big struggle to kind of push the Nazis all the way back to Berlin. So, I mean, it's in the modern era, it definitely kind of resonates and has a strong emotional tug for them. But really, it's a big military launch pad for their Baltic Fleet.
So it's not something that they're going to take lightly if someone talks about how militarily they can take it down. And to drive the point home, here is Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov.
The statement by NATO leaders that they are about to preemptively crush the Kaliningrad region. This probably sends a very alarming signal to any normal person about what plans are brewing in Brussels, in Berlin, and in Paris and London, of course. So the reason for this strategy is impunity, the constant incitement of the Kiev regime to carry out provocations, terrorist acts against civilian objects and peaceful citizens of Russia. These actions will not stop, and of course, they will receive a worthy response. Russia will achieve all the goals that the EU is trying to block by using the Kiev regime.
So Russia continues to say over and over, as he did at the end of that if anything happens, first of all, in Kaliningrad, we'll take care of that. And then the second part of that, I think he circles back around to where we are right now, in that there's meetings, I think, as we're speaking right now, in Turkey, in Istanbul, the third meeting of the two sides together. Almost hadn't been any news at all, anything that's come out about that. But he seemed to reiterate that, by the way, we are going to continue to claim we're going to get everything that we want, or we're not going to stop fighting. How do you see his comments?
I think that's consistent with everything the Russian side has said, right back to the start of The war, and the Ukrainians have gone to Istanbul wanting to talk about prisoner exchanges, all very positive. There have been some movement on that since the first two sets of talks in May, and on the return of Ukrainian children. That's been an ongoing dialogue since the start of the war, in fact, but nothing else apart from arranging a meeting between Zelensky and Putin. I had an article in Responsible Statecraft today saying, well, actually, unless these talks are going to get into the core issues, which are Ukraine's NATO aspiration, issues around the disposition of territory and forces after the kind of war ends, then there will be no peace deal. There will be no Zelensky and Putin meeting. There have to be these underlying issues on the Russian side addressed. But from, Zelensky's side, as I also pointed out, Donald Trump's 50 days until you get secondary sanctions threat expires on the 2nd of September. Well, before that, people have been off on their summer break. So Zelensky doesn't need to cut a deal in Istanbul because he thinks that on the 2nd of September, Russia's going to get more sanctions anyway. That's my take.
And so why do you suppose that they're going through and doing this? Why go through the diplomatic dance when Russia has said very clearly beforehand, we're not changed any of our situation? Gary keeps putting up this 12-point plan that they came in the second meeting, which was basically, in my view, little more than a requirement for unconditional surrender. Here's our position. You either follow all these points or we're just going to keep fighting. So Russia's pretty clear on that. But Zelensky is also clear on that we're not going to do any of those things. And in fact, I want more stuff. And I'm demanding a meeting with Putin that he knows that will never happen before anything's solved. So why then have this meeting at all?
Well, Zelensky needs to, keep his Western sponsors happy that he's trying to find a diplomatic resolution to the conflict. He wants to keep getting weapons and money from the West. He has to show that at the very least he's trying to kind of broker some sort of peace deal with Russia, even though I see absolutely no evidence that he's motivated to do that. But from the Russian side, the 12-point peace plan, really, every side will go in with a maximalist position. But believe me, that from the Russian point of view, they have three big priorities. First is NATO membership. Second is disposition of land, how that's recognized at the end of the war. And the third is kind of, cultural and linguistic rights of Russian speakers within Ukraine. And they are by far the three kind of top issues. Everything else is just kind of detail.
So they might be willing to negotiate and to give and take on some of those other points as long as those three, which are non-negotiable, remain sacrosanct. Is that a fair statement?
That's my view, yes.
But then again, you have to get into the situation. In fact, one of the things that you just said, which it just kind of raises my eyebrows, like, wait a minute, because if Zelensky is engaging in this diplomacy to, quote, keep the European and the Western people on his side, the leaders, they know that nothing's going to happen. So that has no impact whatsoever, either going or not going. Is it, and maybe I'm being a little bit cynical here, but is it from the Western leaders' perspective, all right, we need to do this so that the people can think, he's really trying to have a negotiated settlement, because they clearly aren't fooled.
Yeah, I think there's an element of that too. Our Western mainstream media can talk about, while Zelensky is desperate to meet Putin, this is the second time he said he's wanted to meet Putin, and it's Putin is the one to blame, not Zelensky. So look at poor Zelensky. Okay, he's undermined his anti-corruption bodies, but he's still a good guy and he's our guy, so let's stick with him. So I think, what you're right. You're absolutely right, Danny, that kind of Western leaders still need to have that narrative sold to their own voters, right? That actually, let's stick with Zelensky. He's the guy for us. And, let's focus on the prize, which is getting rid of Putin.
And so meanwhile, on the battlefield, it's not neutral. It's not a frozen conflict. Russia continues to advance. They've made continued advances overnight, a little bit in the Sumy area, a little bit in the Kharkiv area. Some clashes up in the Kupiansk, but down in the Pokrovsk and Konstantinivka cauldrons, I think it's about time to start calling them that, because there's two of them that are forming. Russia continues to move forward. And if they are thinking, hey, Zelensky meaning, if he's thinking, hey, let's wait until September 2nd when the 50 days runs out. And of course, the U.S. Congress, as you just mentioned, is effectively already on vacation. They've already not talked about some of the issues that are really important to even the Republican base. This whole, what's his face, the pedophile guy. I just went blank on his name. Epstein, the Epstein guy. They've even tabled that. They say we're not going to talk about. They sure aren't going to be talking about any of these sanctions, especially before this 50 days is up. But then in between those two periods of time, I mean, you're going to have more Ukrainian people dying. And there's, I mean, just by the standard that has been going on for this year, there'll be another number of kilometers further forward. They'll have more territory. Probably, I would wager, probably is a better than odd chance that they'll have Kupians, because I think they'll probably surround it and just invest it. And then Ukraine will either have to withdraw from it or die in place, like a Bakhmut kind of deal. I doubt that'll happen again. So then now there's even less leverage for the Ukraine side on the other side. So what's the end game here?
Well, Zelensky's hoping some Pearl Harbor moment. I've said that for some time now. He's hoping something to happen that so inflames European sentiment that they decide to kind of send in their own 10,000 troops, to help. So the American cavalry isn't going to be coming, unfortunately. So I mean, I think that's it for me. But unfortunately, actually, what's happened over the past day is absolutely dented prospects for that. I think it's dumped a massively cold shower over European leaders who are looking up and saying, well, take a sharp in, take a breath, and let's step back and review what we're doing here with the strategy for Ukraine. As you said, let's see what happens with the protests going forward. But if 2013, 2014 is anything to go by, I can't see them going away necessarily overnight. Let's see. I think European leaders are going to start to kind of bleed support for, continuing to feed the gravy train. I think that is a big, big problem for Zelensky, because that just means that the movement on the ground just accelerates at a fast pace than now. Admittedly, very slow pace, but nevertheless a continued and grinding pace. So, I mean, I think the end game for him is to hope something so bad happening that the Americans sends troops, but that seems wholly unlikely, and frankly has done from the start of the war.
And you probably are better positioned to know this than anybody. I don't see any evidence that Russia has any interest in having a Pearl Harbor type issue to do something for that very reason. And I think that's one of the reasons why they've just maintained this slow and steady pace, which is apparently maddening for many on the Russian side. The only possible, I guess, description of that or ramification of that would be if there was a collapse in the Ukraine line somewhere, and then Russia just started rolling in. I don't know, maybe that could be called a Pearl Harbor type moment, but that would just be a reasonable result of the policies that both the West and Ukraine have been going into. It's actually more likely than not, and the longer we go, the bigger the chances of a collapse are. But would that cause anybody in the West to say, oh, yeah, let's send an American or French troops? I mean, actually troops in there.
No, I mean, I think increasingly, particularly on the back of what's happened over the past day, that it's going to trend back in the other direction against actually that. Seriously, no, we do need a negotiated settlement, here, because I think this is going to be a bit of a wake-up call for European leaders, about the situation in Ukraine, that they can't win this war against Russia. They've never been in a position to win the war from the very, beginning with Russia. All that's going to happen if the war continues is that Europe is increasingly going to bankrupt itself and actually tear itself apart, internally in the process. So I think my view is over the next kind of 6 months, there's going to be a real reckoning in Europe about the strategy here, and a real kind of push to settle and actually come with a horrible and ugly and embarrassing confrontation with the fact that they'll need to take some of Russia's needs into account as part of any deal that's made.
Whether they want to or not, I think they'll be kicking and screaming.
They don't want to, but they may have to.
And we'll certainly see how that plays out. I think that's a pretty reasonable prognostication over the coming 6 months. And who knows, it could happen a lot faster if things deteriorate that we don't know about. Listen, in the last bit of time we have here, I wonder if you could talk a little bit about the whether it's the British public or the British government in their views towards Israel and Gaza, especially. They signed on to this document here a couple of days ago that condemned Israel for what's going on in Gaza with the starvation, et cetera. But is there any teeth behind it? And is there going to be any actual change in policies in the British government?
I think there has been a noticeable shift in the British government policy just over the past few weeks, actually as evidence mounts about the kind of, allegations of genocide committed by the Israeli side. Now, before I start, my view is that a settlement should be found that works both for the Palestinian people and the Israeli people. I'm a Christian, so I don't take a view either way about the Jews or about the Muslims. As a diplomat, I want to see a settlement that works for or sides, but
As do I.
clearly Western nations have been, particularly Germany, particularly the US, I'm sorry to say, and also the UK have been supporting Israel at the expense of the Palestinian people. It seems to me in terms of actual policy, but the internal. Yeah, the internal sort of political kind of concern raised in the UK has reached such a fever pitch now that actually the UK government recognises that it has to actually adopt a much more measured position, on this conflict, and actually say, well, we need to bring this to an end. Like innocent children are being starved, to death, and that sort of thing. This cannot go on. But whether that amounts to genuine substantive pressure on Israel in circumstances where really the US is the only game in town in terms of, affecting sort of what Netanyahu does, remains to be seen. But I think at least it's positive that we're now collectively in Europe sort of pushing for more sort of pressure to be applied on Netanyahu, including by the Trump administration.
But is there any actual pressure other than the headline that you see there on the screen and condemn Israel? That's a word, but is UK ever going to have any actions behind it and either stop giving them weapons? If I don't even know how much you are or not giving them, but would they take any kind of punitive measures?
Well, they've had some limited sanctions against the defense and the finance ministers, of Israel, but that's frankly meaningless. The UK has very little leverage over Israeli thinking. We're de facto locked into kind of many parts of US foreign policy, including on sales of F-35 parts, for example. We're part of the kind of collective on how F-35 parts sell. We can't even cut off supplies of F-35 parts from the UK, to Israel. We have practically no influence, Danny. It embarrasses me to admit this to you, my good American sort of friend, but our leverage is practically non-existent. And I fear, much of what the government has said has been largely performative. The sanctions they've imposed are positive signals, but in practical terms, they make no difference at all. It all comes down to the US is the only game in town, really, when it comes to kind of influencing Netanyahu, I believe, on this.
And what about the British people? I mean, are they going to continue to be satisfied with, hey, it's the U.S., we have to follow them, and our guys can't do anything? Or could they voice more displeasure?
Well, they've been voicing a lot of displeasure, and unfortunately, the government has been pretty ham-fisted in clamping down on Palestine action protesters. Some managed to break into Brize Norton Air Base and spray a military transport with red paint, and they've responded as if it was Al Qaeda assault, flying sort of aircraft into buildings. So there's been a massive overreaction, banning of Palestine action kind of movements. The UK has a significant Muslim population. We have a significant Jewish population too, and actually voices have become louder and louder that actually what the government has been doing has not been enough. And needs to improve, and that can only happen really working as a collective with European partners, because on their own the UK has little influence, and actually working with the USA. But I mean, British people are not happy at all, it seems to me. Of course, there have been growths in Islamophobia, growths in anti-Semitic attacks too, all of which are utterly reprehensible, and the police should deal with that, absolutely. But the government just hasn't really got a grip on this, and is adopting knee-jerk reactions. It is just boosting its tumbling fall in the approval ratings, and providing a boost to reform, which ironically is the party that would probably be more anti-Muslim arguably than the Labour Party. Let's see.
Well, listen, that's disheartening to hear. I mean, I was glad to see the headlines. I'm glad to see the condemnation on the starvation, and at least bringing more light to it. My only hope is that the U.S. government and the U.S. population will start just acting like human beings and just with humanity. I mean, those images that are coming out of children starving to death, it's just hard to fathom how that doesn't break our hearts. When anywhere else in the world, if that had happened, we'd be all up in arms and demanding action and whatever from our government. But so many people are silent, and I have a hard time understanding why so much silence. But
we would not stand back in our countries, in our Christian countries, and stand for this, whether they're Muslim, Jew, Hindu, Sikh, whatever, we would not stand by and have people, children, babies starving to death in our cities and not want action to be taken.
Yeah, we just need to see if we can get that same attitude toward the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, because that's
exactly
that's what's happened. But anyway, Will, thank you for coming on today and providing such this illumination, especially on a lot of this European aspects of this. We really, really value it, and thanks for coming back on.
Great.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to another episode of the podcast. Well, let's talk more about the elite. And let's talk about one of the things that Jeffrey Epstein did. He arranged sham marriages, sometimes for the benefit of himself, sometimes for the benefit of people who wanted what he had. And by had, I mean other women. Now, back in 2019, this kind of all came to light, because 3 women filed separate lawsuits against the estate of Jeffrey Epstein. And one plaintiff, who remained anonymous, leveled this accusation that Jeffrey Epstein, with the help of an unnamed attorney, so again, here's another person, this unnamed attorney who knew that this was sham, forced her to enter a fraudulent marriage with another woman in his orbit. And this is something that he did. Most of the time, he had them be same-sex marriages. Now, the plaintiff, identified in legal filings as Caitlin Doe, described this second woman as a non-United States citizen and recruiter of females for Jeffrey Epstein, and said their marriage was designed to ensure the woman would continue to work for Epstein in the U.S. as part of a complex system of individuals for the purpose of harming girls through abuse, trafficking, exploitation. But like I said, this was not the only allegation of a fraudulent marriage. At that time, we learned that there were at least 2 other women in Epstein's entourage who were married to each other. And a source familiar with the situation said they were directed to get married by Epstein. As with Caitlin Doe's accusations, one of these women was a non-citizen that Epstein may have wanted to maintain access to. And I'm going to tell you who that person is in a minute. Now, that marriage had not been previously reported, and the source said that Epstein orchestrated at least 3 such marriages. Now, this marriage identified took place in 2013. One woman was a U.S. citizen, and the other was from Eastern Europe. Now, while it's unclear why exactly Epstein directed them to get married, a source with direct knowledge of the arrangement said both women were romantically involved with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, there are similarities between their marriage and the one described in Doe's complaint. Beyond their participants' connection to Epstein, both took place in 2013 and involved a citizen and a non-citizen. But other details, such as the age of the brides and the dates of their respective divorces, clearly show there were 2 different marriages between 2 different pairs of women. But what they had in common was Epstein. Now, multiple sources who knew them said that they really didn't present themselves outwardly as spouses. Both were members of this group of attractive young women, many of them from Russia and Eastern Europe, who frequently accompanied Epstein and his friends to events and traveled widely on his fleet of private jets. One of the women, is an American, has introduced herself to people as a member of Epstein's household staff, but was in fact a girlfriend. A different source recalled that Epstein once purchased this woman a car valued at more than $50,000, and she was captured all the time by tabloid photographers while entering and exiting Epstein's mansion. Now, according to public records, the American has lived in a 16-story condominium on East 66th Street in Manhattan since the mid-2000s. Now, that's the same address that turned up repeatedly in records concerning Epstein and his circle of associates. including his attorney and co-conspirators named in the infamous non-prosecution agreement that allowed Epstein to escape federal prosecution in 2008. That's people like Adriana Ross, Sarah Kellen, people like that. Well, Epstein's brother Mark owns most of the units in the building through his real estate company. And the building has been described in court records and published reports as a location where Jeffrey Epstein housed young women. Mark Epstein has always denied any knowledge of Jeffrey's activities. Okay, well, not the doe that filed the suit, but the other one is a woman named Karina Shuliak. And basically, she was Jeffrey Epstein's permanent girlfriend over the last few years of his life. She was from Belarus. At the time that Epstein died in prison, she was 30 years old. She was also the last person to speak to Epstein on the phone the day before his death. Now, the couple had been together since 2009, and the young woman was deeply infatuated with Jeffrey Epstein and rather jealous. She was known for constantly going through all his belongings and asking the billionaire's entourage so many questions that she was nicknamed the detective. Now, Karina was also aboard Jeffrey Epstein's private jet when it landed at Teterboro Airport in New Jersey when he was arrested by the FBI. Now, what we know is that his relationship with this young woman was far more serious than previously reported. Epstein paid for Karina's mother's expensive medical care, likely helped finance the high-end home where her parents live in Minsk, and Karina was enrolled at Columbia University, where Epstein paid for her tuition. Now, Karina arrived in the United States in 2009. Some people say she was 18 or 19, some people said she was 20. And she met Jeffrey Epstein shortly thereafter. Now, after his first prison sentence in Florida, when he got out in 2010, most people obviously turned their backs on him. No one stayed with him except Karina, who was there until the very last moment. Now, she has a green card. We don't think that she's actually a U.S. citizen, but she did enter into a sham marriage with a woman by the name of Jennifer Kalin, K-A-L-I-N. That was back in 2013. Jennifer is a longtime Epstein associate, although she has claimed money from the Victim Compensation Fund. Now, this marriage was instigated by Epstein to allow Karina to remain in the United States. Why he didn't marry her, nobody knows. But this was just one of many sham marriages linked to Epstein's associates. And he often used his assistants to legalize the stays of the young women that he trafficked in the United States, that he was sending to other people. Now, when Epstein died, Karina was left in a state of despair. Basically, the quote was, after being around such a public figure for so long, she had no close friends. And she lived with Epstein, moving between his private island, the Virgin Islands, his ranch in New Mexico, and sometimes the Manhattan home. They didn't really like being in New York because no one came to visit them anymore. But on August 10th, 2019, Epstein spoke to Shuliak for 15 minutes, and the next morning he was found dead. Now, when she hung up the phone, she was not under the impression that Epstein was thinking about unaliving himself. Now, classmates, basically from Columbia University, because she wanted to be a dentist, they described her as Eastern European. And one classmate said she often wore expensive brand clothing that many graduate students would struggle to afford. In colder months, she donned a white fur trimmed jacket that retails for about $1,000. And one day, the same classmate said she mentioned traveling back from Miami without explaining why she was there or who she was with. None of them recalled any indication that she was married to a woman. But everybody knew that she was in a relationship with an older and much wealthier man. Now, she gets divorced, and in about 2019, and she got a Social Security card sometime between 2009 and 2011. And again, we don't know exactly how old she was. So did she get it in her late teens? And how did she get into the United States? Was it a student visa? Now, court records show that the two women were granted an uncontested petition for dissolution of their marriage. And that was right after the Miami Herald published the investigation into Epstein's crimes, and a few weeks before his arrest by FBI agents. Now, Epstein obviously has a long history of associating with young women from Eastern Europe. We had Nadia Marcinkova, who we're going to talk about later, who supposedly he bought from, her parents. And then basically one of the people that was bringing all of these Eastern European women to Epstein were procured by a guy named Peter Listerman, who described himself as a matchmaker between wealthy clients and gentle romantic women. And Peter Listerman, back in 2016, was spotted going into Jeffrey Epstein's mansion. And a recent visitor said that Epstein had a house full of young beauties at his East 71st Street mansion. Half of them are from the former Soviet Union, and the other half are a mix of American and Europeans. Now, most of the women appeared to be at least 17, which is the age of consent in New York State, but obviously much younger than Epstein, who was 63. Now, Epstein had these contacts in Moscow who provided matchmaking services for his orgy island in the Caribbean and his Manhattan townhouse. And when these Russian girls arrived in the city, they already had Jeffrey's phone number. Now, Peter Listerman claimed in TV interviews that he introduced many oligarchs and A-listers to Russian models, called himself a matchmaker. And he also was a matchmaker for Vladimir Putin. And basically, whenever Putin would have like a meeting outside of Russia, he would make sure that there were women for Putin. He's also bragged in multiple interviews about finding Russian model wives for, say, Cristiano Ronaldo and Alex Ovechkin. And he claimed he had a contract with Tatiana Akhmedova for half of all her divorce proceedings after introducing her to billionaire Farkhad Akhmadov. Now, none of those claims have been substantiated, but he does go around bragging about it. Now, Listerman's business is not just about marriage. There's also an international market of models supplied to escorts around casinos, yachts, and resorts that he also does. These are all people that need to be interviewed. These are all people that, like, where's Listerman getting them? What, just to Epstein? Why did Epstein arrange all those marriages? Who did he arrange them for other than himself? But that's for next time, you guys. I will talk to you later.
Now reporting that Justice Department officials told President Trump in May that his name was among many names mentioned.
The Wall Street Journal, that's Rupert Murdoch. That's the small hat billionaire that Trump is locked into. Trump sued for $10 billion when he released the love letter to Epstein, and Trump said he was lying. I told y'all, they're going to go all the way for his throat now. He's not giving Trump no $10 million. They got the blackmail files. Now they're releasing this. See, Trump lied the other day. They specifically asked Trump, the news people, did your DOJ ever mention to you that you were in the Epstein files? He said no. Now the Wall Street Journal released a report saying that's a lie. They told him he was in it.
In the Epstein files, this is something the White House is now labeling as, quote, fake news, end quote. Our panel will be here to weigh in, but we do want to start with CNN Chief Legal Affairs Correspondent Paula Reed. We also have our Chief Congressional Correspondent Manu Raju on Capitol Hill. Paula, I want to go first to you, and especially this Wall Street Journal headline, which is that the Justice Department told Trump in May that his name is among many in the Epstein files, that he was told at this meeting the files contained what officials felt was unverified hearsay about many people, including Trump, who had socialized with Epstein in the past, some of the officials said. One of the officials familiar with the documents said that they contain hundreds of other names. We are in the course of reporting this out, obviously. But what else do we know? And it also comes in the context of these court decisions today.
Let's start with the Wall Street Journal reporting what we have not independently confirmed. We have received some statements from the Justice.
Like Bill Clinton. They never did this to Bill Clinton. See, Trump played a dangerous game. He was in there. He should have been did this to Bill Clinton. The Republicans should have drugged Bill Clinton. Now the Democrats said, fuck it. They don't give a damn about Bill Clinton. They finna drag Trump.
Department saying, quote, the DOJ and the FBI reviewed the Epstein files and reached the conclusion set out in the July 6th memo. Nothing in the files warranted further investigation or prosecution. We have filed a motion in court to unseal the underlying grand jury transcripts. We'll get to that in a second. As part of our routine briefing, we made the president aware of the findings. So in that statement from the Attorney General and Deputy Attorney General, they are not directly addressing the most significant part of this, which is the reporting that Trump was told he was mentioned multiple times in these files. Now, there's also a statement from the FBI Director Kash Patel. It says the memo released on July 6 is consistent with a thorough review conducted by the FBI and DOJ. The criminal leakers and fake news media tries tirelessly to undermine President Trump with smears, lies, and this story is no different. I'm reading that because it suggested to me that the FBI director there is calling the story a lie, but that's not actually specifically what he's saying. And I think all of this is really important, Casey, because if we go back to the first Bondi-related Epstein controversy, you may remember she held an event to great fanfare at the White House where she handed out binders of what was promised to be new information related to the Epstein investigations. And a lot of MAGA-aligned influencers were very disappointed because most of what she handed out was already in the public record. But sources at that time told me a lot of the frustration from the White House with Bondi in that event was the fact that they didn't redact Trump's name, even though these were records that were already well known. They were flight logs. There was a lot of frustration around Bondi's handling of that incident. So it tracks with what the Wall Street Journal is reporting here, that they would be very sensitive about any mention of Trump's name in subsequent files. Now, you also asked about the potential release of grand jury information, because we know.
Paula, let me pause you just 1 second there, because I do want to make sure that we get this White House statement on the record as we continue to talk about this. So here was White House Communications Director Stephen Chung responding to this. He says, quote, the fact is that the president kicked him, Epstein, out of his club for being a creep. This is nothing more than a continuation of the fake news stories concocted by the Democrats and liberal media, just like the Obama Russiagate scandal, which President Trump was right about. Of course, we're going to get to that later on in the show, because that's what they were trying to talk about from the podium today. But Paula, it's also worth noting, of course, the Trump Justice Department did ask for these grand jury testimony, the grand jury materials, to be released. Continue, you were talking about what's going on there. And I think my sort of big picture question for you is, did they actually want those released, or did they know that did they go in expecting this to happen?
Well, they want all of this to die down, but that's unlikely to happen anytime soon. But after the fury following that memo where the Justice Department said they weren't going to release anything else, they had to at least make it appear that they were trying to do something else. And the idea that you're going to unseal grand jury material, that's a long shot. And they really hit one of their first roadblocks today, because they're seeking the unsealing of evidence in multiple grand juries connected to Epstein investigations, both in New York and Florida. And a short time ago, a judge in Florida ruled that she would not release information related to grand juries that were convened in West Palm Beach in 2005 and 2007. So this is the earlier Epstein investigation. There were also, of course, grand jury records in New York related to the more recent charges against Jeffrey Epstein before he died, and Ghislaine Maxwell. But here in Florida, the judge said she would deny this request because the Justice Department said this stuff should be released because of extensive public interest and, quote, transparency to the American public. But the judge said, look, those don't qualify as exceptions to what is usually the standard. The grand jury material remains sealed. Now, that's not surprising. This was always a long shot. There is a slight glimmer of hope for the Justice Department.
Never forget, they unsealed Bill Cosby, sealed grand jury stuff to shame him, which led to Bill Cosby arrest. Never forget that. They can unseal this stuff. They did it to Bill Cosby, which led to his arrest.
Department in New York up there. The judge is still looking at this. He's given the Justice Department until next week to provide more legal arguments for why this should be unsealed. Victims and Maxwell have until August 5th to file their positions on the unsealing. Maxwell is expected to oppose this. And a short time ago, that judge said that they would not allow Maxwell and her attorneys to review this grand jury material. But the headline here is, Casey, no matter what happens with these grand juries, The Justice Department will continue to face questions about why they are not releasing all of the material within their power to release. And this new Wall Street Journal report is just going to continue to amplify those questions.
And of course, Manu Raju, people who have questions include many Republicans on Capitol Hill, or at least enough of them to cause the House Speaker quite a few problems. And there's also this subpoena that just came down for Ghislaine Maxwell. Bring us up to speed.
Yeah, and this is not the only subpoena that could come down here, Casey. Yes, the subpoena came down from the House Oversight Committee. That was pushed by a Republican Congressman, Tim Burchett, yesterday. Ultimately, the House Oversight Committee voted to move ahead with that today, issuing a subpoena asking for a deposition in her prison cell by August 11th. Now, that is one matter. There's a significant move afoot, though, in a separate subcommittee that's part of the larger House Oversight Committee. Republicans appear poised to defy President Trump and join with Democrats to subpoena for all of the Epstein files. That would be a huge...
If the Republicans were smart, they would cut their losses and just take everybody down. Trump, Clinton, Jeff Bezos, all those big, because it's going to be more Democrats than it's going to be Republicans, because the big Democratic, you're going to get now some rich Republicans in this too, but all those Democratic money makers, Epstein definitely ensnared them. All those Hollywood sleaze bags, Epstein definitely trapped them. So Republicans should cut their losses. They too busy trying, and that's why some of them say, fuck that shit. Trump going to bring all of them down if they don't cut their losses and just to drag him down too. He should have never been in. But the Democrats is playing chicken with Trump, hoping that Trump fights hard as hell not to release the good shit, and that it just tarnishes his image, and that they win seats in the upcoming midterms. This is all the Democrats trying to do. They don't want those files released with everybody's name on it, because it's going to hurt their party way more than it hurts the Republicans. That's just a fact.
Hugely significant move. Now, this vote has not happened yet, but in a key subcommittee that is now considering this measure, Democrats have tried to force a vote to call for a subpoena for all of the Epstein files. That is pushed by Congresswoman Summer Lee. They need one Republican to vote for it. Congresswoman Nancy Mace of South Carolina just told me moments ago she plans to vote for this measure after getting some changes that she expects to get to redact the names of the victims here. But this is what she just told me moments ago, that she plans to vote in favor of this Democratic effort to subpoena for these files.
So I will amend the motion or do my own motion, and I've requested that the ranking member amend it. So we're negotiating that right now. I think it's very important. I will be supporting it, but it's very important that we protect victims.
You'll be supporting the motion
for sure. Yeah, and I'm going to amend the motion to protect the identity of the victims. I think that should be first and foremost. As someone who's fought for to protect women and kids.
And she is part of the group of Republicans who have signed on to a separate effort, the effort by this Congressman Thomas Massey, to try to force a vote in the full House of Representatives to release all of the Epstein files. She supports Mr. Massey's effort on that issue. Now, on this subpoena itself, the chairman of that subcommittee, Casey, Clay Higgins, he's a Republican, told me he does expect enough Republicans would vote with Democrats to move forward on calling for a subpoena here. So assuming that motion is approved this afternoon, all indications are that it would be approved, then it would be the House Oversight Chairman, James Comer, would have to issue that subpoena probably in a matter of days here. So a significant movement here. It just shows you the pressure the president is under, the administration is under, from the president's own allies to release more of the Epstein files.
And of course, you're standing out in the parking lot behind the Capitol, which is the stakeout location when they are getting out of town, which they are doing a day early because of all the things you just outlined there. Manu Raju on the Hill for us. Paula Reed, thank you both.
Wow. So Ghislaine Maxwell now fears for her life. It seems she's afraid that Donald Trump may try to kill her or send people to kill her. This after Donald Trump's Department of Justice says that they're going to be meeting with her. Donald Trump's Attorney General, Pam Bondi, I believe it's very threatening, her statement.
Yeah. Never forget, Donald Trump's Attorney General Bill Barr went to the facilities that Epstein was at before he died. I told people that right before he died, Bill Barr went to that facility. Now Pam Bondi, his Attorney General, talking about she want to go talk to Ghislaine Maxwell. Why? So she can tell her, whack yourself or your sister and all your relatives dead.
She says that I am personally, the Attorney General of the United States, I am personally going to speak with Ghislaine Maxwell. Then the Deputy Attorney General, Todd Blanche, who happens to also have been Donald Trump's criminal defense attorney during the case where Trump was convicted on 34 felony counts. He's now the number 2 at the Department of Justice. He says he's also going to meet with Ghislaine Maxwell along with FBI agents. So Ghislaine is absolutely terrified something's going to happen to her the way something happened to Jeffrey Epstein. Now, the official report with Jeffrey Epstein is that he died by suicide, but Ghislaine Maxwell says no way he died by suicide. He didn't expect he was going to even be convicted based on the non-prosecution agreement that he entered into with Donald Trump's former labor secretary, then United States Attorney for the Southern District of Florida, Alex Acosta, and that there was no reason why she thinks Epstein would ever have died by suicide. So the Daily Mail got the exclusive that she fears for her life. This, by the way, comes from her brother, who says that he's been told by Ghislaine that she's afraid someone's going to kill her. Here's how the Daily Mail reports it. Last week, Daily Mail revealed exclusively that Epstein's longtime girlfriend and right-hand woman, Maxwell, 63, is willing to speak in front of Congress about the Epstein files. Now her brother, Ian, is revealing her sister's frame of mind in the wake of the botched release of all of the files. Now, another important thing to note, a MAGA Republican Congress member who actually wants the files released, Congress member Tim Burchett, he snuck in a voice vote to have a subpoena issued for Ghislaine Maxwell when some of the other MAGA Republicans were not paying attention and able to block it. So he was able to get Democrats and Republicans to vote for the subpoena of Ghislaine Maxwell. So as soon as that subpoena for Ghislaine Maxwell's deposition from Congress went out or was issued, then MAGA Mike Johnson shuts down Congress. He says, we're going into recess, we're leaving. And then I'll show you this clip in a little bit. MAGA Mike Johnson says, the reason we're doing this is we need to give Donald Trump space to figure out how he's going to handle the Epstein situation. And what Donald Trump's Attorney General, Pam Bondi, then said she was going to do, and Todd Blanche, Donald Trump's former criminal defense attorney, now Deputy Attorney General, they're saying they're personally meeting with her, and she's absolutely terrified right now. So here's more from this Daily Mail story. Let's bring out all the receipts here, folks. Ian Maxwell communicates regularly with Ghislaine Maxwell in jail on the phone, and she told the Times she fears for her safety. Prisons are very dangerous places, and we know from Ghislaine that there are serious staff shortages and more dangerous, higher risk category prisoners now being admitted to Tallahassee, said Ian Maxwell. For sure, she remains at great, if not greater risk, and has expressed her real concerns about this to me. He also said his older sister believes that Epstein may have been murdered, contradicting the DOJ and FBI's belief in the official theory that he committed suicide. The contemporaneous investigation of Epstein's death was cut short, cursory, and frankly shoddy, certainly as regards the duty's guard story the night he died. At least one distinguished independent forensic pathologist concurred with the Epstein family appointed pathologist that homicide was more likely than suicide, he added. So here's the statement now from Pam Bondi. After she said she was not releasing any lists or files, and then Donald Trump said it was all a hoax created by James Comey, former President Obama, Hillary Clinton, and former President Biden, Pam Bondi issues this statement yesterday. This Department of Justice does not shy away from uncomfortable truths, nor from the responsibility to pursue justice wherever the facts may lead. The joint statement by the DOJ and FBI of July 6th remains as accurate today as it was when it was written, namely that in recent thorough review of the files maintained by the FBI in the Epstein case, no evidence was uncovered that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. That's an important paragraph as I read the rest of it to you, because this is what I think that she, Pam Bondi, and Todd Blanche want Ghislaine Maxwell to say in return to potentially give Ghislaine a pardon or have her have a retrial if she just says that paragraph. There's nothing that I saw. I'm unaware of anything. There were no connections with Donald Trump. And then the DOJ and Trump want to go case closed and then probably give her a pardon when Donald Trump leaves office as a last minute pardon and kind of make that promise to Ghislaine. Let me go on and read more. President Trump has told us to release all credible evidence, boss. It's actually not what he said. He at first said, he said it's a hoax, that this is all made up, and it's one big witch hunt, is actually what he said. If Ghislaine Maxwell has information about anyone who has committed crimes against victims, the FBI and the DOJ will hear what she has to say. Therefore, at the direction of Attorney General Bondi, I have communicated with counsel for Ms. Maxwell to determine whether she would be willing to speak with prosecutors from the department. I anticipate meeting with Ms. Maxwell in the coming days. Until now, no administration on behalf of the department had inquired about her willingness to meet with the government. That changes now. Now, how odd is this? The United States Attorney General, the number one DOJ lawyer, the top prosecutor in the United States, is going to be the one to meet with Ghislaine Maxwell. Also, her number two, Todd Blanche. I want you to think about how odd that is. And this is false. The Department of Justice did previously reach out to Ghislaine Maxwell. You know when they prosecuted her successfully for sex trafficking, and she was convicted and sentenced to over 20 years. There was a prosecutor from the DOJ. You know what her name was? Maureen Comey. She was the lead prosecutor in the Southern District of New York who prosecuted Ghislaine Maxwell. So what does Maureen Comey think about all of this now? Oh, wait. Last week, the Trump regime fired Maureen Comey, the lead prosecutor against Epstein and the lead prosecutor against Ghislaine Maxwell. So do you see what the Trump regime did there? And this is why I also think Ghislaine Maxwell is scared and terrified. And they're clearly telling her through, I think, that first paragraph, basically say you saw nothing and maybe we can talk. Maybe there's a deal that can be made. Remember that Ghislaine Maxwell's family previously wrote an open letter that they published online saying, Donald, you should honor deals. There was a non-prosecution agreement entered into by your former labor secretary, the United States attorney from the Southern District of Florida, who said that you couldn't prosecute Epstein and you couldn't prosecute Epstein's co-conspirators. Honor that deal. And now we're seeing this. Then they fire Maureen Comey, the lead prosecutor, who would never be okay with the Attorney General and Todd Blanche having an unmonitored conversation with Ghislaine Maxwell in this type of way, in this type of forum. Todd Blanche, the number two, the Deputy Attorney General, Trump's former criminal defense lawyer, he says, justice demand courage. For the first time, the Department of Justice is reaching out to Ghislaine Maxwell to ask, what do you know? How could you not interpret that as a threat? And again, that's not the first time. The first time the government reached out was when they criminally prosecuted her back in 2019. At Attorney General Pam Bondi's direction, I've contacted her counsel. I intend to meet with her soon. No one is above the law and no lead is off limits. And again, I interpret that as a threat. So then Donald Trump was asked in the Oval Office during that bizarre presser that he did with the President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. of Philippines. Trump was asked, do you support the DOJ seeking an interview with Ghislaine Maxwell? Here's what Trump said. Let's play it.
Do you support the Justice Department seeking an interview with Ghislaine Maxwell? Did you urge the Attorney General to seek?
I don't know anything about it. They're going to what? Meet her?
Your Deputy Attorney General has reached out to Ghislaine Maxwell's attorney asking for an interview.
Yeah, I don't know about it, but I think it's something that sounds appropriate to do. Yeah.
Do you think it's fair that your Deputy Attorney General is your former attorney who be conducting the interview?
No, I have no concern. I mean, he's a very talented person. He's very smart. I didn't know that they were going to do it. I don't really follow that too much. It's sort of a witch hunt, just a continuation of the witch hunt. The witch hunt that you should be talking about is they caught President Obama absolutely cold.
So a quick PSA for those of you on Medicare. The DOJ recently sued 3 of the largest Medicare brokers and carriers for allegedly deceiving customers, claiming to be unbiased while pushing them into plans that don't actually cover their needs, all to make a few extra bucks. Let's be real. Between Medicare scams, shady agents, and bloated insurance companies, it's way too easy to get stuck in a plan that's overpriced or just plain wrong for you. That is why I'm working with Chapter. They are the only advisors that compare every Medicare plan nationwide, and they tailor their recommendation to you so you get the coverage that fits your needs and saves you the most money. And the best part, Chapter's help is completely free. Completely free. There's no sales pressure, no pushing plans you don't need, just real advice that puts you first. People save an average of $1,100 by using Chapter. So if you're turning 65 soon or are already on Medicare, call them up at 82 Medicare. You won't regret it. Most people just wish they'd call sooner. Once again, give them a call. That's 82 Medicare, 82 Medicare. Give them a call. Most people wish that they'd call sooner. Call 82 Medicare. Now, remember what Donald Trump said back in 2019, 2020. As Aaron Rupert says, Trump sounded guilty as hell talking about Ghislaine Maxwell then during her sex trafficking trial when Donald Trump said, I wish her well. I hope she does good. Of course I wish her well. Epstein died. Didn't that other guy die in prison? He said, so I hope that doesn't happen to her. Listen to Donald Trump in his own words in 2020. Let's play it.
I don't know. I haven't really been following it too much. I just wish her well, frankly. I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach, and I guess they lived in Palm Beach. But I wish her well, whatever it is.
Mr. President, Ghislaine Maxwell has been arrested on allegations of child sex trafficking. Why would you wish such a person well?
I don't know that, but I do know that
she has. She's been arrested for that.
Her friend or boyfriend,
Epstein,
was either killed or committed suicide in jail. She's now in jail. Yeah, I wish her well. I'd wish you well. I'd wish a lot of people well. Good luck. Let them prove somebody was guilty. I mean, you do know that.
Oh, so you're saying you hope she doesn't die in jail? Is that what you mean by wish her well?
Her boyfriend died in jail, and people are still trying to figure out, how did it happen? Was it suicide? Was he killed? And I do wish her well. I'm not looking for anything bad for her. I'm not looking bad for anybody. And they took that and
she's a child sex, alleged child sex trafficking.
Big deal. But all it is her boyfriend died. He died in jail. Was he killed? Was it suicide? I do. I wish her well.
Okay, now here is MAGA Mike Johnson saying that he's going to bring Congress into recess so that Donald Trump can have the opportunity, the space is what MAGA Mike says. Let's give Trump the space to figure out how to deal with this. Here's MAGA Mike saying it in his own words. Let's play it.
As I've said many times, there's no daylight between the White House and the House. You have to allow the legislation to ripen, and you also have to allow the administration the space to do what it is doing. The president has said clearly, and he has now ordered his DOJ to do what it is we've all needed DOJ to do for years now, and that is to get everything released. So they're in the process of that. There's no purpose for Congress to push an administration to do something that they're already doing.
Okay, it's all adding up, right? Now, what additional data do we know? Mark Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein's brother, he just did an interview with CNN where he responds to a question or the White House statement that Trump was never in Epstein's office. And Mark Epstein's brother's like, of course he was in Epstein's office. He was there all the time. Here, play this clip.
Something that the White House told us yesterday. We talked to a woman who accused your brother of sexual assault. And she also talked about an encounter with Trump at your brother's office. This was in 1995. She found it disturbing. She said she told the FBI twice to look into people around your brother, including Trump. But she talked about this incident that she said happened in his office. And the White House, their response to us, Mark, they were categorical. They said, quote, the president was never in Epstein's office. Is that true?
That's just another blatant lie, because he was there. The people that worked for Jeffrey in his office, You can find them. They can testify that they saw Trump in Jeffrey's office on numerous occasions. So for him to say he wasn't there, all I can say is that's just another lie.
Now, Mark Epstein says that again. Let's play it.
Mark, from what you know, from what you saw, how close was your brother to Donald Trump?
They were very close. They were good friends. Jeffrey used to sometimes tell me things that Donald said that were funny. I know Donald was in Jeff's office a lot back in the 90s. It's documented that Donald flew on Jeff's plane a number of times. I don't know if they ever checked, but I know Jeff flew on Donald's plane also. I don't know if they've ever looked at his flight logs. And they were good friends. I flew on Jeff's plane. It's known I was on a plane in 1999, flying up from Florida, and Donald was with us. And we were all joking around. They were good friends.
CNN also was able to dig up additional photos of Donald Trump with Epstein. Here, let's play this clip.
Of Epstein entering the reception at the Plaza Hotel. We can also see him in the background of another picture. That's Howard Stern on the far right, along with Robin Leach from Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous. And Epstein is behind them at the wedding, almost seeming to be photobombing them. We also found this photo from just a few months earlier. Donald Trump with two of his children talking to Jeffrey Epstein. That's at the opening of the Harley-Davidson Cafe in New York in October 1993. You can see Ivana there. She would have been just about to turn 12 years old in that photo.
Yeah, you can see Ivanka right there it looks like between Trump and Epstein. All right, these are never before seen photos.
Now, back in July of 2023, Jesse Waters ran this exclusive. Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell raped Maria Farmer in 1996. When she called the FBI, they hung up on her. They let him off the hook and with a sweetheart plea deal in 2008. How many other abused women were there because the FBI did nothing? So Fox previously presented Maria Farmer as a valid, authentic witness against Epstein. Well, now with audio surfacing of Maria Farmer saying, I was in Epstein's office, okay? And Donald Trump shows up. And Donald Trump points at me. And then Epstein says, no, she's not the one for you. Go in there. Go in the other room. Maria Farmer was in the office, Epstein's office, with Trump and Epstein. Here, play this clip.
The time that is most memorable to me is the time when he hit on me. Because I was in the office. It was one of the first times I started working for Donald Trump's a sleazebag. Okay.
Yes.
It was when I started working for Epstein, and it was 9:00 at night.
Right.
And Jeffrey Epstein's office was totally empty. And I told the New York Times this, but of course they don't tell the whole thing, right? Even though Mike Baker is amazing, but they would not allow him to tell the truth. Right. So basically, I go into this office. It's 9:00 at night, and I sit down. And a few minutes later, and I'm wearing running clothes. Okay, so it was really weird. It's 9:00 at night, and I'm wearing running clothes because I didn't have money, so I had to jog up there.
Right.
And so I've struggled, for so long. So I'm like up there in the office, seated, and I've got my, my running clothes on, so my legs are showing. And in walks this man that, when I reported into the FBI, said that game show host Donald Trump, because I thought he was a game show host.
Yeah.
Because he's so cheesy, But anyway, so I said, I said hello to him. He walks in, and I just kind of acknowledged him like a head nod or something.
Yeah.
And he immediately starts. He's standing across the room from me, and I'm seated, and he's like, "Oh, Maria." No, he didn't. Sorry, I was just looking at something. He's standing across the room, and he's looking at me, and I'm like, "Oh, gross." This guy's so gross. Anyway, he's just glaring at my legs, like yum. I told my sister, I felt like I was his dinner or his lunch.
Yeah.
The way he was looking at me. So Epstein comes in. And by the way, I did not look good. I was like, I'm not exceptionally beautiful or anything like that. These are just gross people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm just like a normal person who went on a run, and I'm seated there. So he assumed I was there for him. And this is how I know. Epstein walks up to him and he goes, no, she's not here for you. And they were smirking, and Epstein whispered something. He goes, go in there. And so Trump at 9:00 at night goes in the other room. There's someone in there for him.
Right.
I don't know who. But Epstein said, no, she's not here for you.
And Virginia Giuffre, who recently allegedly died by suicide in Australia, she talked about when she was an underage girl, how she was a towel girl at Mar-a-Lago. She was homeless. She then got a job as the towel girl in the Mar-a-Lago spa, and that's where Ghislaine Maxwell found her and brought her to Epstein to be sex trafficked. And then she was sex trafficked. Here, play this clip.
Virginia Roberts was working in the spa at Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago club in Palm Beach when British socialite Ghislaine Maxwell introduced her to multimillionaire Jeffrey Epstein.
The training started immediately. I mean, it was everything down to how to give a blowjob, how to be quiet, be subservient, give Jeffrey what he wants. A lot of this training came from Ghislaine herself. And being a woman, it kind of surprises you that a woman could actually let stuff like that happen, but not only let it happen, but to groom you into doing it. And then there's Jeffrey who's telling you, I want it this way. No, go slower and don't do that and do this.
And here is Virginia Giuffre saying it again. Here, play this clip.
I was recruited at a very young age from Mar-a-Lago and entrapped in a world that I didn't understand. And I've been fighting that very world to this day. And I won't stop fighting. I will never be silenced until these people are brought to justice.
Happened at Mar-a-Lago. There's also in Ghislaine Maxwell's trial a 14-year-old girl who testified as Jane Doe that Ghislaine Maxwell brought her over and introduced her to Donald Trump in a civil case regarding that circumstance. That 14-year-old girl said that Donald Trump Epstein made remarks to Donald. What do you think about this one? How do you think about do you like this one? So those are just the facts that are out there. So we know what's out there already. And I understand why Ghislaine Maxwell must fear for her life, given all of these circumstances and what the Trump regime is now saying and what MAGA Mike is saying. So you have all the data, folks. I've laid it out, I think, pretty clearly. Judge it how you will. I laid out a lot here, in my opinion, how she must feel. But you heard her brother. So that's not opinion, what her brother said. So think about what you feel. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 6 million subscribers.
The truth is more important than ever.
About a lot of the crazy shit that has gone on the past 10 years. And, we'll just come right out with it. We want to get your read on what is going on because, from the outside, the Trump administration campaigns on exposing this cover-up, blowing the lid off this cover-up. And then they get in office, and now it seems like they're part of this cover-up. So what, in your estimation, has happened?
Well, all I can do is observe from the outside. I have a lot of sources, it's inside baseball and what's happening. But the fact I know is this. 15 days ago, they leaked to Axios, the Justice Department, this. Epstein didn't get murdered, and there wasn't human trafficking, and there wasn't any blackmail, and case closed. And that flies in the face of the court cases, the evidence, the intelligence connections, everything we know. And then I came out on that Monday, 14 days ago, and I said, this isn't Pam Bondi. And I'm not defending her. I agree. She's in over her head. Like you said, she should go back to policing jet skis in Florida. But then he comes out the next day and says on Truth Social, no, we need the FBI to move on. I told him to do this. And the next day in a press conference, he chews out the reporter when they're talking about all these issues, saying, how dare you desecrate the graves of dead kids in Texas with the floods? Shut up. And it's uncharacteristic for Trump. He looks scared. He looks concerned. And then all the other Truth Social posts about if you ask questions, you're with the Democrats, and this is all a Democrat made up hoax, and you're just idiots. when all his surrogates had promised they'd bring this out, he talked about bringing it out. So this is harikari. This is seppuku. For those that don't know, in Japanese, that means suicide. And I had the head of Rasmussen Polling on, the best polling agency, the most accurate on record today. He said Trump has lost 14 points with independents, 5 points with his main base. Like Steve Bannon said a week ago, that'll lose him, before Rasmussen reported it, his dead reckoning was right, 40 seats probably in the midterms in a year and a half. This is Trump self-harming. And from all my research, you know, he knew Epstein, there were socialites, all that, but they would have already used this, the deep state. They had something. The Jane Does they brought out turned out weren't even real people. You know, they'd said that Melania was a hooker, that Epstein introduced to her at a modeling agency. We looked into that. It was Trump's modeling agency. That wasn't true. So they're kind of regurgitating all that on one hand. So why did Trump act so panicked, deer in the headlights, and you know, come out and say, there is no list. Okay, there is a list, but you're still an idiot if you look at it. To, okay, we'll have Pam Bondi release the grand jury transcripts from Ghislaine Maxwell that Comey's daughter ran the cover up on, and the Epstein case 6 years ago where he died in jail. So you couldn't do a bigger Streisand effect. You couldn't come out and say, I'm more guilty than what he did. And my loyalty is to the truth. I'm actually autistic about it. You know, I can't, even if I want Trump to succeed and Democrats are my sworn enemy trying to put me in prison, I'm just like having to report this, that this is beyond insane.
Yeah.
And it's like Trump blowing his feet off with a 12-gauge shotgun.
Well, we know that this was not only a blackmail operation, but it was also a money laundering operation. And we know that Jeffrey Epstein was working for billionaires like Les Wexner and many others. And we know that there's been a lot of talk about the connections that Epstein had to intelligence, and moving money around the world, making sums of money disappear. Is it a complete coincidence that a lot of this seemed to happen around the time that Benjamin Netanyahu paid a visit to the White House?
Well, as usual, Tim Dillon, you're very informed, not just a comedian, and you've nailed it. I don't want to attack Israel. I'm not a big Israel hater, but Netanyahu is, in my view, the villain of the last 25 years in Israel, in and out of power. It definitely is the cliche of Israel trying to manipulate the United States internal politics and foreign policy, particularly in the Middle East. So definitely Netanyahu's heavily involved in. Ghislaine Maxwell, who was convicted of, you know, human trafficking, though the new memos, and Trump says there is none of that. Well, then how is she convicted? Her dad, Robert Maxwell, was on record Mossad, buried Mount of Olives with military honors and MI6 and Russian intelligence reportedly, fell off his yacht when all this came out. And just like when he died decades ago, all of a sudden billions of dollars was sucked out of his bank accounts. And so from my evidence and research, it's pretty conclusive. Epstein was a junior to Ghislaine, who took over the family MI6, CIA, Mossad business, because that level, they're all interconnecting. And it was more than just trafficking underage girls. That was kind of like a side hors d'oeuvre or you know, a little rider. The larger issue was money laundering. And then now the Democrats have honed in on this. I said months ago and weeks ago that, you know, Trump needs to not just call for the grand jury stuff to be released or the stuff from her trial or the trial that never happened because Epstein died in custody there in New York in that detention center. We should demand the billions. It was 1.1 billion right after he died, but it was actually over $1 billion when he was in custody 5.5 years ago in New York that was sucked out of his business account. And so we know that's at the Treasury Department. So now Senator Wyden and others, as I predicted a month ago and 2 weeks ago, before this broke, I said Trump should release it because I could see that's where it's going. Where did the billions of dollars go right before and right after he died? And so I agree with you, very astute. I was going to make that point. This isn't even so much about human trafficking as it is about the money laundering that was going on. And then you've got Bill Barr, whose dad, Donald Barr, ran the school that Epstein at 20 got hired with no credentials to be the top math teacher. And then Barr was OSS CIA, his dad, Donald Barr. Then Barr was CIA, kind of the head of Iran-Contra operations in the White House.
Small hat.
And then his dad, Donald Barr, writes a book about space relations, about aliens on a planet that kidnap human girls to rape them. And then they train humans to enjoy it and join them in the raping of children. This is beyond crazy. And he hires Epstein to do all this. And so, yeah, Trump had beauty pageants, and Trump had casinos, and Trump had golf courses, and Trump, was involved in sporting events. And so I thought, well, they ever had anything on Trump, they would have brought it out as they tried with a bunch of nothing burgers in 2016 and 2020. But now that he acted like this, I think the jury's out. But where the jury is not out is on the majority of people on the plane, on the flight logs, are Democrats, are big power brokers like Bill Gates. And we know some people in the Trump administration have been heavily implicated. I'm not going to name names. And so, but you nailed it when you brought up Netanyahu. So let me, if you've got time here.
We have all the time in the world. I just want to add, when Bondi said we have 10,000 hours of video, she said we have 10,000.
Bondi helped cover up the Epstein case in Florida. That's why Trump picked her to help cover it up. Now, he keeps saying if Trump was involved, the Democrats would have been using it. That's not true. They was always willing not to bring up Trump because it would have brought down Clinton, Bill Gates, and a lot of other powerful Democrats, a lot of Hollywood Democrats. They wouldn't let that go. Trump did this to himself by telling his base this is what he was going to do, expose the Epstein stuff. And now his base was forcing this. He forced this. And now it's a zero-sum game. Somebody got to go. Democrats is just going to expose it. They don't care about Bill Clinton. He old. They will hope to bring down the president.
10,000 hours of video. I had dinner last week with the vice president. He told me that was commercial pornography. They do not have videos of any powerful person in a compromising position. That's the party line that they're going with. If that's the case, why would Pam Bondi call it evidence? Why would she say it's evidence? She's not an idiot. She's the attorney general. Why would she say she has files on her desk if none of these implicated anybody? It just feels like they're covering something for sure, 100%. And I feel like they're telling a story, and the story doesn't make any sense.
Perfectly said. So, again, there's so much data I have, it would take 100 hours, but we'll go as long as you need. Here's what I'm trying to say, Bill. There are two main tracks here. Okay, incompetence by Bondi and Patel and Bongino, or a mix of that, or pure cover-up. But undoubtedly, there's a cover-up. So here's what we know from the timeline. And I'm not trying to gonzo journalism, write myself into the story. I just do this 7 days a week. So I broke most of the different developments that happened in the last 6 months. So here's what we know, and you give me your conclusion. Trump's surrogates say they're going to release it. They get in. In March, they're given this old Epstein information at that press conference with the stupid binders. And a day and a half before that happens, I have O'Boyle, who is the main, one of the top FBI whistleblowers, exposed so much. And he says, my New York sources say they've got massive Epstein videos and files that the Democrats are suppressing and not giving to Trump. And Bondi's been set up. We're meeting with her tonight. My sources are. And she's going to expose the fact that she's been set up. The next day, she comes out, and on the cover sheet of the binder says, this is phase one. I learned there's a lot more in New York with Comey's daughter and Comey running it, which we know control the file the whole time. If they don't give it to us in 24 hours, we're going to go grab it. 24 hours goes by. They go grab it. The head of the FBI in New York resigns. The guy that said, dig in, don't do it. And then they're given these files. But that's the setup. Obviously, if the Democrats before Trump and after Trump and now controlled the file, and James Comey and Maureen Comey controlled it, are they going to leave stuff in that's incriminating? No, it's logical to say they're going to probably drop a dime on themselves. Not that my whistleblower was bad. They're going to drop a dime. Oh, we've really got the real file. So Trump's like, yeah, go get it. Grab it. Get them. They get the file, and then I talked to FBI sources, multiple ones, Call Seraph and others, showed me the text messages. This is in late March, days after. That indeed, the way the FBI works, the top of the FBI does do investigations. They get the truckloads out of New York. They send it all over the country to field offices and say, do what you want. Then the FBI, we confirm this, looks at it. It's got all this stuff about Trump in it, whether it's true or not. Bondi and them come back and say to Trump, it's got all this about you. Then you see the deer in the headlights interview 2 months ago with Bongino and Kash Patel on Fox, where they look like they're hostages. They're like, no, you can trust us. He killed himself, and Epstein acted alone and didn't do anything, and case closed. And I said this before Trump said it a week and a half ago. I said,
this is where Alex Jones is discrediting himself when he say the Democrats put the bad info about Trump in the files. How was that so when Epstein was arrested in Florida? He was arrested the first time, and he was arrested the second time as Trump was the president. The Democrats can't stuff the file. They can't stuff so you can say Epstein was lying. The stuff wasn't properly sourced, but he's making a terrible mistake by saying the Democrats only got the bad stuff against me in there. Okay, to prove that, release everything. Well, Trump already said it's going to hurt other people. Bro, that's the only way you're going to clear yourself. You got to show us that they just left all kind of lies in there. And he don't want to show what's in there about himself, but it's too late. It's all coming out.
Trump has learned, or this is a big possibility, they've spiked it with poison pills. They're not just going to take out bad stuff about them. They're going to add all the innuendo, all the Jane Does, all the stuff recycled in. Then Trump comes out for social last Saturday, 8-9 days ago, Saturday before last, and says, hey, they control the file. Not saying Epstein doesn't exist or wasn't bad. That's how the media spun it. He says they put a bunch of bull in there, which I was even able to predict. So that's one track of what it is and why he acted so scared and hysterical. The other track is he was a big playboy. He was hanging out with Epstein. He was running beauty pageants. Maybe he did some stuff he wasn't supposed to.
Sure.
And he had some and now they're bringing it out. So now the jury's out on Trump. Now he's got to be suspect. But
no, what do you mean he was a big playboy? That would mean he was like Wilt Chamberlain. Wilt Chamberlain was a playboy. Never heard of Wilt Chamberlain sleep with a bunch of underage women. We did hear about Wilt Chamberlain sleep with 10,000 women, older women. But so you can't compare that. If you're saying Trump was we're talking about a pedophile. See, Alex Jones got to stop doing this. You cannot say that. No. We're not protecting anybody here. Absolutely not. If the truth is about it's underage kids, then they don't make you no playboy. They make you a pervert.
The same people that run Crossfire Hurricane, the fake Russiagate, Obama, Clapper, Comey, Brennan, that did all this, who are known fake frauds, who are known to be all over the Epstein file, who are known controlling it on the U.S. side. Anything they tell me suspect, so I don't believe it right away. Then you bring up Netanyahu, and that's the key. So anytime Mossad is going to operate like this on domestic soil, they're going to need a CIA agreement and pass. This goes on for decades. And then you've got Maxwell's dad that was MI6, Mossad on record, and KGB, triple agent, highest level. Well, the real agents are triple level or quadruple level. So you have Trump, grab it, do it. He gets it. Oh, my God, I've been set up. Then he's mad at Netanyahu. And from behind-the-scenes sources, we're not attacking Iran months.
Alex Jones, when he talking about Maxwell, Alex Jones, we all watched Candace Owens' investigative journalism on Robert Maxwell. He's telling the truth about Robert Maxwell was a triple agent. Yeah, we found out. We have to watch Candace Owens. And like he brought us that. He exposed the Israeli connection. No, you didn't. And when he keeps bringing up, Russia and all that, he was an agent who double-crossed Russia, who double-crossed Britain, who double-crossed America, and said his loyalty always would lie with Israel. And they keep saying Maxwell, why don't you tell him that's not his real name? He changed his name from the Jewish name that he had, like Ghislaine Maxwell. It's real good to throw that Maxwell around because like a post said on Elon Musk's Twitter before, and he liked it, and the Jews was upset. they like to mask their crimes in regular white person identity. They don't mind saying, "Oh, Ghislaine Maxwell, Robert Maxwell." No, but if they said Ghislaine Abrahamic, Ghislaine Goldstein, then that would be different.
Months ago, Netanyahu shows up. Suddenly, Trump 180s, starts doing whatever Netanyahu wants, and we know who has the full file of all the hidden cameras and all the stuff at Little Island in the Caribbean, at his facility in Zorro Ranch, New Mexico, in New York, and we had Ehud Barak there, photographed dozens of times, in 30-something meetings there in New York. As all of a sudden you get a 180, as soon as Netanyahu shows up, now Trump learns what's in the FBI file. Right after that, then Netanyahu comes and tells him, and I don't believe from my sources, and this is high-level FBI, that it is Trump, but it's people in his administration, including a top financial advisor that's heavily involved. Trump wants to get his agenda through of jobs, $15 trillion of investment coming in, $3 trillion already here. He wants to stop World War III. I'm not defending this. I'm saying the thinking, I've been told.
Yeah.
And so he goes, oh, my God, this is a giant new Russiagate setup. He comes out and says to my list, to his supporters.
Would I be crazy when you say a top financial advisor? Are we talking about Epstein's neighbor?
We are.
Okay, interesting, and that makes sense.
So which shows how informed you are, and I'm not trying to be a mean person.
Yeah.
Because he may even be innocent. We were talking about Lutnick.
That's right, Howard Lutnick. Don't sue me. Kidding.
Well, it's beyond suing. This is like the intel agencies
They're going to find me in the pool. Yeah, you're right. Now.
No, let's just say, you brought it out. You're smart to figure it out. Nobody else was. I'm sure it's true.
Yeah.
They're blackmailing him with Lutnick. I've confirmed that from the FBI. And it's not that Lutnick did anything wrong. But
Here's my question. We have Ghislaine Maxwell sitting in a jail, I believe in Tallahassee in Florida. We have Alex Acosta, who supposedly there was an unsourced or privately sourced, unnamed sourced person that Vicky Ward quoted saying Alex Acosta said, I was told to stand down. Epstein belonged to intelligence. That is why he was not prosecuted.
That was the federal prosecutor.
Right, to the fullest extent of the law. Why do we not, and by we I mean the Trump administration, the American people, demand that Maxwell testifies in front of Congress and that Alexander Acosta testifies in front of Congress about whatever this operation was? I think me and you have a good idea about what it was. But it's a vile operation. It destroyed the lives of children. No civilized society can exist ignoring things like this. And it also opens up many questions about a financial system that we barely understand that involves oligarchs, criminals, human traffickers, drug smugglers, and our own political class, by the way. This is why Nancy Pelosi has been so quiet about this. Let's be very honest, because she has no problem with, obviously making lots and lots of money. And lots of our politicians, I mean, Barack Obama, these $30 million homes in Martha's Vineyard or whatever they are. Why don't we demand that they testify, Alex?
Well, the part about Barack Obama never stole no money, never made no money, never had to make no money, because like Judge Joe Brown reported on, his stepfather in Indonesia, the military dictator, was one of the richest people in Indonesia and left Barry Soto, Barack Obama, billions of dollars. Anybody can look that up on YouTube. Left them billions of dollars in a trust fund account. Judge Joe Brown said Barack Obama actually came into the White House the richest president in U.S. history. The richest president in U.S. history. They can't say that and all that. So yeah, he can buy places on Martha's Vineyard and pretend like they're selling all kind of books and all that. This is a CIA ploy. Barack Obama got plenty of money from his stepfather from Indonesia.
And, Tim, I don't do this when regular people interview me. I'm not kissing your ass. I was about to go before you said Ghislaine Maxwell testify, I was about to go to this. So that's where I was going next.
Yeah.
You know, here's the issue with that. She's in prison for human trafficking, and you've got these lawyers connected to Epstein saying months ago, Alan Dershowitz, Trump better pardon her. And even before Elon came out and said, hey, Trump's on the list, you're never going to see it, which then has a lot more credibility now because of this. It doesn't mean Trump did anything wrong, but he's implicated. He's embarrassed by it. The issue with Ghislaine Maxwell is she's in prison for decades. So you can't trust somebody to testify who has already not implicated other people, but now that she's convicted in prison, maybe she'll say that I was involved. But I'm being sarcastic. But my point is that
any information Ghislaine Maxwell give that can be proven, they should take it as evidence. All that she would just point to anybody. No. If there's any evidence, if it's anything she can point to, and she know a lot. Prisoners all the time cut deals and make deals to give up bigger fish. So Alex Jones, see, there you go, discrediting himself. They can't make it seem like, well, you can't believe anybody that's locked up. Well, why the hell is the U.S. convicting all kind of people over something that inmates say? Why is people getting released from prison and getting time cuts for snitching on other people if we cannot take credibly what the inmate is saying? Ghislaine Maxwell is a big fish, and some say she's bigger than Epstein. Her father was the big dog. They taught Epstein everything he knew. They see it's real easy. They just try to play her off as some madam. No, Ghislaine Maxwell is a big dog. Her goddamn self. I don't know why they
pressure mounts for Ghislaine Maxwell to be released, testify before Congress.
That could be the end of everything. Shit, Ghislaine Maxwell's still alive. She know everything, plus more.
I am of the thought that full disclosure is the way to go.
Yeah.
From all my research and sources, Trump wasn't actually involved in any of this. And they're going to be able to continue to blackmail if they don't. So I think justice be done by the heavens fall. But the thinking is, if they implicate all these big tech titans like Bill Gates, that was heavily involved in all this, and his wife left him over it and said he should have to answer those questions. I'm not saying what he did. If all these Silicon Valley people come out and things, Trump's being told this will crash the stock market, this will bring down America, this is a setup. And I'm not defending that decision, but I can logically, from a sick position, get it. I agree with you. I think the world will think we're back in business if we actually exercise all these demons, because this stuff's going on all over the place as well. The EU's been caught in giant pedophile rings.
This is driving people insane, and I think it's justifiably so that people at the highest levels can get away with stuff like this, and that it can be covered up forever. And I think a lot of people...
It's the two-tier justice system. Right. It's emblematic of everything.
Yeah, it's emblematic of everything. What I told Vance, I said, if you don't disclose everything, you're done. Nobody will support you guys. You are fully and completely part of this cover-up if everything doesn't come out. I think it paralyzes their presidency completely.
And what did Vance say?
He agrees with me. He agrees with me. It really is.
Yeah, even Mike Johnson came out a week ago and said release it.
He agrees with me. The calls are coming from inside the house. We know that Benjamin Netanyahu shows up. We then immediately see an about face, which is completely crazy, by the president of the United States. And again, I'm not a paranoid Israel hater, but their activity over the last 6 months is completely insane. They're bombing churches. They're starving people. They're shooting people that are...
They bombed Syria today. But here's the deal.
Yeah.
Here's the deal. I've studied who the main threats to U.S. Communist China, big financial interest. I'm the guy that everybody said was defending Israel. No, I was just saying they're not the most important bloc. They're varied. But yeah, absolutely. Because we've knocked out the Democrats to a great extent, because they've cut off the USAID money and the deep state money, Israel, with Netanyahu, sees a power vacuum and is definitely trying a hostile takeover of the administration. So that's 100% going on.
Are you worried about these connections with Palantir, with using technology to Palantir technology to merge all of the different departments, so that if you have information on you with the IRS, that's now merging with your arrest record and if you've attended a protest and whatever the case may be. We see in the UK, people are getting sent to jail for tweets. We see all over the world, and we know, of course, the Chinese social credit score system. This feels a lot like a precursor to that. Steve Bannon has said that he thinks that these tech people are the biggest threat to the stability of the United States going forward because they have their own agendas that they're cloaking in this MAGA movement. Do you share that view? And do you think that Trump has allowed these people to get a little too close and exercise a little too much power in the White House?
Yes, I think Palantir is a threat. And then I've been criticized by people that just want to try to make scores by being nuanced about it. Let's explain what's happening. Oracle, who's also in with Trump, which is a bigger threat than Larry Ellison's, way bigger than Palantir. Microsoft and Amazon. People think of Amazon as packages. No, Amazon runs more servers for the CIA, the NSA than anybody. Then that Microsoft is second. This is like a fact. People can look this up. They've already integrated all the databases. They already have all that. Peter Thiel and Alex Karp, who said, Alex Karp, I help the EU censor conservatives. You know, my main threat is Christian conservatives. I'm not an apologist for Palantir, but to my listeners, I've got to give them a real answer. So you notice the New York Times, the Washington Post last year were all about Palantir, and it doesn't mean Palantir isn't an issue. It's that, why does everybody know about that? Because the corporate media started it. So Palantir has come to Trump and is a big backer of Vance. I'm not saying he's bad either.
Right.
And they have said to Trump, we know how to come in and tell you what's really going on. Let us have the ring of Mordor, and we will fix all your problems. And my point is, they are a small little tech who wants to come in and has the technology to do what's already been done.
Right.
So the idea that this isn't already integrated, that it is Amazon, Google, and these other groups, Amazon,
Alphabet, those companies, whatever it is, Meta.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, Alphabet's above Google, exactly.
Right.
So it's Google, it's
Amazon.
it's Amazon, it's all. Yeah. So they're the ones that are currently doing it. It's not like it's coming. So I just told people in their lexicon, it's like you have flashcards for a kid. Here's a tiger. Here's a bear. Here's a bunny rabbit. And now they go, here's Palantir. Ooh, that's the big tech takeover. No, that's a group that thought with their angles with Trump, they could come in and be put in charge of the thing that's already there. So I'm telling people, no, it's not that it's coming. It's already there. Palantir is just as dangerous as Google or as its parent company Alphabet or as Microsoft or as Amazon. It's Microsoft, Google, Amazon. And I'm saying if you look at the statistics, they're 90% of it. The grid's already there. Palantir is a usurper, an upstart, a pretender to the throne, trying to come in to give Trump control because the U.S. government's been directing the Googles and the Microsofts and the Amazons to already create a fuse system that we already have. Does that make sense?
It absolutely makes sense. The reason that Palantir is always a red flag for me is that when Peter Thiel's asked things like, should the human race exist? And he kind of stutters and stammers and doesn't really seem to have that one seems easy. And he doesn't really have an answer for that. He's also suggested things like maybe people went to Epstein's Island because they wanted Epstein's advice on their divorce and stuff. It just
and he also says, we need to do what I'm doing to stop the Antichrist.
Right. So it just feels to me that yes, they are part of a very large group of companies I don't trust. But it is worth noting that this company is, they want to start helping to surveil Americans more than they already are. I mean, that's sort of, or help, concentrate the information or help merge.
Let's be clear. You hit a key point. Google 6-7 years ago wouldn't even give the Pentagon access to AI. They give China that. So that's the key you just hit. Palantir is offering to Trump Look at Denver, already has U.S. funded license plate scanners.
Right.
But a month ago, when they were going to use them to arrest illegals, they turned it off.
Yeah.
Okay. So Palantir is offering to use the grid that's already in place for Trump's aims. So what I'm trying to say is it's not a defense of Palantir. It's that we're saying we're in the year 2025. We're in the year 2050. I'm saying it's already there. The Palantir thing is a fight about Trump coming and saying, okay, I'll hire you to explain how this works and give me access. I'm saying it's already all there.
No, and I understand that. And I think that I don't trust Elon Musk. I don't trust any of the, I don't trust Sam Altman. I don't trust Mark Zuckerberg. It's not because I believe they're inherently evil people, or although they say some things that are inherently evil. I believe their agendas are radically different than if you took an American off the street and said, what are the things you value? Very few of them are going to go, we want to terraform Mars and merge with AI and destroy the human race and all of this stuff. So I do think that the tech community, it's important to have a thriving tech community, but it's important to not turn our country into a digital police state or a Chinese-style surveillance state. And I think a lot of those people would probably want to create something like that in our society. You know, that does seem like they would prefer that.
Absolutely. I want your viewers and listeners to understand something. Let's just say Palantir is the most evil thing on earth ever seen. It is the devil. Why do we all know about Palantir
and not the other
but we
ones?
don't know?
Yes, you're right.
We don't know about Microsoft, Google, and Amazon that are 90+% of the grid that's already there.
Right.
So we're all learning about surveillance and AI and social credit score and biometrics and social credit. We're already doing it. They're just bidding to get into the trough.
Understood.
As a junior. And so I oppose what Palantir's doing.
And everyone else.
I oppose everyone else.
Of course.
I'm just saying it's become a distraction into only them.
Understood. Disclosure. Your sources, people that you know, how damaging is this if this all comes out? Do we think that this is a watershed moment for the United States and, Israel? Does this come out that this is what many people feel it is, which is a Mossad CIA blackmail up? Or is this basically we're never going to definitively know that? Or we have a lot of conjecture. We have a gun to my head. That's what I believe it was. There's enough evidence in my book to say that's what it was. But is the disclosure, not only will it be embarrassing to people, but is it going to suggest that one of our allies has been using these types of methods to gain leverage and control over our politicians? And is that one of the big reasons that they do not want it out?
Well, that's all true. I mean, look, Monica Lewinsky was a Mossad operative.
Really?
It's come out.
I didn't know
they were tapping the White House. So, and they don't want to hit us on some big corruption deal because a bunch of Israeli operatives are involved in all the corruption with our people as well.
Right.
They want to hit you on some limited little sexual thing. And absolutely, Epstein was mainly a Mossad operative. Ghislaine Maxwell, her dad, all Mossad on record. The media just keeps this debate going, is it Mossad? Is it Mossad? Well, he wasn't officially Mossad. Any real operative at the highest level is an operative. People think it was an operative is lower level. No, a lot of times they're the boss. But he himself was just a manager. Ghislaine was the case manager. This has all basically come out. And this is the leverage that Israel is using over Trump right now to do all this. And my information is it's not Trump himself. He's just all this other stuff to try to embarrass him, beauty pageants, flying twice on his plane from New York to Palm Beach. And again, Trump was all release it till he got that meeting with Netanyahu that you nailed. But what's more important is this has captured the public's understanding and imagination. And so it's all about integrity. It's all about getting rid of the deep state and Trump joining with it and defending it. I had on my show today, Mark Mitchell, who is the hands down, they have the best record nailing elections, not just here, but around the world from Rasmussen polling. And, he said, I'm not a Republican or Democrat, but I care about the voters and freedom in the future. And he said, the exact number, like 14 points lost with independents.
It's a collapse. It's a collapse.
It's a collapse. 5 6 points lost, his most hardcore base. I mean, this is a disaster. As Steve Bannon, without seeing polls a week and a half ago, said we'll lose 40 seats.
It's overshadowing another interesting and important story. That's that Comey, Brennan, Clapper, all these guys essentially participated in what was kind of an attempted coup with, manufacturing this evidence that Trump was installed by Russia.
Yeah, Crossfire Hurricane. And that's the key. That was my whole show today was Crossfire Hurricane is proven. Crossfire Hurricane is confirmed that not just Obama giving orders to Clapper, Brennan, Comey. Before 2016, they knew Trump was running. They put him under surveillance. The documents are out. They created the Steele dossier. They didn't just let the intelligence out and then not report it was fake. They created it. As Tulsi Gabbard said last night on Fox, we already have the documents. That's true.
Do you think Obama is a CIA operative from birth? His mother worked for USAID. His mother was born in Hawaii. I mean, because Obama weirdly comes up all the time as this guy. And I always think these politicians are middlemen. And I imagine that Barack Obama would be like a similar politician, like a Clinton type, where like they know what's going on, but they're not driving it. Yeah.
Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton come out of the CIA and the Dixie Mafia and the Chicago Mafia. There's whole films made by Joel Gilbert, which I researched. It's well known. Obama's grandfather was the head of the CIA in Hawaii. His mother was a CIA sex operative. His real father was not in Kenya, but was the head of the Communist Party, USA, head of their major newspapers, Frank Marshall Davis.
Where do you think he was born, if you had to take a guess?
He was born in Hawaii.
Oh, he was?
Yeah, it was Obama in 4 different videos when he was a senator saying, I was born in Kenya. I'm back in my home country as a fake cover story. And then that guy, that sub-Saharan Africa that looked nothing like him. You look at Frank Marshall Davis, it's him. And he wrote in Dreams of My Fathers, I spent summers with Frank Marshall Davis in Hawaii. He was friends with my grandfather. He felt like my real father. And it's Frank Marshall Davis. Then his mother, and Betty Davis, not Betty Davis, what's that woman with the dark hair? The famous bombshell 50s.
Rita Hayworth?
No, it's the one that did soft porn. It'll pop in my head in a minute.
Okay.
The point is they did that style, and in the famous porn that Frank Marshall Davis released, in the same house that's in photos of Obama with the same couch, with the same pictures, with his mom and Frank Marshall Davis visiting Frank Marshall Davis, it's her with women on the very same, Betty Page. It's the very same couch. And it's in famous private porn collections that his mother was, in all of this. Well, she was a famous CIA sex operative.
So you're saying that Obama is from an intelligence family?
Well, you said CIA baby. I mean,
but that's what I feel as well. I mean, and then
Frank Marshall Davis, the main publisher of communist newspapers all over the U.S., is a famous pornographer.
Right.
Obama says in Dreams of My Fathers, he was like my father. I stayed with him in the summers. He was friends with my grandfather, and his dad's the famous CIA banker.
Well, I know people in Chicago that have said that Obama essentially had led kind of a secret double life his entire life, and they were shocked when he was polling so well in the election. Obviously, he was a brilliant politician, but that the media didn't go near any of his secret life the way they didn't go. There's a lot of people that obviously the media is told to stand down, but I know people in Chicago, these large financial institutions that knew him, that were shocked that more details about his private life weren't emerging.
Well, yeah, and he said every young boy, needs a gay man to help lead him now. And I'm not against gay people or anything, but it's well known how he's being controlled. And so you very astutely said a baby of the CIA. He is literally a Manchurian candidate.
People with secrets are
true about his mom.
Seemingly the people that always lead us. It seems to be if you're in the closet, if you have a problem with your drugs or money or something like that, leverage is always being used on different people to control them.
Because you're compromised.
1,000%. So Trump, in my estimation, has to just let everything out, no matter how embarrassing it is.
Yeah, I mean, he does. And I mean, look.
It's going to destroy him.
The Democrats are trying to put me in prison. They're openly
him.
horrible people. Trump represents a lot of good constituents. I don't want Trump to fail. You know, I got accused by a lot of influencers and people in the last few weeks because I'm on every channel, and there's nothing for me to be on CNN, ABC News. I care less. They have tiny audiences. I don't like to have to come tell the truth on air and have them spin it and use it against Trump and MAGA, because MAGA is great overall and is definitely a force for good. And Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard and Tom Homan. And I mean, they're doing amazing things. And so I don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. I don't do this because I can attack Trump, which I never do, and then, you know, get publicity out of it. I did it because I have to keep my integrity. And I don't know if Trump can course correct from this. I had the head of Rasmussen polling on today. You know, some of it's bounced back, but you know, you look at bombing Iran, you look at Israel, you look at Kennedy got it where they were take fluoride out of the water. The DOJ blocked the lawsuit that banned it to keep fluoride in the water. Kennedy blocked basically glyphosate. The Trump administration is keeping it. It's almost like the Trump admin brought in Kennedy so he can menace the chemical companies and Big Pharma, and then Big Pharma will just come make bigger donations. And I don't know.
I'm gonna say something very interesting. I think obviously poisoned food in America needs to be dealt with, but Kennedy was talking a lot about these vaccines that were mandated and had a lot of adverse effects. Pam Bondi is now not following up the Pfizer thing. You know, maybe know more about than I do, but I saw that briefly.
Her and the White House chief of staff run now, only 10 years ago didn't exist, the biggest consulting firm, and their main client's Pfizer.
So Pam Bondi and Susie Wiles, who's the White House chief of staff, run a consulting firm, and their biggest client is Pfizer. Well, that's not great.
And even today, the lawyers came out, all the people involved, even in Congress, and said that Kennedy's not even being consulted now. So people get pissed at Kennedy. He's like, yeah, we're banning that mRNA shot. And then the White House somehow overrides it. And I'm not, yeah, it's
I think Kennedy, from people that I know, I think Kennedy feels like he's frustrated. I also think, yes, get the poisoned food out. But also Kennedy was coming in there saying, listen, we had these mandatory vaccines. A lot of them had adverse health effects. And now that's not being talked about. Everything's about food dye. Now, by the way, get the food dye out, sure, but let's not indemnify companies like Pfizer and all these people going forward. I mean, big pharma's, it's the biggest.
Well, that's I mean, the big HHS, Dr. Robert Malone, inventor of mRNA that violently exposed it all. He came out today and said, no, I've seen the documents. The FDA and all of it authorized these new mRNAs. They literally didn't even consult Kennedy. And so I'm not giving Kennedy a pass. I mean, this is going on. So it's a big, giant operation. Susie Wiles gave him the organizational skills that Trump needed to win. So it's the devil you need, the devil you don't need. But who was she the chief of staff for in his last election? Where does she live part of the year? She works for Benjamin Netanyahu.
Susie?
Hmm?
She works for Netanyahu.
She was his chief of staff and his campaign manager.
Interesting. I did not know that. That keeps coming up.
Well, yeah, I mean, listen,
yeah.
I'm not anti-Israel.
No. And listen, we don't even have to keep saying that. We're not anti-Israel.
For it. I have responsibility.
You do.
Like a jack in the box at Netanyahu. Jack in the box Netanyahu. Remember Netanyahu back during the COVID thing said, I want Israel to be the headquarters of human testing. We don't know what this is going to do. We offer the Israeli people to be guinea pigs to be tested on. Well, that violates the Nuremberg Code. So I'm not anti-Israel. I'm saying,
of course,
you pull it up. Netanyahu says Israel's a guinea pig. And I think Netanyahu's a villain. I
have great friends in Israel and in America that are Jewish people that are religious. Some aren't. And they a lot of them think what's going on in Gaza is atrocious and that Netanyahu's a criminal and should stand trial. But it is interesting to see that, this administration is starting to spin out of control. It feels like that.
Yeah, that's a good way to see it. The first 5 months or so, it was like almost perfectly on track for and then it just started going sideways. And now it's moving very quickly the wrong direction. And I have no interest in them failing. My God, the Democrats are literally trying to put me in prison and suing me and all this other. I mean, it's like my lifeboat I'm in is Trump, and then he's poking holes in the bottom of the boat. And then I don't want to be enemies with Susie Wiles. I don't want to be enemies. And I can tell you a lot more. I mean, I've had the White House call up and be like, last week, what do you want?
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, you think I'm doing all this just to get something? I've never asked for anything. I want you to do what you were elected to do.
Yeah.
So it went from you're bad, we're going to have our influencers attack you 2 weeks ago to what do you want?
Yeah. Well, they want it to go away. They want this to go away. And I've been listening to you since I'm 12 years old on the GCN network. I remember listening to you before 9/11, by the way, and then direct. Yeah, no, GCN network. We're talking like in 1999.
We're talking 8-bit internet.
I mean, unbelievable. And I believe that was the network you were on, was GCN.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's how long I've been listening to you. And that's why I bring you in when stuff like this happens, because I often get confused because we all basically say to ourselves, what the hell's going on? It's almost like the gaslighting is so crazy because it's like they start going like, who said Epstein was a blackmail operation? They're like, who said any of this? And you go, why would you suggest he's connected to the Mossad or anything? And you go, wait a minute, hold on. This has all been kind of decided. There's mountains of evidence. So to attack supporters or, people that are just raising questions, of course you're going to have to go out and say, hey guys, we know what you're doing. For whatever reason you want this to go away, it's not going to go away until you disclose the information you have.
And that's the problem. The CIA was involved, MI6 was involved, Mossad was the main group from all our evidence. And now that they've implicated people in Trump's circle, he's doubled down. He's totally pig-headed. It's a strength and a weakness. And so the polls show it from Rasmussen, all the other polls show it. This is a death spiral, and it's so sad. And then you got the Democrats that are openly with 350,000 kids smuggled across, a bunch of them in sex slavery, slave labor. You have Tom Homan, they've already saved 35,000 kids, prosecuted over 1,000 human traffickers. All this good's happening, and I don't want to see this happen. But the way this works, and I'm surmising this, I don't know if this is true, but if Trump makes a deal with the deep state to leave him alone on the Epstein thing, as implicates intelligence agencies, they go, okay, you got to have Kash Patel and Dan Bongino and all you go out and say there's nothing there. And this is what Kyle Seraphin, really smart FBI whistleblower, said months ago on my show. They're being given bad advice to go out and do stuff that discredits them by the very same people acting like they're on their side. So it looks like they made a deal to deep six this for whatever reason, and then the very same media and Democrats then turn on them and now hanging around their neck. And notice when the Democrats say they want Epstein declassified, they only want stuff with Trump in it. Now, I say release it all. Release it all.
Release it all is the only way. And maybe depose Alex Acosta and let's find out who told him that.
No, the Democrats are not trying to just release stuff with Trump in it. No, Trump is trying to just release stuff that he's not in. The Democrats is saying release it all. I just said this. They're willing to sacrifice Bill Clinton, Bill Gates, and some of those perverts to get the sitting president and then for them to get back in power. They already know this. They feel like they got a young group of people who ain't involved in any of that. It's a game of chicken.
And that's, again, U.S. attorney that prosecuted him 15 years ago that said he was told go easy intelligence.
Yes, I mean, let's find out. And at the end of the day, I think that, I'm not naive. You're not naive. We know that there's serious players behind the scenes that are exerting pressure on all kinds of people. And I know that you can't wave a magic wand and make the deep state go away, and you can't, throw them all in jail overnight. But if there's no accountability for this type of criminal activity that everybody knows about, the lack of credibility is going to eat away at not only this administration, but at the government and the justice system in this country.
No, you're right. You're absolutely, you've hit the key here. And by the way, I can go as long as you want.
We're going to wrap up in a few minutes, yeah.
No, my bladder's about to bust. Can I just run pee and I'll come right back?
Go run pee and come back.
I'll just pee on air right now.
Go. You can run and pee and I'll vamp while you're there. I'm good at it. I talk
I
my
actually
whole
peed
show.
on
I'm
Trump
like
in
you.
Moscow.
I learned how to do this with you. I just talk. I don't even have guests.
No. But what I was going to say is, just like the made-up stuff Trump being peed on, that was all fake. So the other side, I have such no belief in the establishment media because they've lied so much. Back in 1 minute.
Yeah.
Go as long as you want. I got more stuff to add.
Go pee.
I just can't think.
I understand. Alex Jones is taking a pee break, ladies and gentlemen. All right, thank you. Thank you. Welcome back, Alex Jones. I was just an advertiser who dropped me because
No, you're talking about athletic greens.
Yes.
I took athletic greens and I got 3 feet longer.
No, they dropped me. They dropped me because I said athletic greens on the show with you years ago.
No,
so they're terrible.
I got an earpiece in when I ran the
Okay, all right.
But back to the incredible thing you just said.
Yes.
Yes, this is a benchmark deciding issue because they killed Epstein, all the cover-ups, people learned about it, and then now Trump made it a big issue, and I'm stating the obvious here. So him saying, don't look at it, don't talk about it, he's not that stupid to do something like that. And so the whole thing makes no sense. It is a disaster. We need change. He's brought in a bunch of good people. It's so sad. But because of integrity issues, I can't sit here and play along with it. And all the evidence points towards Mossad blackmailing Trump. And I just wonder, how we're supposed to get out of this. And I hope he can fix it because, normally a incumbent president that wins the first election, they lose the House and Senate. The numbers, according to the pollsters, we were trending to win. He was getting, record numbers with everybody.
Well, a lot of the fundraising came from very big donors, people like Miriam Adelson and stuff like that have a lot of political connections in Israel, obviously. And I think there's probably pressure from that avenue as well, of people that spent a lot of money to help Trump get elected that are probably telling him, let's make this go away. Let's not have this be an embarrassment or worse.
The video cut out of you there.
Sorry, yeah. Did you hear me? Yeah.
You are back.
Okay. Yeah,
I got most of that. What is that? Is that a devil is that Hillary Clinton on your?
No, this is a lobster. It's the summer.
See, that's like
it's the summer.
It's like
lobster.
That's like those ink.
Yeah.
It's like those ink blots. See, what does that say about me? I don't see a lobster. I see a devil.
It's the summer. So when the lobster's over and it goes to the fall, we put a pumpkin.
I like it.
Yeah, we try to make it nice while we talk about international, sex trafficking, cults and this, that, and the other thing. By the way, Hollywood stands to probably get very embarrassed if this comes out too, because this is not just political. There's probably a lot of big people in Hollywood.
Let's talk about who we know is heavily involved.
Yeah.
You had a clear blackmailing operation against high-tech people, science people, vaccines, genetic engineers, Harvard, massive Hollywood. The Clintons, Steve Jobs' wife, the Atlantic Monthly owner, Atlantic Magazine, all those people. And that's my big frustration is that we know they're all in there. We know it's all going on. And by Trump doing this, he's now joining with them. And he did it in such a terrible way as saying, you're not part of our organization if you question this, which then backs up the left's claim that MAGA is a cult. Well, I'm not in a cult. So how are you processing this? Because I'm not a lesser two evils guy, but overall, Trump administration is a lot better, I think, than Democrats. But at the same time, there's an integrity issue because I become an accomplice by extension, Jim Dillon, if I join in on the cover-up.
Agreed. I process it the same way you processed it. I think securing the border, having having the American working class regain ground, and trying to provide a standard of living for people and not opening the borders. They've done that in the UK. It's caused tremendous strife. They're now putting people in jail for tweeting about social and cultural issues in that country.
And he's gotten 15 trillion committed, 5 trillion's already flooded in. I mean, he got in this new economic deal, everybody to align here, the Federal Reserve, which is the establishment won't give him interest cuts. I mean, he is still the maverick. Here's what I know, and I'll give you the inside baseball, and I hate to do this.
Do it.
I started hearing this about a year ago. from people really close to Trump. He was 78 then, he's 79 now. And then all the trials, all the pressure, all the demonization, he doesn't crack up, but at a certain point, he becomes a really grumpy old man. And now, I knew this months ago, and I kind of mentioned it, but I didn't want to attack him and give them fodder. But it isn't issues that incriminate him. It's not Epstein stuff. It's not something that can be a problem. They'll bring in some side issue, and he'll scream at them and say, I only want to hear about stopping World War III, bringing jobs back, securing the border, and defeating election fraud. And he gets really mad now. He didn't used to do that. And other people that talked to him, you know, a week and a half ago saying, sir, you got to stop defending this and got to stop the Epstein cover-up. And these people he's known for 30 years, 50 years, he'll just say, F you then, and hang up on him or kick him out of the Oval Office. So it's not just that he blew up about this. He's been, and it's good to have a guy that doesn't give a crap.
Sure.
At a certain point for fighting corruption. But when he doesn't give a crap about his constituents, we're kind of experiencing, you know, what the establishment's experiencing. So I love him doing that to them, but with us, the optics are really bad.
Who is
So
he
that's where
listening
we're at.
to? Who is he listening to? People say Stephen Miller and Susie Wiles have the most outsized influence in the administration. Do you think that's true?
From my sources, he basically has the beat on the border and domestic stuff. It's Susie Wiles. And I hate to demonize her. You know, I'm not trying to come after her. I was warned up front she was bad news. And anybody that wants anything has to go through her. I just know her consultancy firm has gone from small to number one. And
Bondi and her are good buddies, very tight. Is that the case?
Well, absolutely. Well, they were at the same consultancy.
Right. Is it weird that they have a huge consultant firm, but they're also both in the White House?
It's a major conflict of interest.
Yeah. Seems so.
So it's not quite Hunter Biden level stuff or 10% for the big guy. And again, I'm not trying to say they're the only problem. It's just that look, a lot of it is it's complex, it's huge, a lot's going on, and Trump is trying to be pragmatic. But if he thought he could make deals with the deep state and like, sir, the CIA and Mossad are implicated, let's shut this down, they walk into the trap, and now, oh, by the way, that stuff we raided from the Democrats, it's all about you. And it doesn't mean it's real. I already predicted it's recycled. It's recycled BS about Trump. And that's why I think that's why we're seeing the fit.
Do you think there's any part of him that says they'll kill me because they tried to, they maybe tried to in Pennsylvania, where very few people are satisfied with the explanation of who that, would-be assassin was, Thomas Matthew Crooks, or, he had no online footprint. We didn't know that much about him. The media has only recently started to kind of put out a narrative about him, but that was clearly a big brush with death. Do you think that there's any fear in that sense that Trump goes, that the people are playing for keeps?
I mean, I think that's at the end of the day. I mean, I think overall Trump wants success for America.
Yeah.
And he's pragmatically trying to pick the best direction. But there's a new video out that's viral everywhere about, look, on July 13th.
I just saw that, yes.
On July 13th, you see the film crew being waved up after he's shot. It shows his production. Well, anybody that's been in a presidential speech of Trump or Obama or any of them, which I've been to, or Bush, W, or any of them, I've been to all those, you have the Secret Service directing press up, directing press back. They tell you when you can be there, when you can't. He gets shot, he falls down, they wave him back. He pops back up. They let the press in. These are TV productions. So people seeing that production and then thinking, oh, it's fake. No, the whole thing is a production. But I know ballistics. I know rifles. They didn't have real people shooting at him, and then they just perfectly grazed his ear. Right. And you can't fake real like that. You can't fake the acoustics of another shooter or a guy getting killed or other people getting shot in the background. I mean, the greatest directors all fused together. Steven Spielberg, Francis Ford Coppola.
Anybody, right? Scorsese.
Nobody can do that. Nobody can, carry that out. That was real. His ear got grazed. The Democrats hold up the cartridges and the bullet and go, something this big hit you. No, it's this big. And when it grazes you, that's exactly what it does. And because, long story short, I got shot with a 22 caliber pellet gun when I was 11, and it hit my ear and bled a lot, but the hole was closing like a day. Just went right through the side. I had the same thing happen. A kid named Mike Hamby shot me. It was an accident. But the point is that my grandmother's ranch, the point is, no, that was real. And all the lawfare and all the indictments and the mug shot and the persecution I've gone through was real. And because of that failing and because of what happened, they're now trying to spin that and make it go away. But people then see, oh, they push the media back. Well, if you go to any debate or presidential deal, they tell the media come forward, they tell them come back. And then once Trump pops back up, they're like, okay, he's okay, you can come back forward, because they're producers, they're filmmakers that run this, that are trying to get iconic shots for videos or put out for Trump. And so they all see him shot, they get scared and run back. Then he pops back up, it's normal, okay, they creep back up, bring the cameras back up. You got a bunch of Pulitzer Prize winning photographers there, but they've got to do what the Secret Service says. So people go, oh, that's a production. Well, when Trump goes to the NFL game or the World Cup game, that's a production. Doesn't mean the game didn't play. Doesn't mean it wasn't real. So yeah, it is a production, but it's a production that is of a real event that's happening.
Before you go, what do you think Netanyahu wants? I mean, they bombed Syria today. The Gaza thing's insane. They seem to be hinting that they're not done with Iran. I've heard from people, and there's articles out. I mean, this is not a secret that I don't think they feel like enough damage was done. They want to do more. What do you think ultimately in Trump's 4 years they would like to see? Netanyahu would like to see, like, what would be their goal here? Would it be to reconfigure Gaza in the image of what they would want? I imagine that's on the table. Is it another attack on Iran? What do you think it is?
Well, this I'm an expert on. So how much time do I have?
As much as you want.
Oh, jeez. All right, Benjamin Netanyahu has been in power off and on for 25 years. And previously, he represented the most right-wing, aggressive Israelis. And when Yitzhak Rabin got in their way, it's on record, the group associated with him killed him. And now they've gotten Israel so radical, we can call it right-wing, is what the media calls it. Let's just say Israeli supremacists. Yeah. So, I'm not trying to compare it to Hitler, but the closest thing you're going to get is like racial supremacy.
Yeah.
We're
taking
ironic.
Over. It's ironic for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, we're the master. Right. Well, look, they're going to drive a group out of their homes into the desert. That's what Pharaoh did to the Jews 3,000 years ago. I mean, it's like the pogroms, that was wrong to the Jews. It's wrong here. Right. I'm not saying the Muslims, the little angel cakes are perfect either. Believe me.
They're not little angel cakes, but I get it.
Yeah. The optics are not good.
Right.
And so a lot of the Israeli leadership was like, even Michael Savage is American citizen, great guy, pro-Israel, but he came on my show 2 weeks ago and said Netanyahu needs to go.
Right.
According to all his sources, I mean, they've taken Israel from being one of the most popular countries in the world to the most, did you know Israel in international polls is the most unpopular country in the world?
Yeah, they've had a rough couple of years in terms of their...
So you ask what's going on with Netanyahu. Netanyahu, until 3 years ago on record, you pull up articles, was the main funder of Hamas.
Right.
Israel set up Hamas and funded their creation to discredit the PLO. So if you got one group you don't like, put a new, more radical group in that challenges them, and then people forget about it later and you blow them up next month. Like I said 8 months ago when NATO, Turkey and Israel on record overthrew Assad after 18 years of trying, or 17 years, that I said, I bet in 6 months they're trying to overthrow the new al-Qaeda leader. Well, Israel's now bombing, trying to take him out. Right. Which is a one-dimensional thing, sounds good. I don't like the leader of al-Qaeda and ethnically cleansing non-radical Muslims and Christians and Druze and others. But Israel literally ran field hospitals for al-Qaeda and bombed for them and put them in as a destabilizing force. Just like Netanyahu's predecessors, Likudniks, when they were in power, created Hamas. So then you have October 7th and this stand down, this little armed camp, incredible Israeli intelligence, one of the best militaries on earth. That's not hype. 7.5 hours, nobody responds to Hamas breaking across the fence and grabbing all these Jews.
Right.
I mean, my God, you fart in Israel, they'll shoot a missile up your ass. So, and Netanyahu admitted there was a stand down. The army blamed him. He blamed them. That was, a couple of years ago. And he said, when the war is over, we'll investigate. Well, for Netanyahu, in power 25 years, serious heart problems, indicted, he stays in power by having crises. Right. And so it really comes down to him and his party. And they can't have elections for 5 months under emergency declaration. They can't even have elections because of this emergency. So he stands to gain. The weapons makers stand to gain with billions a week in weapons being spent. Iran's no angel cake. I'm not defending them, but if you go back to Wesley Clark 20-something years ago, he goes to the Pentagon, which is declassified now, and they go, the next 5 years, we're going to take out 7 countries. Iran's the last. Well, they got Syria 8 months ago. The last one is Iran. And it's not just about getting that Gaza Strip.
Right.
Under international law, Israel gets 12 miles out, and they've got one of the biggest gas fields undrilled because of the conflict. I mean, it's more rich than, off the coast of Texas or Louisiana. And so there's trillions of dollars, and they've already built a pipeline up through there that goes up to Turkey. So Turkey is involved. Erdogan acts like he doesn't like Netanyahu. Those guys are on they're Siamese twins. They're joined at the hip. And so it's all, and the U.S. is involved, wants to act like it's not because it wants to stop the Belt and Road out of China and all the way through into Russia and Europe. They want this other pipeline they're building up into Europe out of there, and there's gas all the way up from Israel, Lebanon, Syria, all the way. And so Israel wants to build the main industrial shipping hub for shipping liquid natural gas and the pipeline up to Europe. It's got probably more gas than frickin' Alaska. I mean, it's got more gas than Kuwait, more gas than areas there where Russia intersects with Ukraine. This is one of the richest gas fields in the world. Trillions and trillions of pure liquid natural gas and oil. It's near surface, by the way. It's not deep. And so it is a gold mine. So you hear Jared Kushner, oh, I'm going to build condos here. And, these weird AI videos with Trump. Oh, it's going to be so beautiful. And Saudi Arabia wants to come in and offers to pay to make it all nice and, give all the Palestinians jobs. That's all a cover. The hotels and the swimming pools and casinos are nothing. It's that hub, because the southern hub, you can say, well, there's natural gas all the way from right there in the Mediterranean up to Syria, but you got to have the hub at the start of it for the pipeline to come up out of Israel. Right. And so this is not even debated. So we're talking, they're saying like $7 trillion in current numbers just off the coast of Gaza. You add it all up, it's over 20 trillion. You can leverage that. Then you have the military control. Israel is never actually, other than up by Tel Aviv, they've never had a proper port. And so this is about strategic alliances and control and blocking China. So I don't want to just blame Israel and all the Israel.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Israel. It's all about the U.S. acts like Trump. Oh, please do a deal with Gaza. Bomb, 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 bomb the next week, 8 years ago.
Yeah.
Does it again. Oh, please don't hit Gaza, blah, blah, blah. No, the U.S. and its interests are absolutely aligned with Israel.
Well, no,
so
in that sense, I think you're right. What is the end game in the Ukraine? We are still cutting big checks. We're still spending a lot of money. It seems like we're trying to get that country nuked. Hopefully there'll be a deal in place. The vice president said he thought that was a very big possibility, but it seems like the policy of America is to push Putin into a corner until he uses some type of tactical nuclear weapon. I can't see any other end game here.
Well, as usual, your analysis just, yourself is accurate. The head of France's finance, the head of their military, the head of Sweden, Germany, the UK have all said the last 2 years, you look this up, they said our business plan is a 20 to 30 year conventional war with Russia that will bankrupt Russia, will finally break Russia up in 5 parts. Well, that didn't work. Russia's outperforming weapons production, conventional munitions, artillery shells 3-1, drones 3-1. So that's not working. And so the EU's collapsed financially. It wants this. And you've got just like Vietnam turned out with McNamara. He later admitted this before he died in the documentary. Oh, it was just a big war game and to make money. They wanted a place where they could have won very quickly bombing the North. They could have won, destroying it, but they never did that because it was just a way to pump. I mean, LBJ made back then, made $20 billion, like $3 billion himself,
right?
Just off dredging out the ocean and putting in ports. So it's all a giant war game, and you've had for 15 years the U.S. and Soros overthrowing governments in Ukraine, stirring it up, poking the Russians.
Yep.
And then they don't care as long as they can keep it going. They've laundered $300 billion in just the last few years, and it's all a big weapons laboratory. And so to them, they don't care. And now they're talking about 30% of the EU budget now going to Ukraine.
Psychotic.
For the next, So a war is a big black hole that you can launder money through. And at the end of the day, Putin's more popular than ever that he's in a war. It's not like the Iranians and Netanyahu go wink, wink.
Right.
The mullahs are super unpopular. Now they're popular. Putin was already popular. He's even more popular.
Right.
It's not like they go wink, wink, but war is the health of the state. If you go back to the movie on Henry VIII called The King, which is a true story, he finds out at the end that his ministers have a rebellion in England with the Scots and the Irish and the Welsh, which is all a true story. These letters are public now. They've been public for hundreds of years. And his French cousin, they're really all just Norman from William the Conqueror. They're not even French or British. They're all really Vikings that conquered France and England. And they don't tell the new young king because his other brother, died, so they had to have him when his dad died. This is a true story. And so he goes and has to have a war with France, and all his buddies die. He wins, and his minister comes to the end and says, "You did a really good job. We staged all this." That's why he meets with the king of France, even though he killed his son. He goes, "Great job. You're really a real leader." And then he meets with the head minister, and the exchequer head goes, "We staged all this for you, sir. Now you've put down all the rebellions. You are now the true king of England." And he kills him, which is a true story. He pulls a dagger out because his best friend died and stabs him to death, learning this whole thing was staged. Real people died. It was a real war, but it was totally staged to put down rebellions in France and in England. And now that's how the real world works.
Psychotic, unfortunate. I hope.
We are going to be looking at some disturbing videos, strange and odd news stories, and as always, let's go ahead and get right into today's video. So this is pretty interesting. In one of my most recent videos, I had spoken about Yellowstone because more and more people are noticing that the animals in the area are acting pretty unusual. Bears, elk, and other animals are leaving in packs. Researchers say that the animals do this to look for other food sources, but normally they would do so during the winter and not in the summer. Not just that, but around the same time, we're also getting news coming out that new holes are appearing at Yellowstone, and these holes are filled with very blue water. And in that same video, I had shown an article where back in April of 2025, scientists and researchers, they were going out there and basically creating mini earthquakes, small earthquakes. And they said they were doing this to test the lava of Yellowstone to see when it may erupt. And in that same video, talking about these scientists creating these small earthquakes at Yellowstone, I said this: earthquakes to test the magma to see when possibly Yellowstone could erupt. Now, we know that there's nothing bulletproof. Anything man-made is not 100% guaranteed for safety. What happens if one of these tiny earthquakes trigger a bigger earthquake? Now you have a chain reaction, and this much bigger earthquake then triggers Yellowstone. Do you honestly think these scientists that are triggering these tiny earthquakes at Yellowstone would take responsibility for any chain reactions? I highly doubt it. And you know what's also funny? So they were doing these tiny... So yeah, like I said in that video, let's say they're not doing anything ominous, but one of these earthquakes that they are creating out there just happens to trigger a bigger earthquake or a cluster of earthquakes, and something goes wrong. Again, will they take responsibility? because I find the timing of these news articles now coming out to be very suspicious. Suspiciously, that news article that I read from MSN about scientists creating these tiny earthquakes has been suspiciously deleted just very recently. But luckily, I was able to go ahead and screen record that article. So the question happens to be, are they now trying to go ahead and slowly scrub that news story from the internet? But I was able to find another article talking about this on a local news station, this one right here from Idaho. But going back to these other news articles that are now coming out, take for example this news article from MSN, which was published yesterday on July 22nd, and multiple news agencies are talking about this. This article is titled, "Scientists Discover Ominous Sign That Yellowstone Supervolcano is Building Up to an Eruption." And why is it building up to an eruption? Because there is a lot of activity currently taking place under Yellowstone in the form of earthquakes. Continuing to read the article, it says, using machine learning, researchers found that there have been over 86,000 hidden earthquakes between 2008 and 2022. That is 10 times more tremors than scientists had previously detected. My question happens to be, how many of these earthquakes are natural and how many of these earthquakes were artificially created that these researchers had admitted to creating? The article continues to say, worryingly, more than half of these earthquakes came in swarms, small groups of interconnected tremors, which have been known to precede volcanic activity. The researchers say that these chaotic swarms were found moving along rough young fault lines running deep below the Yellowstone caldera. These clusters of seismic activity are likely caused by hot mineral-rich water forcing itself through cracks in the rock. Yet again, like I said, how much of this is actually natural? How do we know, or how are we guaranteed that these researchers who are creating these smaller earthquakes at Yellowstone are not contributing to this, whether intentionally or unintentionally? Because again, if something goes wrong, which it could, and a super volcano just happens to erupt thanks to these earthquakes, are they going to take the blame? No, they would just say they miscalculated and there was more activity under Yellowstone than they thought, which I also said in my last video. And my thing is, with all the chaos that Yellowstone would bring, like I said, just worldwide changes, I don't think they would ever tell us the truth that Yellowstone is about to erupt. I mean, if you're looking at other certain things that they're not telling us the truth on, again, something as big as Yellowstone, I think they would just let it happen. They would just continue to say, everything's fine, the animals are fine, it's all AI, nothing's about to erupt. And if it does, they'll just go ahead and say, well, we just miscalculated. The article continues to say, Yellowstone is one of the world's largest active volcanoes, and if it erupted, it would cover up 2/3 of the United States with ash. Entire states could become uninhabitable as toxic air sweeps through them, grounding thousands of flights and forcing millions to leave their homes. Now, one could say that these articles or news articles talking about this could be fear-mongering, but something like this would be perfect for the World Economic Forum. You will own nothing and be happy, reducing the population and so forth, while the so-called elite hide in their underground bunkers. And something like this, again, would make it easier for them to usher in that 2030 agenda. In one hand, these researchers are absolutely shocked that they found all these earthquakes hidden beneath Yellowstone that's causing a cluster that may lead to a massive eruption, but yet in the other hand, they're telling us that they are the ones creating these earthquakes. This is the kind of gaslighting that needs to be called out. And going back to where I said that they would create these small earthquakes and say they miscalculated, check out this part of the article right here where it says, when scientists want to look for seismic activity around the caldera, they normally have to manually inspect vast amounts of data. However, by using machine learning techniques, Dr. Lee and his co-authors were able to comb through years of past seismic recordings to look for previously undetected tremors. Dr. Bing Lee, an expert on earthquake mechanics from Western University, says, if we had to do it old school with someone manually clicking through all this data looking for earthquakes, you couldn't do it. It's not scalable. This revealed that tens of thousands of earthquake swarms have been missed by earlier manual inspections. Again, I'm just not buying it. They already admitted to creating smaller earthquakes, and whatever they're creating is just adding more and more activity under Yellowstone. The animals, they know that something is not right under Yellowstone, and whatever is occurring under Yellowstone is not natural. But on the subject of weather manipulation, before I move on to a different topic, I found this news article to be pretty interesting too. This news article from Yahoo News, which says, these science behind the heat dome, a mosh pit of molecules, and this article was published yesterday, July 22nd. So in other words, it's going to be hot, very, very hot. Continue to read the article. It says, from Texas clear to Georgia, from the Gulf Coast on up to the Canadian border, a massive dangerous heat has started spreading like an atmospheric plague. In the days and perhaps even weeks ahead, a high-pressure system known as a heat dome will drive temperatures over 100 degrees Fahrenheit in some places, impacting some 160 million Americans. Extra high humidity will make the weather even more perilous. While the thermometer may read 100, it may actually feel like 110. They're going to explain what exactly a heat dome happens to be and why does it last so long, and also what gives with all the extra moisture. They're going to say that a heat dome is a self-reinforcing machine of misery. It's a system of high-pressure air which sinks from a few thousand feet up and compresses as it gets closer to the ground. When molecules in the air have less space, they bump into each other and heat up. That's their explanation anyway, but I do want to go ahead and talk about this part right here where it says, in the beginning, a heat dome evaporates moisture in the soil, which provides a bit of cooling, but then the evaporation will significantly raise humidity. A major contributor during this month's heat dome will be the swaths of corn crops across the central United States, which could help raise humidity in states like Minnesota, Iowa, and Indiana above that of Florida. That sort of high-pressure system also grabs moisture from the Atlantic Ocean and the Gulf. So you see what they're doing here. They are blaming corn crops. They are blaming the farmland when it comes to this heat, when it comes to this heat dome. You can even see several articles right here where it says, yes, corn crops can negatively impact the climate in several ways. Now, there's always been corn crops. There's always been a lot of corn crops. I remember growing up as a kid in New Jersey, and there would be corn crops everywhere. Yet, for whatever reason, now they are the threat to the climate, and they are what's causing this heat dome as of 2025. Now, of course, I don't believe it's the corn that's responsible for this heat dome, but I also do wonder if this heat dome may contribute to a very powerful hurricane or hurricanes, because we do know that the NOAA said that we're going to go ahead and see monsters as of 2025, perhaps even for the very first time, a Category 6. Researching this further, it says a heat dome caused by a high-pressure system can indirectly influence hurricane intensity. While a heat dome itself doesn't directly intensify a hurricane, it can contribute to conditions that do. For example, a heat dome can warm ocean waters, and warmer ocean temperatures are a major factor in hurricane intensification. Additionally, the high pressure associated with a heat dome can steer hurricanes and influence their track and landfall locations. Interesting, because 2024 also had a very bad heat dome over certain locations, and we know that there were very bad hurricanes that hit over these certain locations, like in Florida all the way to the East Coast, hitting the Carolinas. So make no mistake about it, 2025 will be a very, very bad hurricane season. We might even see some first, like they already told us we would. And like I said, I don't believe it's the corn that's creating this heat dome, which would essentially intensify these hurricanes and guide them to certain locations if that's not suspicious. Reading this article from CBS News, maps show the locations where this heat dome will be greatly impacting. The article continues to say, as the extreme heat hits parts of the Corn Belt, a region over part of the Plains and Central Mississippi Valley, where the heat index values could reach between 105 and 110 degrees, high humidity is also expected. The common phenomenon is known as corn sweat, which occurs when extreme heat beats down on corn crops and causes it to perspire and increase the humidity in the air. And still, on top of everything else, people are still finding oddities on weather radar systems. Like, for example, this video from Tech World 1.
Let's take a look at what's going on in California here. This is roughly where Vandenberg Air Force Base is. You see that emanating out towards the coast from there? Watch, boom. See that right there? Those pulses that look like the Wi-Fi symbol. Yeah, that's microwave energy. It's coming down here as well, but it's a different pattern. You see that? They're shooting out into the ocean to dissipate any moisture that might be coming to save us from their heat wave that they're inducing. And you see this massive pulse going from east to west and all these next-red towers here. But you can pull up on a map and see the positions and see how they're radiating. It's not birds, honey. It's not weather. See? fixed position. You see the tower is the black in the center. All right, it's emanating outwards from that. We're being microwaved by the people who think the world is overpopulated. So, yeah, heads up.
In this next segment, given the fact that there are a lot of news stories currently out there, there are a lot of distractions. One thing we should really be keeping our eyes on is the fact that the government, they passed the Genius Act, which basically allows them to regulate stable coins or cryptocurrency, basically opening doors for a digital dollar. One person that voted no against the Genius Act was Marjorie Taylor Greene.
I want to lay this out straight for you all. You never thought in your lifetime that the government would shut you down, would close your churches, would close your schools, would close your business. And that happened only a few years ago. But what is happening today is the groundwork is being laid, and it's all in the name of cryptocurrency and stablecoin. But it is the entire regulatory process to switch us from cash to a cashless society to digital currency that can be controlled by the federal government. And there will be no ban on a central bank digital currency. There will be no way to protect your ability to fully control your digital currency in the future. And I'm voting no to this today. I don't know if there'll be any other no votes on the Republican side, but I'm voting no to this because I'm a Christian and I've read the Bible and I believe what Revelations 13, 16 through 17 says. And I just cannot vote for a future system that will do that.
Now, the thing is, the Genius Act does kind of get rid of CBDCs for the United States, but it's also kind of a double-edged sword. And make no mistake about it, while getting rid of the CBDCs, which is the central bank digital currencies, is a good thing, we're still going to be moving into a stable coin, which is backed by the US dollar, meaning more than likely, or we will be getting rid of cash and moving into a digital dollar. While there are some people out there that believe that this might be a win, I'm going to go ahead and get into as to why this might not be such a good thing. This video from Huey Media does an amazing breakdown when it comes to the Genius Act and the digital dollar. And just to clarify before I go ahead and play his video, this is not a political thing. This is not a Trump thing. This is not a Kamala Harris thing. No matter who was going to be in office, this was coming regardless. There were so many people warning of this 10 years ago, 20 years ago, that something like this was coming. The signs were there. The digital dollar that would control everything. You can find all these interesting articles like this one right here that was published back on August 25th, 2021. Cash will soon be obsolete. Will America be ready? Talking about how America will embrace the digital dollar and get rid of cash. They have always been getting us prepared for this for quite some time, with allowing us to use our palm to access our phones, our cars, now using our faces to make certain purchases.
Is wild. In Dubai, if you want to buy something, you don't need your credit cards or cash anymore. You pay using your face. Watch this.
You don't need cash or card. You pay with your face. Let's grab a drink. Let's pay.
Most people don't realize that they've already started piloting paying with your face here in the United States. Just last year, JP Morgan linked up with Whataburger to do just that. If you've been to the airport recently, you know you don't even need to get out your ID or passport. They just scan your face. And over time, people have gotten more and more used to this technology. Most people use their face to unlock their iPhones. And some people even use the palm of their hand to pay for things when they shop at Amazon or Whole Foods. Companies are now pushing for this technology to be integrated and widespread. Say that there's no security risk and that it's just for your convenience. But with data collection, surveillance, and AI in the United States being at an all-time high, is giving away your face card to not swipe your card really worth it? As always, let me know what you think about all of this down below.
I also remain fully committed to my pledge never to allow the creation of a central bank digital currency in America. It won't happen. My first.
So I saw that clip on my Twitter timeline. I'm like, thumbs up, hell yeah. I'm flapping my wings like a bird because I'm like, we're free from the central bank digital currency. This is an actual win. And then a few moments later, I see the clip from his buddy, David Sachs. And this is what he said. Take a listen.
And now today, you have another historic legislative achievement that is a monumental step to fulfilling your promise to making the United States the crypto capital of the world. This Genius Act will unlock American dominance in the crypto industry by creating clear rules of the road. It will update archaic payment rails with a revolutionary new payment system. And it will extend U.S. dollar dominance, like you said, globally by creating a digital dollar that people all over the world can use.
Did you guys hear that? One more time.
It will extend U.S. dollar dominance, like you said, globally by creating a digital dollar that people all over the world can use.
So to me, that sounds like the same thing, just a different label. Instead of a central bank digital currency, oh, no, you're not getting that. You're just getting a digital dollar. Anyways, I was curious, so I went to ChatGPT and I asked it, I said, how exactly will our lives change with this new Genius Law passed and a digital dollar? And this is what it said. It said you'll still use dollars, but digitally. It said you won't stop spending money, but you'll slowly stop spending physical cash. It'll be fast, cheap, and convenient. But behind the scenes, every transaction will be logged, traceable, and potentially programmable, which sounds terrible. It says that pilot programs will start quietly. You might start getting offers like claim your $500 digital rebate, faster tax refunds if you sign up for your federal wallet. And it will feel like a reward, but it's bait to get you into the system early. I'm sure my audience will enjoy this one. We'll be nudged towards a digital ID. And to use the digital dollar long term, you'll likely need the KYC verification, your social security number, and possibly even biometrics, face scan, and fingerprint. And eventually the wallet will equal your ID. And once you're in, opting out becomes harder. Thumbs up. Next one, it says your money could be smart. Programmable money means that your funds could expire if not spent by a deadline. It could be restricted to certain merchants, items, or regions, or be frozen or limited based on government decisions or flags. So to me, that kind of sounds like if you get on their bad side, they could just freeze our funds. Think if you keep questioning about the Epstein files, your account's going to get frozen. If you keep, questioning why we send all this money to our greatest ally while we have a bunch of issues here at home, your funds will be frozen. Sounds great, doesn't it? Next one, it says surveillance will be built in. And that's pretty self-explanatory. Anything digital, they can basically see and flag you and watch what you're doing and spending on at all times. So good. Here we go. I'm sure my audience is going to absolutely love this one, and that is that they will have more control over us during emergencies. And think Palantir, they're going to have all our data. They're going to know if we're vaccinated, all this BS. And then they'll be able to say, oh, it's an emergency. There's a new pandemic. You got to stay home to stay safe. Hey, you, what do you think you're doing? We know that you're not vaccinated. Well, you're supposed to stay home and stay safe. And we see that you're trying to go to that bar, that movie theater, hang out with your friends. You're a danger. You're putting them at risk. Before, they couldn't really do much about it because you just use cash. Now it's all digital, what they're trying to do. So they'll just be able to shut your account down and you'll be screwed. And this is how it finished. It said, bottom line, this is what the Genius Act sets the foundation for: a compliant, traceable, and eventually programmable dollar rolled out by private actors, just strictly to avoid the CBDC label. With government back-end control, it won't look like tyranny at first. It will look like innovation, safety, and convenience. But over time, it becomes a soft prison that you can't escape without being flagged. Anyways, guys, who cares about all that? Because the good news is, at least it's not a central bank digital currency. It's a digital dollar, which does the same thing. And we're still controlled, and there's still psychopaths. But it's a different name, a different brand. So everything's great.
Now, and while this act will not immediately do away with cash or do away with the dollar, again, this does open that doorway now. People have been saying for years, for decades, we are going to go into a digital currency that will be completely controlled, and there will be no more privacy like you would have with cash. And they can go ahead and turn it off with just a flick of a switch if you're not on your best behavior, like Larry Ellison said. And the thing is, you don't hear many people talking about this because I guess they are distracting people with whatever they want to distract them with. But at the end of
Coffee. Follow me.